What is up? How we doing? Hopefully you guys are having a good Tuesday evening. Man, my week is like all off considering like how many different things we got going on this week. But
it feels like a Friday night.
It does.
We got people dressed up as Buzz Lightyear for God's sake.
You know what? I'm excited about that. Like as soon as I saw that our friend Buzz Lightyear was coming to the table, I'm like, yes, this is going to be a good one.
The puns are going to get good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But this is the Rungood Ambassador Bounty event that's taking place. Featured a final table tonight, so tournament action galore. I know Mike Kruger, card manager, Best Bet Orange Park, is excited about this. Tournaments,
God, yeah,
are his thing.
I love tournaments. Everything keeps changing. The action's good. The blinds keep going up. And especially right now with the featured table, you don't get a lot of the middling stages of an event. Usually you see the final. Mm-hmm. And you see the ICM implications and pay jumps. And you don't get to see how people get there to the final. And this is fun seeing the middle stages. Registration did just close. We entered this feature table. And
I think we were close to 200, weren't we? Or?
It was 202 total entries.
Wow, nice.
There's 84 players that remain right now in the field with the top 26 getting paid.
Nice.
So seeing like this middle stage of, okay, like my chip stack's not safe yet. I'm not guaranteed any money, but how do I start navigating to find that deep run? Mm-hmm. And so we get to tune in to peek behind the curtain a little bit, see here.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, here we go. Yeah, speaking of Buzz Lightyear, pocket eights for Buzz. And Papa Karn with ace-queen suited has a few backdoors and does have the Broadway draw on this flop.
Yeah, looking for a jack, a couple of running spades. I mean, really, if he gets any sort of face card, ace, etc., he can blow Buzz off her hand.
And that is a brick of a turn.
The opposite.
Check, check. And a queen comes on the river for Papa Karn.
It's going to be hard to say that name all night.
Yeah, it is.
I feel like Karn.
And it's going to go check, check.
Flash the ace first. Maybe give Buzz a little bit of optimism, but when the queen gets turned over, Karn's going to get the pot. In case anybody's unaware what event this is, it's a $200 buy-in, part of our Rungood series, the Ambassador Bounty event. One of those ambassadors is there in the two-seat Heather.
Oh, yeah. Right.
You knock out the ambassador, you get a mystery prize of some kind.
Yep, absolutely. I want to say she's left. I think Allie is left as a bounty. I
think there was a total of 4 of the 8 bounties remaining.
Correct,
as we got to the featured table action post-reg. And prizes are anywhere from $50 to $1,000 that you get for knocking them out. So,
ooh, nice.
You see a bounty getting short stacked, you're going to go hunting.
Mm-hmm.
Such a fun event. $200 buy-in, good price point. Everybody can come out on a weeknight, have a lot of fun. Action kicked off at 3 p.m. for this event. So you had a lot of people sneaking in, maybe, coughing a little bit to their boss, and then sneaking out a little early.
All right, so we got 2 players all in here, waiting for the graphics to kind of get picked back up here. So looks like we're going to be heads up here.
Yeah,
with June and David. Yep.
June on the short stack. David just off a fresh stack of 20K. He bought in right before registration ended. We'll see if June can find a double up.
Oh, not on that flop. Nope. That's a yikes. Boats up. Queen's full. David eliminates June, who was very short stacked, and that's one elimination here on the live stream. But yeah. Featured a final with the Rungood Ambassador event tonight. We'll also have the women's event tomorrow as well. That's going to be featured a final. And then main event of the series, the final table for that main event happening on Sunday night. It's going to be a lot of fun. Lots of tournament stuff, lots of tournament action for basically the rest of the week as far as live streams go.
Zach in the YouTube chat asking what was the starting stack and how long are levels. The starting stack was 20K. So we just saw David there with his all-in off the 20K stack. Levels are now 30 minutes. They were 20-minute levels during registration for the first 9 levels of the event. Now that we've made it through registration, no more entries. Levels increased to 30 minutes in length, so give it a little bit more play now that things are getting serious.
Absolutely. And yeah, I'm definitely expecting for like this period of time, we'll definitely see quite a few eliminations.
Here could be another one.
Oh boy.
Cam flopping top pair. Allen with the middle set. So Cam did check over to Allen, who was the pre-flop raiser, who put out a continuation bet.
Now Allen does boat up.
And 7 of clubs are completing the rainbow. Pretty good card to see if you're Cam. Allen's going to go for the max, really targeting a king. Now these players did move over to the featured table from a currently existing table, so we don't know if these guys had too many reads on each other or things prior. It'd be tough to get away from top pair here, unless he really thinks Allen's under the gun opening range is pretty tight, like ace-king, king-queen suited. But assuming anything normal, tough to get away. Brutal spot for Cam.
Yeah, really brutal.
Especially since Allen decided to go for it on the turn, which normally a made hand wouldn't do. Usually filling up on the turn, you'd see the 10s bet real small, trying to eke out some value. See Cam deep in the tank. I'd be in the blender with him.
You heard him say aces.
Aces could kind of make sense. Same time, I mean aces, 10s, both probably would want to bet for value. Hoping queen jack would try to hit their straight. But Allen, you know, maybe thinks once Cam's a call one street, call all streets type, he's just going to go for it all. Oh, is he going to find the fold?
Is he going to let it go? He wants to. Definitely looks like he wants to let it go.
So he was holding the chips, now he's holding the cards, and there's the fold.
Wow, does lay it down.
Tough spot, tough spot. Good fold by Cam. But early action. Yeah, once again, do appreciate everybody hanging out with us, tuning in as we're coming to you live from Best Bet here in Jacksonville, Florida. Right in the middle of this Run Good series we got going on. As Country was talking about, tomorrow we'll be back on the live stream with the ladies event. A couple of ladies at this featured table might be seen in tomorrow's featured table or final as well. That'll be taking a break for a couple days as the main event day one flights get underway, and we'll be back on Sunday with the final table of that main event. See who can be Run Good champ this year. This action starts on Deb, fresh off of an entry stack of 20K. Just open shoves the 10 big blinds, ace-4 suited. Pretty easy all in, especially from under the gun. Suited wheel ace. We see a pretty quick call from David. Let's see what he's got. Well, ace-4 suited himself. So, see if anybody else can wake up with a hand. And ooh, Cam in the blind with king-queen. Both players all in. It's around 10 big blinds. Could easily find a call here with king-queen. Sure enough, he does. So, oh, out of nowhere, three-way all in on this table. If Cam can spike a king or a queen, beat out Deb and David's ace-4, we could have a double elimination. Deb and David both praying to hit some of their suited cards. Deb with the hearts, Dave with the spades. We'll see if anybody can catch a piece. Or if we're going to suddenly see a bunch of seats open up here. So if Cam can spike, both players eliminated. David with a few more chips than Deb, so if they chop up the main pot, David would win a little bit on the side if he can hold over Cam's king-queen. And wow, action flop. There we go. At least Deb and Cam would have gotten it all in. And wow, David spiked the 2-out ace on the turn. Deb free roll on hearts. Oh, and she gets there. King of hearts on the river. So we're going to see David eliminated. Cam hitting trip kings. Eliminates David on the side pot. Deb finds the full triple up, though. Nice heart on the river for her. Just free rolling after the ace on the turn against David. Spikes it suddenly up to a little over 30 big blinds. She's going to have a lot of life now. You see our second player eliminated already off of this featured table. It's hitting that stage of the tournament. It's a moving day. Short stacks try to stick around. Some of the bigger stacks will try to extend their lead as they inch closer to the money mark.
I would imagine so. You let them know about the seats, right?
So the outer tables will be breaking. We'll have some players filling these seats momentarily. So they're going to continue six-handed for right now.
6,000 in the 2. Raise 15,000.
And with king-queen yet again. This time it's a 3-bet after Heather opened up to 6K. With the 3X open. Cam 3-bets half his stack, so it's going to look really strong to Heather. Sure enough, she does find the fold. Tell she maybe wanted to put in the call a little bit there, but then looking over at his stack, probably thought better of it, let it go. Player committing half of his chip stack, and a 3-bet looks pretty good. King Queen might have been the weakest hand he would do it with.
Harry, you in this thing? Very nice. Fold 1, fold 2.
Couple of early folds so far. See if the button can wake up with a hand worth raising.
Raise 5,000.
Sure enough, he does. Raise a lot of hands. King Jack. Easy raise up to 5K.
You gotta be kidding me!
Half of the fold looks like players are arriving, and it's 2 more ladies. Ladies event is tomorrow, but the random seat draw is almost creating this featured table to be one.
Oh, she gets the big one. Thanks. Good news, I don't know. Oh, all the better to scrape off.
The water. How much is that?
Congratulations.
Everybody's going to get settled in here. Kat joining us in the 3 seat was on the final table of the event 1 action on Sunday. She did not take home the Rungood ring in that event, so she'll try to make up for it here.
They wanted all the good-looking people on this table, Deb.
Why do we have to be
Players.
There's Miss Cat, the big winner from the
Raise
weekend.
7,000 is the bet, everybody.
50, 54.
29, 2, thank you.
75, 76.
7,000. 7,000 total. Take it 29.2. Jake, we ready for the action?
As everybody settles in here, action's closed out. Kind of crazy seating arrangement here. You got Kelly joining us there in the 8 seat, Buzz Lightyear in the 1 seat, and Heather in the 2 seat. All 3 of those ladies are bounties in this event. So 3 of the ambassadors remaining in the field all happen to draw 3 seats in a row. Beautiful if you're sitting at this table. Terrible if you're on one of the outer tables. Getting a little jealous of the seating arrangement.
We're going to be that small line. 2,000 to go. Fold 2. Fold 4, 6.
Situated now. We're going to see Deb open things up from late position with pocket 6s. Easy raise with a pocket pair.
It's the perfect stack. Oh yeah, I'm just victimizing Care Bear. See you
And
later.
Kelly with a interesting decision with King Queen. Elects to fold out of the small blind. Oh, it may have seen a 3-bet come in over a late position raise, but
Heads up,
thinks better of it, just lets it go. We're going to see Buzz defend with the 10-9.
Is it a super fancy bottle? Or?
So flop did come out. Checked over to Deb, the pre-flop raiser. She's going to throw out a continuation bet here.
I don't drink, so I don't know.
Jack 7, Buzz with the gut shot straight draw. May elect to call here, see what the turn brings. That's the case. See her flick in 2 of the 5K chips for a call.
So you're a cheap date.
Does hit the turn in the form of a 9.
I have one champagne and I feel amazing.
Checking over to Deb again.
Champagne, please.
Checking.
Deb going to slow down, check behind. Now 10 on the river.
One bottle. Are you Heather? Yeah. Al was telling me he took your course.
Yeah.
And he's raving about you.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. He's excited.
45,000.
Buzz going out with a big bet here. Going for the max. Deb's trying to sort out what the overbet means. Is it a pure bluff? Or is it for value? She's going to let go of her under pair of the board. Not going bluff hunting this early.
Button is good.
You see Buzz breaking in another pot. She's up to almost 100K in front. Pretty healthy stack size. About 50 big blinds.
You know how we started?
Yeah.
I can do it on the 30.
With that outer table breaking. Bringing these players in here, we got about 75 players remaining at this point. Again, top 26 are in the money, so nobody's safe yet. Still a bit of ways to go until we get to that bubble.
3. 4, 6, 7. 8.
Action folds all the way around to Kelly's button. 8-5 offsuit. Doesn't want to try stealing the blinds. Just go. We're going to see Buzz limp in. Heather with a premium hand and ace-queen in the big blind, though. Happy to put in a raise. A pretty quick fold from the 6-4 from Buzz.
Button good.
I had a limp one hand, you gotta call him hand. 6-4 off. Can't really, I don't really feel that.
Again, 202 total entries generated a prize pool of $32,320 in this event. First place taking home over $7,400. Not too shabby for a Wednesday night, $200 buy-in event. It's clearly been pretty fun atmosphere as well. As much as I love some of the big field, big buy-in serious events, it's nice to have some, you know, laid back, bounty type events. Everybody's kind of chatting it up, having fun. Beautiful to see.
We had them all in Asheville all weekend long, in a cabin.
Buzz with a suited one-gapper on the button, going to raise things up. Talking about Buzz having pretty healthy chip stack. Going to put it to work, raising some of these shorter stacks in the field.
I invited my parents too. We had like a big cabin.
They're in Cat both on the shallower side of things. Can't get too out of line. We're going to see Cat defend with the Queen-9. Buzz hits all of this flop when it comes down 8 high with 2 spades. Top pair and flush draw. Easy C-bet coming in.
3,000.
But we got lost 3 times. Because my husband refuses to use navigation. He just thinks he knows Asheville. Or he's been once.
Cat gonna float here, putting in the call. She's thinking about getting frisky, repping a flush. Well, Buzz hits it on the turn. Hits the spade like it's nothing. Straight flush redraw to go with it.
20,001.
2 for you. It was so much fun.
Goes for the going for the kill. About a pot-sized bet, which is Cat's chip stack. Buzz just goes all in, hoping to get the maximum. It's Cat turn to go shot straight draw, and is holding that queen of spades. She does somehow spike a spade on the river. Would be best. Hard to know if it's live or not, though. Always unfortunate when your opponent's bluffs could still beat you. If Buzz was doing this with a naked ace of spades, for example, her hand would still be in the lead.
Coming out your mouth?
After some deliberation, we're going to see Cat let it go. Buzz just chipping up more and more. So many puns about preparing for liftoff. Chip stack going to the moon. Too easy. It's too easy. They write themselves.
And I froze.
Like, hey, it's gonna cost you your
Then
life.
he just completely just happened.
I had a bigger space. Then I saw like, what if they have a
Yeah. Did you have a bigger maid spade hand? Not really.
no once?
You got a draw.
The timing was just, that's the way it always is.
It's your good problem.
Full 6.
I know, isn't that the truth?
I know. Look, I know. I hate to admit it, but like poker's an emotional game. I didn't want to come see your face at the house if I slow rolled you. Like, it's like I have to go home to you. I love you. This is unfair.
We're going to see Heather open things up from the button. Ace-9. Perfect hand to do so.
Campbell was just born in March.
Oof, Cameron wakes up with a bigger ace. Ace-Jack in the big blind.
This will be a little while before.
Oh, heads up.
Could have been tempting to go with a 3-bet shove. Instead, he's just going to put in the call.
Kennedy Campbell.
Head off to 8-7 deuce. 2-spade flop.
And a check.
Both players checking their ace high. I think they're pretty happy with their showdown value at this point. We continue checking again on the turn. On the river, it's going to go check once more, and Cameron going to get the good news that his jack plays, and he's going to scoop this pot.
Fun's moving.
All right, everyone, yeah, payouts are available. If you are on Facebook, you can check the pinned comments on Facebook for it. If you're in YouTube, you can type in the shortcut, !payouts,
Didn't have anything else to do.
and you'll be able to get the payouts for the top 9 when we get to the final table tonight. Again, appreciate you guys being with us and hanging out with us. And here we go, Deb waking up with pocket jacks.
All on the 7.
We're going to see Deb shipping it all in with pocket jacks under the gun. See if anybody can wait with a monster. Speaking of monster, got one walking in right at me.
Nice. Well played, sir.
I'll work on my intros. We got Eddie, formerly Ambassador Bounty Eddie,
That's
coming into the booth.
No
I mean,
longer
somebody
in
won
fact.
it. Somebody won it, huh?
Yeah, they got me. They just knocked me out, so I figured I'd come out here and hang out with you. Actually, that's some of my favorite best bet ladies at this final table. I had to come in here and commentate.
And, well, one of those, Deb, going to find the double up.
Oh, yeah, she's
She
gonna-
spikes the jack on the turn.
She ain't leaving anytime
Lock it
soon,
up.
is she?
That's a big double, too. That's good. That's good. She's in for the long haul.
Love Miss Deb, one of my favorite people.
I mean, if you said the opposite, I don't think we would, be friends or anything.
Yeah, you really can't.
I haven't met one person who feels differently.
Yeah. Beloved. Kelly Slay, too, obviously. Mama Slay is, to me, she's like family. You know,
Go. Button is.
I could do without her husband, but we love her.
It's only because he's good.
Good.
If he was terrible, you'd love him.
You mean tight.
Well, yeah, but, hard to eliminate. There we go.
He is tough. He is a seat filler, I'll give you that.
So how you been, Eddie?
Oh, great, man. Yeah, life is good. Life is good. Made it up here. Things are good.
You got people shouting out to you in the chat. Everybody already knows who he is.
Oh, what's up, guys?
Big Eddie. If you don't know who he is, I mean, just take a look at that ambassador poster. He was one of the bounties today. Fortunately, we're not going to see it on the feature table.
Yeah, I was looking for the last Bounty Standing champagne bottle, but it's going to have to go to Mama Slay, I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
And
It's basically between the 3 ladies here at the feature, huh?
Yeah.
We got
all the
one bounty
bounties.
left.
Honestly, look at this table. Wouldn't you rather watch this table? Like, trust me. The other tables, guys, do not look as good as this one.
You don't get
You got a bunch of guys with beard, no showers.
of course, you get
Camo hats.
This was Jesse's doing.
A couple of backpacks.
That had to be Jesse Dyer. We're not going to. We got these pretty ladies all dressed up here to play this tournament. Let's get them at this table. And I'm for it.
Well, I guess, the viewership's running good. The viewership's running.
Yeah, isn't that weird? We're like double our normal viewership right now.
It was.
Katrina over there. Katrina is Chris Conrad's wife.
Really? I didn't know that part.
Very good poker player.
So I watch her on the Event 1 final table.
Yep.
Which is solid.
She's very good. She's also a poker photographer.
Ah.
I call
Worked out the World Series.
No, it's actually a little more.
Her husband also a very good professional player. And I just met Maggie, the Buzz Lightyear, Rungood ambassador. She's a full-time tournament player, so some good
Yeah, she's been chipping up nicely at this
players on this
table.
table, too, with
She's
these
been
ladies.
chipping up. Well, Kelly's going to chip up. The one you were just rooting on. Just flopping the nut flush. Opponent drawing dead. Pretty good spot to be in.
Actually had an out. 9 of spades.
Sounds like the ultimate. That's what I feel good about your
That's a reverse psychology.
Bad read. Bad read.
No? Oh, no, the jack. No, the queen, yeah.
Nice hand.
Well, you're turned on. Like, once Eddie's busted, his brain's turning down. He's shutting down mode.
We're like the only men.
He's in dad mode, not poker guy mode.
I love the look you gave me. Like, are you serious?
I'm like, whoa. I had to like triple take. Like, I assume I am wrong with my read. Looking back at it, like, what?
But so no, it was
Today I was too
a
confident
last
in my
minute
reads.
thing for
Well, you know, you had that deep run in the mega stack yesterday, right?
Yeah, I got 19th, I think. In that.
Not deep enough, but
Yeah, not
and
deep
so
enough.
my parents were in from
That's how it
California.
goes.
Yeah.
Had a lot of fun yesterday, though. I ran up a big stack and was able to play a lot of pots. So.
Get married.
we did see another guy eliminate on this featured table. So see if another woman can somehow draw.
When my girls got
They're out there. Ladies' event tomorrow. Just getting ready for that.
It feels like their event today.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it
it was just
does.
me, my parents, me, her, my parents, her grandparents, and that was it.
special. But you could have had.
One of the lone men. Cameron, looking down at King Queen.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Has
exactly.
to be coming in for a raise here.
Raise 8,000 in the fourth.
Big 4X.
To go.
Yeah, I've seen some big sizes today. I mean, obviously, with a bunch of amateurs, you're gonna see some
And so I
More for
sort of out of line stuff.
more forgivable in the early stages, but now stack shallow. Probably
Yeah,
want to start bringing it down a notch.
for sure. Deeper, you can kind of get away with it and actually don't lose too much EV.
You were right across.
Yeah, but as you get shallower and more ICM comes into play, which isn't really heavy ICM at the moment, but we're creeping there.
I believe biggest stack. They're in the one seat, about 50 blinds deep. So you don't have any monster stacks at this game.
Which one's scarier? At a table?
raise.
Maybe like a Thanksgiving or something.
They're having fun, aren't they?
Oh yeah, make our jobs easy.
Yeah, really. This
Once the money comes, that's when things start quieting down.
is one of them tables you don't necessarily have to say much. Let Miss Deb and Kelly do the work for us.
Let's go to 22.
Might finally see a guy win a pot on this table.
He's got the hand to do
Easy
it.
3-bet with ace king. Gonna,
Buzz is coming along.
can't think so. Cam's been playing pretty snug so far.
Just heard Arlie called my bounty.
Huh?
Bust out.
So we are on delay, so timed out about right.
I still have it. I don't know.
Meantime, we did see Buzz let it go.
Yeah, good fold.
I carried it over here.
When we get 3-bet, our first folds come from offsuit hands. So,
Especially after opening under the gun
yeah.
against a player not getting out of line.
I feel like there's
her
nothing
lighter.
good left.
She's been navigating
Lighter open.
all the spots real well, so no reason to take anything too close. She's been cruising.
She's a full-time player, so I'm anxious to see how she plays. Must be pretty good.
She's navigated so far from what we've seen. No, you haven't seen it, but steady as she goes.
Is that a bounty you got or is that a bounty?
I'm still an existing bounty.
Yeah, she's still around.
Yeah, she's still a bounty.
Yeah,
Are you still alive? Are you still alive too?
Conrad might still be in.
Sounds like the players at this table are realizing they got all the bounties.
My husband told me Chris forfeited.
Yeah, but he kept his bounty though.
He kept his bounty.
7, 8.
Okay. I don't know.
Now we're gonna have blind on blind actions. It gets around to Kelly in the small. Coming in for the limp rather than the open with the king 10.
Couple big hands for blind versus blind.
But yeah,
Let's go 6,000.
so Eddie sounds better now. Beautiful, wonderful to hear.
Listen, we got Eddie in the booth. We got to have the soothing tones of one Eddie Muskoski. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Fall asleep with Eddie Marczkowski.
Hey, listen, ASMR is the way to go.
I'm with you.
Go on, country, and explain it. Explain it more to us.
Hey, listen, there's a market for everything, you know. Good market though for Kelly.
Yeah, trips on the turn.
Yep.
Loving her spot now.
Turns are dead. See if she can get any more chips. Not the best turn you see once you got check called on the flop, so. Yep.
Good time to slow down.
That's a good thing.
Queen falls on the river. Kelly gonna continue slow playing, hoping to see Buzz put in a bluff, but she doesn't.
Yeah.
Could have been.
So Kelly, Buzz, both sitting around the 90K mark.
Well, damn, you made me put my envelope out. Damn it.
Oh, here you go.
There it is.
There's the big fella.
In case any of you don't know what he looks like,
Yeah, that's the
that is the big
back of my
man,
head.
Eddie.
face is a mystery.
Listen, you just
That's perfect cutoff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Al Borland.
Exactly.
With that
Oh, no,
camera
yeah,
just flipped perfectly around.
The neighbor, not the owl, but what
What was the
name?
neighbor? Yeah. We'll figure out eventually.
Yeah, somebody in chat knows. Marvel Allen, you know that.
Well, a lot of ladies at this table. Cameron's got 2 of them.
All right, ace, king, and now queens. Heater. Wilson.
See, I knew you'd figure it
And
out.
that was me, not even the chat. Yeah, I'm going to take that one.
Oh, Papa Karn, pocket tens.
Yeah, 13 bigs. Just going to call. Thought we might see the 3-bet shove.
Wow. Such a short stack.
Especially as the tournament director's announcing blinds are up next hand. You
Yeah.
know that your stack's about to get even shorter. Now, Buzz, good price to peel.
Could really save him here if he can get
She's
some
gonna
overcard.
squeeze.
Oh.
That's unfortunate for her. Snap call from Cameron.
Well, that's the thing. Tens is going to be able to find a fold here and get out of harm's way.
Does gotta go.
Yeah.
Usually, sometimes you'll see players with that short stack get a little frisky though.
You're right. I guess I shouldn't be counting my chickens.
But he finds a good fold. Nice to see.
Did fold it out of what should have been a bust, or at least a potential bust for a lot of other players.
All right, so off to the races.
Oh, good flop for Buzz.
Yeah, open-ended. Not it on the turn.
5, 10, 9. Nope. Nope.
We didn't even use any hand signals to sync that
Yeah,
up. We nailed it.
That was the most coordinated nope I've heard.
We keep watching a lot of the same other content. That's,
The viewers thought it was one voice.
But Cameron, huge double up.
Yeah, big pot right there.
Biggest pot we've seen so far.
Yeah, that chip count's raising more and more for him
It puts
after
him
these hands.
Around 140, about 7 starting stacks.
Yeah.
He's cruising right now.
I don't really blame Buzz for the jam. It's I think they're at 2K and they were just going up to 3K. It's only like 20 some odd big. She's out of position with nines. It's not.
She also just got
Fine.
3-bet by Cameron a minute ago.
Yeah, she could think he's just a little aggressive.
We've
and
seen his hands, but obviously they haven't. So
she's happy to get it in. She doesn't. There's no way she thinks the middle guy has tens. So she's happy
No.
to get it in with a short stack.
Yes, and I think the blind levels now are up to 1,200 small, 2,400 big, 2,400 ante now.
Yeah, especially like you said with the blinds going up. Nine seems pretty like standard shove.
just lean into variance in the early stages, right?
Yeah. Oh, and overfolds, especially on the stream. People, if you might just get a lot of folds from ace queen and ace jack type hands on stream because the guy wants to play a little bit.
Yeah.
That's the real thing. Tim Gower in the Facebook chat. What's up, buddy? Missed you too. You know where I'm at.
I've never once gotten I miss you. You come in and you get 1 and 2 minutes.
You need to be a better friend.
I need to leave. That's probably that's part of it. I was gonna say I need to leave also. I guess like
Oh, you're just always around too much.
yeah. I'm going with that.
Everyone's
Not
like,
a bad
Mike,
friend.
I wish I missed you. Something.
I immediately went with the I'm not a bad friend. You snapped like, well, call me sometime.
Well, you're biased. Look at our text history, buddy.
I probably said happy birthday 3 years ago. I mean,
Me and Country talk way more than you.
oh, I believe it.
Some people don't like the fact that I talk so much, so so I'm letting you guys carry the show.
Country gets comments. Could he shut up?
Yeah, all the time, all the time.
Who's that guy in the back?
6, 7, 8, it's like 9.
God, it's country.
Yeah, if you just want to put it in.
Country runs the show. He's allowed to say and do whatever he wants.
Fold 9.
All right, so here we go. On to the next hand.
Okay, new player at the table. Big stack too.
Looks like he's got a healthy amount.
Yeah, it was a 97-2 is what his stack was.
Nice.
Oh, cat.
Monster.
Tough spot. Heather's doesn't really have a hand to do anything with. I wonder if Cat wants to try to slow play or just make a super tiny raise.
Raise 6,000.
Yeah. Pretty small. The smallest it can go is 48, so nice. I like that. Very small. You don't really want to price her out at all.
Especially with her chip stack. It's so easy to get it in.
Yeah.
Smaller the better, really, right?
Yeah, and you can just kind of like nickel her and dime her the whole way down, 3K, 4K.
It's gonna be tough.
Tough luck there.
Flops all of it.
Yeah.
Share
And
some.
you know, she just never has an ace because she would always shove blind versus blind. So this is just never getting paid.
Yeah,
Stinks.
you
Like,
see,
I guess I should have just
Hope,
checked.
hope she's got some Jack 10 or King 9 or something.
Peels for something small.
Yeah, for like one big blind. But
97,200.
Cat got as much as she could there. If she just would have checked back, and the small blind's never putting another chip
Kelly's
in.
birthday too. I almost got crazy.
Eddie Moore and I was holding free at the first came out.
I hear Heather there saying, perfect size, perfect
Yep.
size pre.
Great sizing.
Still gotta play.
It's okay.
yeah, once again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us for this Ambassador Bounty feature table, part of the Run Good Poker Series, Mission Run Good. Been a pretty fun series, like always. Always love the Run Good series coming through. It's been a fun tournament series for the past, 3 years now that we've had it here at Best Bet Jacksonville.
Big fan, big fan. Always looking forward to it on the schedule. Honestly, this day, like the Ambassador days, are such a great day for me. Like I love it. It's a lot of times I come in here with my headphones and my head down, and I'm all business. You know, like really not
Cat's all business.
not super chatty. But on this day, you just get to really have fun. Wow, Cameron waking up with it again.
It's like, I guess, 10 big
Oh,
blinds.
he's laying it down.
Number here.
Alright, let's flip.
Yeah, 2 all-ins in front of him. It doesn't feel great, but it is. They're
big blinds
both
each.
less than 10. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't
So we'll see if Heather can spike the king and stay alive, or if Cat can hold and get the bounty.
Perfect spot for Cat here.
Wow. King on board, but 2 hearts. Action flop.
Take it easy, Mike.
What's going on today? Clean run out. Heather gets the full double, and Cat's crippled.
Yep, super crippled.
Unfortunate. Stuck it in so good.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do. Maybe not another deep run for Cat. Well, on that final table, the Cat was on Sunday. We saw a player come back from 0.6 big blinds.
You know,
So
I heard about
anything's
that.
possible.
I heard about the ICM blunder that was
You saw what Ben did on
Well, all you gotta do is
enacted in that hand when I guess he was down to 0.6
nobody
big
felt
blinds.
more than the player involved. He's apologizing for about 30 straight minutes.
Oh, really? Yeah. Was Cat the shortest? Or like
No,
one of the shorties?
There was another player that was very short.
And I know she didn't do it, but
No.
Ben was the shortest, but I thought she was like affected like the most. Like the next shortest.
No, the next shortest was to the right
Oh, okay.
of Ben and the other player.
Because that's like taking money out of their
Charles.
pocket.
Yeah, that's how it felt.
What are you doing?
But then it was the player Charles who doubled Ben up in that blunder.
Okay.
Was immediately to Ben's right, so he started just like it was immediately like, oh my god, what have I done? Like 'cause now he has the best player on his left just abusing it.
Yeah. Yeah, he spun it all the way back up to
He spun it to like second in chips. Yeah, it was crazy.
Papa Karn gonna ship it in here. 2 jacks.
Easy all in, right?
Easy peasy.
Sub 10 bigs.
Might even want to min raise sometimes to get the big blind to peel.
Well, Buzz happy to stick it in with
Oh,
Ace
yeah.
King. No reason not to. So we know monsters in the blinds. We're gonna be off to the classic race. Jack's Ace King.
Big hands here for a couple short stacks.
Oh yeah.
I don't know which one it is. We'll say that's all.
Winner will be around 20 big blinds deep. That's the spot you want to be.
Probably the 2 best names at the table too. Papa Karn and Buzz Lightyear.
Oh, it's gone Buzz's way on the ace on the turn.
To infinity.
And beyond with the 9 on the river.
That's right.
Hold on, you might have more.
You want to go with an ace from space for Buzz?
Nice. Yeah, there you go.
There's just so many.
Should have had that one ready as soon as that turn peeled.
And we're going to see Papa Karn eliminated by the one, the only Buzz Lightyear. Now, how often are you going to get eliminated from
I
Buzz
think
Lightyear?
that's the first Buzz Lightyear elimination in poker history.
On stream. I'm sure she knocked out some players on the outside table to get here.
That's right. Well, she wasn't referred to as Buzz Lightyear on stream at any other time. I wouldn't have imagined.
Look like she would though.
She could. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is just everywhere. And I've just missed her.
Space Ranger almost down, but not
Space Ranger almost down.
Try not to fly too close to the sun here.
Oh, she's got some puns lined
Nice,
up.
yeah.
Beautiful.
Buzz to Star Command. We're going to need a double up.
If she was closing action, I think she would say something like that. That'd be awesome.
That is. That's good. She was doing poses earlier, and she knew she was like talking to her wrist.
That helps. Yeah, and I bought all my hookups and an extra controller so we can put it on the big TV.
You were saying video game, I thought you were thinking game for your phone, and I thought you were about to talk about Balatro. And I'm
No,
like, don't get Theo started on Balatro.
I might have to just because I'm curious now.
Oh, okay.
Nope, which is why I'm curious now, and I always love an enthusiast, so like, that's even more
I have no clue what they're talking about.
Yeah,
He says it's
some
poker,
I'm
but
assuming
it's
it's a
not
video
poker.
game.
some game, yeah,
terrifying. Raise,
Raise in
phone game, I guess.
2001.
together.
Fold in 2. Fold in 3.
My phone game is poker.
Yeah, it's
5,000 to go. Call and
playing video games left and right until, you know, online poker came around and
Yeah, takes over.
3 of them.
picked up the mouse and put down the controller a lot, way back.
You know what? Make sure you add in.
Just want to win all the gold coins and have them be real. Oh, there is a guy.
Yeah, without the cowboy hat this time.
Starting with you, mister.
Couldn't bring the hat into the booth.
Maybe Buzz going to try to get some revenge against Cameron here. As their heads up to the king high flop.
And around we go.
Not heads up as Deb is able to stick around the big blind
She's
for cheap.
in there, but she ain't really.
Yeah,
Not for long, at least.
5,000.
not anymore. It's both Cameron did hit the queen on the turn to go with his gutter ball.
Cards in the auction, but
See, he's gonna
just to scan them.
Put in the call on the small bet from Buzz.
A little small. I'd like to go big here. He's got a lot of pair flush draws that really are going to pay close to pot size, so she gets to go big.
I'm gonna check. What do we got?
She checks on the river, maybe trying to do some sort of bluff. And seven's a complete brick.
Yeah, I would have liked another big, you know,
I do,
B40
but Theo has it.
half pot or so on the river.
Especially with two
run-
diamonds on board.
He runs into some two pairs
Somebody
and
coming in here?
pays off sometimes with some king 10, queen jack.
I've never heard somebody be
Feel in a certain way right now?
No, actually,
I've
yeah.
never heard a gentleman be so upset to be surrounded by ladies. Did one of us forget to take a bath today? Is that what happened?
I know those guys will trade suits.
I know, this is what we've
Yeah.
all dreamed about all our,
A
our
couple
whole
that's
life.
right. That's exactly right.
I've had this dream
24 to go.
with the Buzz Lightyear and everything.
Thousands of people are tuning in
Right,
just
I
to watch
know.
the two of you. They're playing poker. They're surrounded by women.
Okay, Cat's all in. Her last looks like 1.5 bigs.
Yep, so connectors, why not?
Nice hand to do it with.
Fold 6.
A lot of times if somebody calls behind you, your cards will be live. Happily take 60-40 in this spot.
Oh yeah, something suited is quite nice down to less than 2 bigs.
38.
See Deb asking for the count. Holding an ace out of the small blind.
Yeah, she ain't gonna let this one go.
Happy to call. Kelly getting an amazing price. Not the prettiest of hands, but for so cheap,
What is it, 30?
38.
just gonna have to put it in.
Definitely.
Getting almost 10 to 1. Okay.
See if Cat can peel some clubs.
We have heads up action on the side pot that's currently
Does be a decent amount of chips in front. Getting the full triple if she hits. Whoa. Pretty good
Okay.
start. Pretty good start.
Very good start. Kelly's got some counterfeit stuff that could come.
Kelly bet now a top pair here.
Let's take that back and then flip.
Kelly needs to spike a 7 or a running pair of some kind. Running straight cards.
The queen is not helping me so far.
Now open-ended.
More outs. Whiff.
Say deuce.
Cat's
Not a try.
alive.
She's
9
got
lives.
Yeah.
There you go.
I didn't use that one on event 1. Should have.
Bud and good.
That's life 1. Write down. I got a tracker.
Can we get that on the screen, please?
I'm writing it
The
down. Cats lives counter.
Cat lives
1.
counter 1.
I'll track it for you guys. You'll just have to believe me later.
8 left. We're good.
So many to go.
It's a long night.
You ladies also playing tomorrow?
I will be playing the 6 minutes.
Ladies event tomorrow. Any ladies out there that want to come
I hope to be.
join in all the fun, possibly get on the live stream table? It's a live stream, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same as today. Feature to final.
Beautiful.
It's too long
It's like
for me to
a nice
go.
little preview of it today.
Yeah, exactly. They took
Yeah,
took
If I
over
said
this
to
tournament.
say I've been in America for like a week, and in between went to Asheville, and my family's coming in for a
That's right.
graduation.
Kelly talking about she was just out of the country. They went to Ireland, played in the Irish Poker Open.
Oh, nice.
She actually final table the ladies event out there.
Really?
She is a
That's
beast.
She's traveling the ladies event circuit.
Yeah, exactly. And her husband's just following her along, min cashing from here to here, time to time. It's okay. We can make fun of male Kelly Slay.
Yeah.
He likes it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, they them are coming in. That was just wrong.
It's like Deb's putting out a 3-bet with the King Jack suited.
Well played.
I like it going after Cameron's chip leading wide opens.
Yeah, Cameron's been pretty active. Deb's
I
been pretty
this-
quiet.
I like the size Miss Deb's using too.
Leaves a lot of wiggle room on the flop if you get called. Holding 2 broadways, blocking a lot of the big monster hands that can come back over the top.
Yeah, this should get Cameron to fold a lot. Yeah. Well done, Miss Deb.
Yeah.
That's how you win with the worst hand. Beautiful.
Something she wouldn't have done 10 years ago, I don't think. She's learned.
No,
She's
I'm
getting
sure.
better.
Yeah, probably just would have called and
More and
seen a
more
flop.
dangerous.
Yeah, getting. Listen, everyone is studying poker. Everyone is trying to get better. It's not the days of people just go play and that's their time getting better. They're all scrolling something on their phone, trying to get better. Now, some people are much more efficient and using better methods and better tools and such, but pretty much everyone who's playing is trying to get better.
So if I'm not, am I doomed? Or
You are. If you're not trying to get better, you are seriously doomed.
I was good until the last 2 years.
A lot of
good run.
decent players, kind of fall into that trap.
oh yeah, preparation versus execution. 2 different skill sets.
Yes.
Roll 7.
Have to be heavy prep just to be able to consider executing.
Fresh to the table and reaching for a raise is Roger.
Okay,
He came in prepped. He's ready to fire.
he did. He's ready right out the gate. Coming in short too. He could just open jam this. He's got about 10 bigs. Well, a little more, 12.
Buzz, Queen 9 out of the small.
All in the left. Option.
Don't love this. Don't love these offsuit peels from the small blind.
Alright, we got 3 of you.
Oh no, he just limped.
Say, I
he
thought
just
he put
limped
in a raise.
Never mind.
Yeah, it
he
changes
just,
everything.
He just limped everything. Yeah, Buzz can definitely
Check.
Yeah,
limp
def-
in for sure.
Happy to limp in with Queen 9.
I
really
wouldn't
thought he
recommend an open limping from Roger. He had a good hand. Well, he could risk it all if he wanted to, but could certainly have been raised.
Check. There we go.
So far, action just completely checking through.
Wow, somebody's got to try to take this away from Roger, right? Nope.
No? Maybe Heather
Got
could
it.
bluff that out of the big blind.
3 is such a good card that you gotta just lead it from the big blind, pretty much pure. Small blind can even do it and try to beat big blind to it, but if the small blind doesn't take that opportunity, you just got to take it. All you did was check. You have every 3 that could be dealt. So
Especially knowing 8 high, no good.
exactly.
See, that's one of those study things. You got to mix in your bottom of your range, top of range,
That's right.
something that sounds smart, etc.
There you go.
Nailed
Look at
it.
you. See, Mike, you have been studying.
Oh, it's a 6 person. Yeah, you told me.
Laying in the weeds over there, huh?
Well, you know,
Right, right.
Did you make
not
a
so quietly.
Caught the straight.
straight?
You got $100 tournament.
Tyler Mitchell says Heather Alcorn, the goat.
What his bounty was, $100.
Well, now you know.
Tournament chips.
Tournament chips.
It's a pretty
What was the small?
heavy hitter table.
50. And then a subscription.
Definitely. Especially let me tell you, some of these tables are very soft.
And I would say, 9 times out of 10, somebody's wearing a full-blown costume. You think
That's true.
fish,
Yeah.
but no, she's
Not supposed to be
she's
one of
super
the
solid.
more experienced traveling pros, that's for sure.
75.
God, what a fun event! I love this event every year.
I have to say a lot for me.
Yeah, me too. Happened.
I like that it's right in the middle of the series too. So you have like serious event. I want to take a day off, but still play. Okay, bounty.
Yeah, come on in, have a good time.
Make poker fun again a little bit.
Yeah, maybe
And then back to business tomorrow.
Maybe win a prize. Yeah, I just want to say to Best Bet folks, I am super thankful and grateful for being a part of this every year, and very happy to continue doing so for as long as they'll have me.
On behalf of them, appreciate it, Eddie.
Thanks, Mike.
I don't have much say in everything that you asked for, so I can't say yes.
Not yet. Not
But-
yet. You're getting there.
You know, if I had my way, you'd always be a bounty. See Cameron get after a little bit here.
I actually really like this. This is
He did pre-flop open.
yeah,
so
this is a great hand to continue firing.
dry
If
ace
you
high.
think if you think about what your bluffs are going to be, they need to be
Call that a premature.
hands that have some equity, but can get better hands to fold. And pocket threes is just a perfect one with the ace two out there. You got any 4 or 5 gives you a gut shot. You can fire on those. Get a lot of 2 overcards to just fold their hands. Even get hands like pocket 5s, 7s, 8s.
So it's all 6s fold, so
Yeah,
anytime you can get a better hand to fold, it's a pretty good bet.
yeah, I like that a lot. Cameron really going after it here. Even the open, I mean, he does have all the chips, but somewhat wide, right? You don't always open pocket 3s from every spot.
So maybe a more aggressive, tougher table, you wouldn't see it.
Fold in the 6.
With all the chips, you definitely want to be opening your pocket pairs, but
Especially, well, there hasn't been very many 3-bets at all.
yeah, if they're not going to 3-bet you yet, you get to step out a little bit, open wider.
55.
Speaking of, Mama Slay coming in right in, 9-10 off.
I think she's feeling comfy now. She came in a little,
I'll be the one, guys. Don't
feel out the land.
Yeah,
Now?
Don't be nervous about playing.
I couldn't play that.
she's got her cocktail over there. She's feeling good. Love to see it, Mama Slay. Hope her husband's at home taking notes down right now.
Yeah, there's no way he's out on
I gotta say, this
cash
has
game or
been
anything.
He's already busted this thing. He's at home right now playing an
He
11.
busted that long ago.
He's
Wow.
playing an $11
Look at you,
tournament
just rubbing it in.
on ACR right this second. He's getting ran out on. Taking notes on his wife playing the live stream. I'm getting a text from him.
I hope he just jumps in the chat and tells you, shut up, Eddie. Okay, actually, it's the $22 AC.
Yeah. No, it's the Boski. It's the 11.
I mean, gotta love Boski.
Oh yeah. Legend. Online legend. Boski.
Get living or get dying. So maybe the best tournament vlogger. The Boski.
Okay. Ace Queen suited for Mama Slay this time.
So get your pen ready then. Against the limp from Roger. What size you want to go with?
Bump it up to 12.6.
Going big, trying to isolate, maybe get it all in against Raj.
3,
It's pretty large.
4.
Pretty honest, right? Like this isn't really going to be King 10 offsuit and things. It's going to be pretty strong hands when she chooses this size.
Roger limping off that 15 big blind stack. I think she just hoping he gets it in with ace jack, ace
Yeah.
10.
I'm not sure what that's about.
Like a hand that was like
Seen a
fitting,
flop.
a fitting hand there.
Tough from early position.
Yeah, very.
This table hasn't been exactly overly 3-bet heavy, but they're going to punish the limpers.
Yeah, they definitely haven't been limp heavy.
Yeah, no.
Here's a harmonica going.
Not that kind of an event.
Can only be
We could have a bonfire.
bust out the guitar
I
in the
know.
back.
It's like Mama Slay's planning a camping trip after the tournament when we celebrate.
Win that bottle. This would turn into a really fun.
Oh, for the bottle of champagne.
Entire goal of the day was to outlast Eddie and to get the chance.
Oh, damn.
She doesn't know you're in here.
Damn. Needle, I love it.
Gotta love it.
Damn, halfway there, Mama Slay.
She's my new favorite player at the table.
Halfway there. It's the best for my
Come
husband.
on in.
That one was for my husband.
They've left the building.
Did you help them to leave the tournament?
Raise $8.
Cameron with the pair on the button, open things up. David, king, queen. Kind of both options on the table, raise or call. Out of the small blind, like a raise more. You? I was asking you if you prefer a raise more.
2 are still alive.
Right there.
He's already sending
Deep
text
are they?
messages.
Close-ish.
Did you not know you were invited?
No, I actually like peeling from the small blind here to keep in his worst kings and queens.
Okay.
Right? Because like when you 3-bet, he's folding king 10, queen 10, queen jack.
Yes, I get the bed.
So I kind of like, and it's kind of an awkward stack depth. Like we don't really love
What,
3-bet
20?
3-bet folding.
No, way more than 20.
Yeah, like 30,
30,
yeah,
30-ish
so
bigs. Yeah.
It's kind of like a waste of a hand. You know, I would like rather choose like King 7 suited. You know, if I, you know, I can gladly 3-bet fold that as opposed to King Queen off here.
Gotcha.
That being
You're
said,
more studied.
there's definitely it's going to be a clear mix. There's definitely going to be some 3-bets. It's a good candidate, but against buttons specifically, I do like kind of keeping their wide range intact.
So post shots fired, we got some good analysis there.
Yeah,
I like it.
I had to step it up there after getting ribbing on live.
Like, let me redeem myself.
Exactly. And I earned my spot here.
Actually stretching before making this analysis. Ready to go. Well, thought we might see the 3-bet coming from Cameron and him and Buzz play another big one, but just gonna flat. Deb gonna be coming along for sure.
Okay.
All in the AC.
Oh, Roger picking up the heat. It's going to be tough for Cameron to get away. I think Buzz can find the lay down here, especially with the action behind. You don't just love this.
Assuming she's seen how many times Roger's limp folded.
Yeah,
Might be more prone to pass.
He's a player who's very happy to like see flops in
Yeah.
here and here. He's like, nah, let's get it all in.
Be tempting to try and pick off a squeeze, but
Yeah, he just doesn't seem the squeeze type, right? It's gonna
that's
be,
what, yeah, if she's caught onto that,
and even if
she
it's
can
like,
find the fold.
what we really have to think about is what does he do with 8s and 7s, right? It's probably just see a flop.
2,700.
So even if he does have a squeeze hand, it's 2 overs, right? It's ace jack, and just just not super happy only being in flips or dominated. Cameron's off the hook though. He's able to just only lose 6K where he could have doubled up Roger as well if Buzz makes a fold.
It's like, what did I get myself into? It's that little shrug of, he knows it's a fold.
Doesn't like doing. Yeah, I mean honestly, that's like as about as strong as he's going to flat. So, it's pretty much the best hand he ends up here in this situation with.
Let's see, folks.
Nobody 3-bet me, so I can't be that bad.
That's pretty bad.
That bad.
Jinxed yourself.
Pretty bad, Buzz.
Famous last words. I have to be good.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah, that's the logic.
Well,
She's
no
gonna need
9.
a 9er. Oh, 6
Four.
ball could peel.
Other direction.
All the way around it. We need one more.
What did I say? 25,
Suddenly Roger.
Roger steps to the table and doubles up twice. Well, no, he didn't double up the first time. He won a pot with ace high, and now he's doubled up with his kings.
Sitting on about 30 bigs after that. Buzz gonna be down to around 15. Still a lot of life left for her.
Yeah, I mean, if she's a tournament grinder, like she says, she's used to having 15 bigs, that's for sure. It's our comfort zone.
You get used to it.
You really do. I mean, it's hard to play a tournament and not have 15 bigs at some point.
10's where you start hitting the danger zone. 20 is where you're celebrating. Constant back and forth.
20 feels like heaps, and
Yeah.
10 feels like you're dead.
Like, all right, I got about one more of it to find a shove. First, I have all the chips.
That's exactly. 20 is like, oh my
He's
god,
trying to get more drinks.
nap time.
I can abuse these guys.
Exactly. 4-bet bluff now.
I've been having this champagne with cranberry. Yes, please.
Champagne with cranberry, okay.
And for you, he's buying the guy in the back.
Whatever everybody else has had.
And then you're having champagne with us.
Cold one, let's go.
Can't say no. I mean,
No, of course not.
It was a split of champagne with a splash of cranberry and over ice.
Full.
Yeah, so they've been doing them like this. Yeah.
all right.
This is the poinsettia end of the table. That's what they call that.
Mama Slay over there just running the show.
You might not want to be telling us what some of your
We're in a poker game here, Mister.
It's just socializing,
That's funny. I love it. Let's let them keep them going. I don't care about the cards.
On which hand? The last one?
Roger with a pocket pair, put in the call. looking to
Hard to call off.
win another big one.
That's hard. Which is
Spike a
precisely
set,
why I
potentially.
isolated.
Kelly, Jack 8, closing the action. Looks like she's tempted to come along.
She ain't never folded this in her life. Single raise from the big. In there.
Not after all the champagne.
Definitely not.
3 plays to the flop, everybody.
Well,
Not a
all
diamond
red.
out there.
All red, but not the right one. Heather going to be in the lead with a pair of 10s, but, or no. Kelly in the lead with the jacks. Heather looking to c-bet. 10s and Broadway draw. Plus betting lead.
If you're not in the hands, we push your black chips forward. We will color those up and race them off.
It's Kelly's pondering it with middle pair.
Yeah, it feels like this bet should just take it down.
Just such a scary board.
I need a diamond or a queen to call. I can't be calling with naked
Sure enough, she does
middle
like
and bottom pair.
And you heard it there in the background. Players are going on a 10-minute break, so are we. We'll be back in 10 minutes here.
I'm not going to be back after this break, so
Aw.
thank you for letting me join. I appreciate you guys letting me come in. It was a blast.
Thanks for popping in.
Yeah, and if I'm not at the
Quality's now going to decline.
if I'm not at the main final table myself, I'll be back.
All right.
Back in here with you.
We'll see you then.
Yep.
On the final table. We'll see you,
Hopefully,
not hear
hopefully,
you.
yeah.
We'll see you,
Hopefully, you just see me with all the chips, and then I can take a picture and do an interview afterward or something.
All right.
All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks, country.
All right, looks like we are back now. We just did our 10-minute color up. Moved all the 100 value chips, the black chips, off the table, and we are back at it now. I think blind levels are now 1,500, 3,000, with a 3,000 big blind ante.
Oh, yeah. Action back underway. About 45 players remain in this field. Again, top 26 do get paid, so getting closer and closer to that mark.
And here we go, an immediate all-in from Cat, with just 8K behind.
Yeah, easy all-in under the gun, suited ace.
Yep, any ACC.
Kelly with 2 Broadway cards. Might put in a call for how short this all-in is.
8,000. Call.
There's the call from Kelly.
See you, ladies.
Big blind clear is out of the way. So heads up we go. See if Cat's ace high can hold or if Kelly can knock out a player.
Thank you.
Nice, so here we go.
No more action.
Let's see how this board runs out. Pair of kings and a tray on the
So far,
floor.
so good for Cat.
Ooh, ace
Really
on the
good
turn.
Oh, why? Why do it like that? So dirty. That's so dirty.
That's brutal. That's
Even
10.
Kelly feels bad about it. You hear that?
Yeah, that's brutal.
So GG's to Cat. There's another player eliminated in this field. And this is our $200 Rungood Ambassador Bounty event. Started 3 o'clock today. 202 total entries, creating a prize pool of $32,320. Right around $7,500 for the first place finisher. This is the featured table. So we're going featured to final tonight. About 45 players still remain in the field. 26 pay. Been a fun event. As you can tell from a lot of fun being had on this table.
Yeah, absolutely. I heard Eddie talking about earlier before he had to leave us, talking about how fun these events are because, you know, it is, while sure, everyone wants to perform well and play well and everything and be in the money, it's still a fun event. Everyone just kind of just be laid back and chill and just kind of have just a fun time basically with this type of event. So meanwhile, we get it all in here from Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah, over the limp from Roger. We've seen him limp a couple of hands and fold to aggressive action. That's why we see Buzz go for it. Heather, though, will go with a monster in the big blind and pocket eights. Might not see the shove get through. And there is the call from Heather. Or reshove, rather, but essentially the same as we see Roger let it go. Buzz going to need to spike an ace to stay alive. Otherwise, Heather's going to knock out an opponent, get a bounty, and accumulate a lot of chips. Well,
wow.
Ace and 5 on board for Buzz. 2 pair as they head off to the river, and no 8 to be had for Heather. Buzz finds the full double. Heather's going to get crippled down.
Sorry, girl.
30,500.
So a little bit of accounting, and Buzz going to get shipped that pot. Finding a pretty big double up. Buzz Lightyear, one of the remaining ambassador bounties. Another one there, Kelly in the 9 seat next to the dealer. Just a few bounties remain in this field. If you knock out one of the ambassador bounties, you get a mystery prize in that envelope between $50 and $1,000.
Honestly, it's a great question, Mr. I guess it's just the best one to skip because it is technically a 9-handed table. So we're always 8-handed. I guess it just makes the most sense to skip that one. You know, symmetry and all that.
That it used to be 9. That was so long ago.
But of course, when we go to the final table tonight, it'll be 9-handed. So we'll be using it then.
You have the ability to do that.
Yeah. Old 7.
All right, so Kelly here's Jack Trey. One of
Tempted, just tempted.
one of the few bounties left. I think, what, do we have 3 bounties here? Or is Buzz Lightyear, oh, I guess she claimed a bounty.
So I believe it's Kelly, Buzz, and Heather all bounties right now.
Okay.
Not bad, huh?
So I think there's 4 or 5 in the field. We got 3 of them on the featured table. We're all spoiled.
Right, I guess that would have been the case in the previous all-in as well.
I'm not a bounty anymore. I gave my
Oh, okay,
Thanks
gotcha.
for pointing that out, though.
Oh. Glad we didn't ask it. Yeah, bounty's only the bounty the first time they're eliminated. Guessing this is a re-entry. Second bullet magic.
That's funny.
So only the 1 and the 9 seat.
Gotcha.
Are bounties at this table. I thought we had 3 this whole time also.
I thought 3 as well, but yeah, and I guess that makes sense because Heather there in seat 2 doesn't have anything in front of her. She just still has the patch, which is fine. I mean, it's a pretty nifty patch. I haven't seen those patches yet.
So I always love the Rungood series, bringing some ambassadors along with them every year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like half of the ambassadors are from Rungood, and then we have our half.
More local celebrities.
Where at?
That was fast.
Arlie's trying to find out who knocked out Eddie. No one wants to claim it. It's kind of funny. Cameron's going to claim this flop. Trip 6s.
Yeah. Blind versus blind limped pot. He's going to bet here. I only put in the call after David took a stab, it looks like, when it checked to him. David's slowing down now. Cameron going for value on the river. Doesn't get looked up.
That's good.
Cameron's been pretty comfortable for a while now with his chip stack. Biggest stack at the table.
Yeah, again, appreciate you guys being with us and hanging out with us. Featured table action with our Rungood Ambassador event. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll have more featured final table action tomorrow with the ladies event.
This is just a preview. This is the preview of it.
I mean, yeah, it very much is.
Every time our table goes down and we fill these seats, it just keeps being more and more of the ladies coming in.
Which, nothing wrong with that. I am okay with that.
I don't think our viewers mind either.
No, not at all. Keeping things moving along here with this one, though. And then, of course, no live stream action this weekend because we have all the tournament tables going on this weekend. And the main event, final table being Sunday night. 6-4 deuce flop, a 4 for David and a deuce for Deb.
Yeah, it's another blind versus blind limped pot scenario, just like the last hand.
Yeah, playing the 7 deuce in the.
David hit trips on the turn. Does he want to slow play it or keep trying to bet for value?
Yeah, he's going to bet 10K here. For Deb.
Yeah. Thinking it over. He does let it go. Fortunate she did since she was drawing dead.
Yep. I know Deb enjoys playing the PLO tables here in the room.
Oh, yeah. Loves the PLO.
Yes.
A lot of players do. Lots of PLO games here. It just keeps getting more and more popular, it seems like, every time I come over.
There was one night, I think it was like the Saturday night or something like that. We had 8 PLO tables going in the room. 6 1-2 PLOs and 2 5-5s. I think a 5-10 got going a little later too. But yeah, PLO's the new thing.
I was just happy to not be babysitting. I'm just going to be honest.
Oh, now they all know.
She forgot the cameras were on.
Also the mics. It is funny when people realize, like, oh wait, there's mics above me. Whoops.
Deb, 2 Broadway cards, King Jack offsuit out of the small blind, raising it up. See Roger put in the call. He's got a monster and ace queen. Could have found a 3-bet instead. Playing cautious.
Yeah, it's like we got a card that didn't pick up on the sensor. Flop is out.
And Deb checked it over. Roger threw out a bet.
Yep. 9-8-6, 2 hearts.
Roger betting there with the best hand. Ace high, denying some equity. So the table went down, and
Oh, we got Allie.
another female, another bounty. It's unreal.
We got Allie at the table. The one and only.
We're cheersing you across the room.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about a line, but I have chips.
She's like, I died inside a long time ago.
My bounty is. Come on in.
Oh, I guess maybe she lost her bounty too.
Yep, sounds similar to Heather there, huh?
Yeah.
So no bounty, but another lady nonetheless.
Yep. So we're going to get Allie situated and get her chip count all situated. And we're, I think now we're down to 40 participants left.
Yeah, 40 players left with that game breaking. Top 26 get paid.
Begged for a table change.
You don't want me in it.
Want all of them in it, right? Everybody.
I guess we're getting a little early preview of our women's event for
Tomorrow.
tomorrow.
It's crazy.
Hey, listen, I am A-okay with it.
The seating arrangement is random.
It is.
I don't believe it. I had to go back and see it for myself because it just doesn't look like it is.
I think Arlie like 4 times said, like, I promise this is randomized.
Like if it wasn't, I wouldn't have done it because it'd be too obvious.
Oh, I didn't see that.
So we did see Buzz open under the gun, premium hand, ace queen suited. Roger gonna put in the call king jack, and Kelly looking down at king jack of her own. Getting a pretty good price to call now. Closing the action is Kelly. She puts in that call. And we're gonna be 3 ways.
Several are Tracy. It's okay.
Yeah, now you're at the right table. It's okay.
Yeah. Oh no.
I have a feeling she's not.
I'm gonna take the global response on that one.
Buzz firing out the C-bet. Hoping to get some value. Went small. Kelly gonna stick around. After looking down, seeing that she did have the king of diamonds in her hand, so a lot of backdoor opportunities. See what the turn brings for such a cheap price, and not one of the cards she was looking for in the tray of spades. It is bounty on bounty violence right now.
It is.
Not often you see that.
So what happens if a bounty takes a bounty?
Then they win a bounty.
They win a bounty. All right.
I assume.
I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense.
They also have a little bit of a sub prize, I believe. The last bounty standing wins a little something. I think it was our own little private game.
Kind of like
it will
the
last longer.
Yeah, yeah. That makes sense.
So if you know there's only 2 or 3 left and you can knock the other one out, I mean, you might be incentivized to go for it. Plus the bragging rights.
Yep. All right, so we got Jacob pushing back in. Again, appreciate you guys being with us and hanging out with us. Again, we are going to go until this thing is over with the final table.
Good couple of hours left.
Yep.
You guys really want to hear Allie cuss? Go see her on Saturday morning.
Uh-oh, what is she doing on Saturday morning?
Isn't that the pickleball thing?
Yeah. Yeah, pickleball Saturday morning if you guys want to play. Open invitation, open play, 9 a.m. We're going to play at Fort Family, I believe. I have to double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's
That's what it said on the flyer.
Yeah.
Full 2. Full 3. 3,000.
Poker and pickleball, all the rage.
That is. It is.
Their last cash game live stream I was doing, they were talking about playing pickleball too.
It's amazing how many people play pickleball.
Well, Cameron's going to play A7 suited. Coming in for the raise. Putting those chips to work as he's got the healthiest stack at the table right
Yeah,
now.
I was going to say, I think Cameron is still the stack leader at the table here.
He's going to run into Deb's ace-king. She finds that 3-bet. Does go small in the 3-bet, trying to keep Cameron around.
Yeah, essentially
count max value.
Essentially a min click.
Yeah, just over. See how strong this action is. You saw Buzz snap fold ace-jack without too much thought. Cameron, though, because he's in for so much, sticking around.
And it's a 10-high flop.
Yep. No 7 on board for Cameron.
And Deb is just going to go ahead and shove it all in, and
I'll take this pot.
yep, Cameron's going to let it go, and Deb gets a nice little increase there.
Yeah, a little over 25 big blinds after that.
Nice.
Not too bad. We were talking about earlier, anything over 20 starts feeling like plenty of chips when you get to this stage of the event.
Get in there, Miss Deb.
But I kind of hate drinking champagne with a straw. But
Well, you don't have to use the straw. I'll just
Think
get
of
glass
it as
if you want.
sparkling.
I might know a guy.
Oh, what a table.
I maybe know the same one.
Very much a fun table.
But Allie, where are our chocolate covered strawberries? That's what I want to know.
That's an excellent question.
That's
I don't
a-
have an answer to
That's a
that one.
tomorrow thing.
Oh, that's tomorrow. That's
Yeah.
right. That's tomorrow.
The actual ladies event.
Yeah.
Not right now.
I actually won't be here.
You're not coming out.
I can't. Unfortunately.
I was just
totally
really
sorry. Yeah, I just have
7, 12, 8.
Yeah.
Action over to Kelly on the button. She wants to open a little light here. 10-8 offsuit. Benefit of the button.
6,000 in the night.
Going in for that min raise. See how the blinds want to respond as Buzz does look down at an ace. See if she goes with 3 better call.
Raise. Let's go to 18.
Sure enough, does 3 bet up to 18,000. Heather had a playable hand in Queen 9 suited. Might have resisted the button open, but now facing this 3 bet has to let it go. Kelly getting frisky with the 10-8.
Yes, she is.
I think she can steal one in position here potentially. Head off to a flop. Each player hitting a pair.
Yeah, ace high flop for Buzz gets the top pair. Kelly with the pair of 8s.
Did go check. Kelly's got a chance to catch up on the turn. So it's a paint card.
Yeah, it's a face card.
Buzz going to put out the delayed C bet now.
Jack of spades on the turn.
Going with about a 1/3 pot size bet is Buzz. Kelly may not believe that Buzz has an ace, but when another overcard comes out, you don't love it. Hard to put the non-continuation bet on an ace though. A little under-repped here is Buzz Lightyear. Sentence I always thought I'd say. So you can see Kelly really giving it some thought. Non-believer.
Well, it's like she's already put in a call.
Yeah, there it is. Call indeed with her pair of 8s. Pot ballooning up. Let's see what the river brings.
And their stacks are so even too.
Super clean river if you're Buzz Lightyear.
And there's the all-in.
To infinite and beyond we go. All the way in. Kelly really doesn't believe it. That is the look of a person who thinks you're full of it.
Only 3.
Wow. All going back to that check on the flop.
Yeah.
Just really sowed the seeds of disbelief.
Chip inventory here for Kelly.
It would be for her tournament life right now.
Yeah, she's taking a look at the clock too.
Especially, we're talking about less than 40 players left. Top 26 do get paid. You see her let it go.
Yeah. Kelly does lay it down.
And Zach asking in YouTube, what do you beat? I'm assuming talking about, the 10-8 Kelly's holding. Not a lot, that's for sure.
Yeah, not much.
That had to be like a gut disbelief, not a my hand is strong disbelief.
Right, yeah, she definitely thinks that Buzz did not have it, but at the same time, what is she going to compete with?
King, Queen, Queen 10. There's not a lot of bluffs left.
It's the same one, too.
She said they bringing me another one.
They're supposed to bring me my sugar-free. It's on the way.
You might have to chug it.
I'll take
Definitely a fun night. Everyone having a good time. Everyone having fun. Love it.
I got you. We got this. But we can handle it. You better be careful what you ask for out of me there, friend. Might get more than you bargained for.
Kelly double checking what the blinds are at there, putting in the limp with the ace-8. Wonder if we'll see Buzz put in a raise over this limp. Now electing just a limp from the button.
Yeah, a few limpers, and now Allie.
Free
Ooh,
to
pocket
check, but
jacks.
monster.
Here comes the raise.
Zach pointing out, blocking most of the bluffs with that 10, especially because it was the 10 of spades, I believe. Good call, Zach. Blocking a lot of the bluffs. If there was a turned combo draw of some kind, having that 10 blocks so much of it.
Yeah, Allie.
I like it. I like
Puts
it,
in the
Zach.
raise, the 17K from Allie.
Yeah, going big. After so much dead money in the middle. Also trying to commit some of the shorter stacks like Kelly and Heather in this hand. Maybe Kelly just a non-believer all the way around. She's given a lot of thought with an ace-8 offsuit here.
Does decide to let it go.
Feel like she's just itching to get in the mix.
Yeah, she is.
It's a couple of very speculative hands we've seen her think with. Allie does take it down pre-flop with the pocket jacks. Chipping up is... Didn't realize how many chips she came to this table with. You got her and Cameron side by side is kind of the two biggest stacks of the table.
Ron Buzz, I think, has 120K.
Yeah, she's accumulated.
Yeah, actually, we'll take a quick look at the stack counts just so we can
start
see
seeing
how things
who's
look.
going to clash where. Yeah, those three far and away the chip leaders of this table, and they're all grouped in there. The 1 through 4 seats. That's kind of going to create a fun dynamic as we get closer and closer to the bubble.
And then you got Heather there in the middle with the short stack.
In the middle of those three.
Yeah.
That's the shorty. It's not the most fun spot to be in.
No.
If you had to pick one, it's not it.
No.
Good fun spot to be in is holding ace-king under the gun. We see David open it up. Kelly letting go of the queen 10 suited. We know she's been kind of itching to get in the mix. Discipline lay down there. It's a pretty hand, but not deep enough to play. See her just let it go. David takes it down pre. Again, we saw 202 total entries in this event. We're winding down, sub 40 remaining. So less than 20% of the field still with us.
It was funny during the first break as I was getting things set up. Harley had about like 22 entries in the break that came back in that put it close to like the 200.
Maybe let's go.
Yeah. Lots of people buying back in and trying to get back into the mix.
I mean, for some people it worked. Deb was one of them, sitting right here. Healthy in chips. Fresh off the max late reg. So we're going to see another blind versus blind hand.
Looks like raise the 10K here from Cameron with the king queen off.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. It'll be the first time I've missed it in over 20 years.
They're going to let it go. Last time, rolled around their blinds, it was a limped pot. So if you've seen your opponent limp once, like David has, maybe you assume he's not messing around when he puts in the raise.
We might try to go out for like the 4th of July. We might try to go for like the south, out for like the weekend or whatever. I won't play any tournaments or anything because the main will be going on. So it'll either be go out, play cash, hang out for a bit, and then come back. But that would
Last year, we were out there with you all the 4th.
on the 4th, yeah.
It went like a big, anything else going on.
We were at the Cosmo, right?
Yeah. Birds as usual.
Yeah, exactly.
I live vicariously through them. Wish I was in Vegas on the 4th of July.
I
Sounds
know, right?
wonderful.
Sounds like an amazing time.
Taking notes. Bucket list items here. Let's see. 4th of July. During main event. Sounds good to me. Been on for March Madness once. That was fun. Ready to go to a summer event. Now, things quieted down as Allie raised and Cameron puts in a 3-bet.
Pocket 10s.
Yeah, it's late position versus late position. Quick fold from Allie, though. Doesn't think Cameron's messing around too light, which is the case.
I played this whole day. I haven't had anything higher than pocket 10 in terms of big pairs. I had ace king and ace queen a couple times, but no big pairs, which is probably a blessing.
That's my fault.
See? I was gonna get them. He's like, let's just keep that going.
Keep it going.
He's like,
So we got another couple days worth of tournaments here at Best Bet in Jacksonville. Obviously, tournament season kind of in everybody's mind. You heard them on this table talking about some summer World Series of Poker plans. We got this Mission Rungood series wrapping up this week.
Also, a few other tournaments coming up. Talking about the Stars and Stripes event Memorial Day weekend. That's going to be at Mike Kruger's place, Best Bet Orange Park.
Oh yeah, 6 day 1 flights. Going to be a fun banger.
Yep, $200 buy-in, $50K guarantee for that.
Say last year had over 1,000 entries here at Jacksonville.
It did.
Hope we'll flirt with that. It'll be a lot of fun.
And then June 5th through the 15th down in St. Augustine, the Poker Atlas Tour. Making its return to Best Bet St.
That was a lot of fun last year. Ready to see it happen again. You got that tournament bug. You don't have to wait till the World Series. It's sneaking through us before we even get to July.
6,000 and
All right, so ace, 10, jack.
Yeah, Deb threw out a bet with her double gutter and gets to take it down. Roger just 7 high.
You've all had your fun. Get her out of here.
Wow. Tournament director getting booed. Never seen that before. Rebalancing occurring. We're losing our bounty Kelly in the 9. Might see her come back on the table breaks, but at bestbetjacks.com. There we go. I'll finish it for you.
That's pretty funny.
He's like, it's the only reason I'm here.
Yeah, we're hitting that stage of the tournament where you'll see balancing of tables being players removed from the table as opposed to always just coming in.
Right, correct. So I think with this balance,
So that means we're probably down to 36,
That's what I was
35,
thinking,
somewhere in that
36,
range.
35, yeah,
Which
yeah.
means, you know, we're only a few off of the money now. Things might tighten up just a little bit as they get closer to it. You see a lot of the short stacks tighten up and hold on for dear life.
He had already hopped from his seat, ready to come sit down.
See the big stacks start abusing that dynamic.
All but had his chips in his hand, running over here.
12 and 7.
Yeah.
Fold and 8.
Yep. Premium hand, king queen suited on the button, easy raise. Roger snap folded the 8-6 out of the small. It's over to Buzz Lightyear's big. Who's going to defend with a king, putting in the call at King Trey.
Took the bounty away from the table.
Yeah.
I know.
Jacob fueling the fire. Burn, baby, burn.
that is what Jacob does best.
Call him the fire starter. So Saul action did check through on that flop. Deb electing not to see about the ace high board with and a Broadway draw.
And ace pairing the board.
Buzz did turn a little bit of light with the wheel draw, but brick river. Deb betting here. What's funny is it might get looked up because Buzz might think king high is good, and Deb gonna get value. Bluffing with the best hand. Buzz fully expecting Deb to maybe fire with something that has a little bit less showdown value. Queen 10. Not something as strong as king high. Oh, Buzz trying to pick off a bluff. Deb picking up a nice sized pot.
King 3. Time for me to wake up. I knew King High was coming in. It was just which King High?
Yeah, that's why I asked the question.
Gotcha.
Sounds like the blind levels are going up now. 2,000 small, 4,000 big, 4,000 Annie.
I believe it'll be next hand on this table.
Yeah.
This hand already is underway with the 3K big blind and Annie.
At this blind
But
level, we're going to go 2, 4, 4.
Yep, yeah, so
yeah,
it's
at 2, 4, 4 levels. Moving time.
3,000 to go right
Yeah, I'll
now.
definitely expect probably another plethora of eliminations that we'll see here.
3. We're at 3 right now.
Yeah,
Raise,
so yeah,
okay.
finishing this hand with the 15 small, 3,000 big, 3,000 Annie, but the next hand, those blind lows will go up.
Cameron opening it up with ace 10. So Deb's got a playable hand, putting in the call. She's currently a good bit behind with her king 10. Buzz, jack 10, looking like might start abusing the bubble here.
Raise 40K.
Yep, puts in the raise the 40.
And
Like half right
squeezy
now.
daisy.
And there.
And that's Heather only with an ace. Squeeze almost works. Did clear out everybody else. Heather looking to find a huge chip up with an ace. Buzz flopping open-ended. Any 7, 10, jack, queen, and it's the 7, so Buzz turns the nuts. Heather drawing dead, and we're going to see her eliminated.
Not better than that.
Another player going out. Here off the featured table. GG's to Heather. Not much she could have done. Even got it in good there.
One big blind, we're now at 2,000, 4,000, 4,000.
Blinds do indeed go up to 2K, 4K. As we're inching really close to that money bubble. Again, top 26 do get paid. Should be right around 30 players left as things sit right now. Probably around 33 players if I had to throw out a guess. We'll see these 2 seats that are empty on this table fill up when we go down to 32 players. So that'll be a pretty good indication when we're getting even closer to the bubble spot. First place taken home over 7,400 in this event off the initial $200 buy-in.
Raise 12,008.
Still quite a ways to go till we get everybody sniffing that first place. Right now everybody's got their eyes on it, but we gotta get the money first and then from there find our way to the final table. So we did see Roger put in the raise here with 10-8 suited. Roger been playing pretty quiet, couple of limps, not a lot of raises. Allie put in max pressure. Again, you're going to see some of the bigger stacks apply that pressure as we inch closer to the bubble against a middle stack like Rogers. With 10-8 suited, can't imagine Rogers going to stick around. Be hard to stick around, period, with about a 13 big blind stack behind. Wow, Roger openly states, let's roll the dice, and gets it all in with the 10-8 suited. Didn't see it coming. Allie well in the lead with her ace-jack. Roger looking to improve. An 8 hits the flop, put Roger in the lead. Deuce on the turn. And a jack on the river is going to see Roger eliminated.
I thought you had it, I'll be honest. I was getting ready to just pay you.
As he rolled the dice and
Nice play, sorry.
almost found a huge double up. Instead, it's going to be Allie raking in a big pot and now taking over. Pretty hefty chip lead on this featured table. She's got the biggest stack of all the players that we see here. Should be losing a game momentarily, and see if any other big stacks get sent in or not.
He did say out loud, I will roll the dice.
I'd say that's roll the
I
dice.
was-
So I said, oh, dice roll, uh-oh.
Yeah.
We don't usually do good against the dice roll.
Got you one right here.
Dice roll now is just
Three.
usually like
I was
bang,
thinking
bang.
7.
I know, he's ready. I know. I can feel his presence. All four of his chips, I'm sure. He's just waiting, he's knitting it up just to be here. Like, I promise you, I can't wait. Abandoned his stack earlier so that he could aim to be here.
I wonder if there's an emoji for a dice roll. I'll look for it. I think Zach may have nailed it.
Nice. No way.
That's so funny.
It took me forever to figure out
Let's do it here. Table breaking in the background. We're down to 32 players left in the field. So just 6 away from finding our way to the min
It's always
cash.
great when we have 2 tournaments going, so we have tournaments on this side and over there. And people come over here, look at you're on that side. Or vice versa, they're over there just trying to look for something.
That's it.
Yeah, you're right. His name's Jeremy.
He's so unhappy. I
And put
Literally right by.
290.
We're like, we should just do video.
It'll be
right?
fine.
Oh, we should
And
have
I got Barbie.
phones. Otherwise, I would be. Trust me, I already would be all over. if I was on that
Boys
web
are
over.
coming in, and we had all the good.
I saw all the ladies in here.
I didn't do it. Good luck.
Baby, how are you?
Good, how about you?
Somebody's going to be coming in the table, getting situated. Going to be fun to see what the lay of the land looks like. Looks like a healthy amount of chips joining us.
Ours are bigger here. The digits.
Can you see him now?
Yeah.
Well, then, Jeremy, whenever you get a second, let me get a count for you.
Yeah. I'm right in
Ball on
between
the
two
night.
beautiful ladies. What the fuck? I won already.
We saw Jeremy there with a healthy chip stack, almost 300K.
You have his count ready or not?
Ali had everybody on this table dominated with just under 200.
How you been?
Suddenly a lot of chips joining us
Oh, is it my turn?
as the new players come in.
Chatting.
You're all good.
I'm good, thank you. Anybody need a drink? No?
Call in the board. Option. Check.
We're going to have a limped pot. Everybody's getting in here after
Gravy.
new to the table. Baby Shark limp initiated the first limp. Iron Blinds are happy to come along for cheap. Saw Cameron lead out from the small blind after flopping second pair. David, top pair, top kicker. Can't imagine he's going anywhere. Sure enough, he's just going to ship it in. He's praying Cameron's got a weaker 9. Cameron really giving us some thought with second pair here. Rainbow board. Nearing the money bubble. Can't imagine David's doing this. Too many hands. But Cameron did let it go. David happy to stack that pot. Pretty well timed. Big blind special. Good flop is could have seen Baby Shark open it with the ace 10.
How much you got?
221.
9 minutes.
I'd rather. I've been drinking.
You?
At this table?
What in the world?
I'm old enough though.
Are you sure?
I think we'll need to card him.
He gets carded every single time he comes in the building.
Yeah. I want to see it.
Board again.
I give them what they want, you know, get a chance.
Sounds like everybody's in this field having a couple of drinks. Fun event, 2-hour buy-in. Rungood Ambassador Bounty event. Kind of fun at table here. Everything I've seen on the outer tables has been enjoyable as well.
12,000 to go.
We saw it. Well, he opened it up with an ace. Oh, David, pocket 9s. Sitting on around 25 big blinds to start this hand. Play it safe, just put in the call. Electing not to 3-bet. Deb, gonna call with the 8-6. Hope to spike this flop. Instead, David's 9s are gonna stay best. Comes down to Queen 5 deuce. It's gonna check over to Allie. Let's see if she wants a continuation bet into 2 opponents or not. Is holding bottom pair. Backdoor spades with the ace of spades in her hand as well. And obviously the betting lead is the pre-flop raiser.
32K.
Going to lead right out. 3/4 pot size bet. Tough Tough spot for David. Second pair, a player behind, facing this big continuation bet. We're going to see him let go of the best hand in pocket nines. Allie's going to get away with one there.
I'm one of the Rungood ambassadors. And,
Show the smaller size. Would imagine David would have put in the call.
So when they invite me to do a stop with them, I feel like the least that I can do for the privilege of getting to come on a stop is come and like bring as much silly and fun as I can. So like I try to show up in costumes for the routine we're doing. I'm also like a total goofball anyways. Like I'll be here for the main in Care Bear's costume. I play all of my mains like that. And tail. Only the lucky ones get to squeak my tail. I love that. I have a couple different colors, but my favorite one's Wish Bear with the turquoise and blue. I think I brought pink and blue this time.
Nice.
Those are good colors.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Maggie.
Hey, I'm Robert.
Nice to meet you.
You also?
Well, there you have it. If you see a Care Bear in the field during the main event, we now know who it is. It's going to be Maggie.
Cool.
We're going to see another limp for Baby Shark. Second time he's limped in.
10,000 in the one.
Buzz going to go ahead and pick on the limper, raising it up with a Jack 10 suited. Looks like Allie's got a playable hand as she's thinking about it. Looks like a 3-bet is coming in.
He's 35,000.
Goes with 35,000 on that 3-bet with pocket queens. See if Baby Shark's gonna put his tournament life at risk with the ace tray suited or not. If they're limping in, it would be all in to call here. He's gonna fold, try to live another day. Back over to Buzz. Jack 10 suited, such a pretty hand. Let's see her put in the call, knowing she's probably up against a monster. So if she connects, she might find a double up. Flopping a gutter ball, that Jack 10. Queen 7-8 rainbow.
Check.
84K in the middle, 90K behind Buzz. Could see Allie just apply max pressure and jam it all in. Could find a small C-bet. Pretty much every option on the table. She is assembling
60,000.
60,000, committing it. Betting 2/3 of Buzz's stack.
All in and out from the one.
Buzz rips with the gutter ball and 2 overs. Gonna run into a monster when Allie flips over the pocket queens. New biggest hand that we've seen in terms of pot size on stream. Over $250,000 in the middle. So Allie all in at risk as a bounty. Allie in the lead with her pocket queens, looking to fade a 9 or running spades of some kind. His action's paused. They're waiting for announcements to come. Due to it being a bounty. All in, run out.
I know, exactly.
Alright, we got a bounty at risk. You have a bounty at risk? Yeah.
With 1
We
million
hear
hours.
it.
It's gonna come perfect here.
I'm on Team Maggie.
No,
All right,
I only need one
I'm just
perfect.
gonna say it loud.
Oh, we only
Bounty
need one
all in at
perfect.
risk. It is Maggie here at the live stream
Maggie
table.
Free massage from the significant other, it looks like.
Let's go, baby.
Maggie with the Jack 10 of spades. Facing pocket queens. Flop is already out.
No,
It
it's
is
not.
6, 7, 8 with 1 spade. Go ahead with that turn, Theo. Turn is a 6 of clubs.
Brick turn.
And the river coming out. Another 6. 6 is full of queens. Takes it down
down, girl.
and takes the bounty.
Allie scooping a huge pot. Gonna have over 350K in her chip stack to take the lead at this table. As Buzz Lightyear, the ambassador bounty Maggie, getting eliminated from this event. We'll see her again in a different costume, it sounds like, in the main event here this weekend.
It was the first one out.
Yeah, you gotta open the envelope.
Which means
We're gonna see what Allie wins with that mystery bounty.
100 bounty left. It is Chris Conrad.
Let's see your bounty.
Chris,
Let's do it. Let's do it. Wait, or let's see what the bounty is. Tournament loss.
GG's to Maggie, a.k.a. Buzz Lightyear. Thanks for coming out. Playing on the featured table. Just like that, we're down to about 30 players. Going to be closing in on hand for hand soon. This top 26 in this field do get paid. Got about 30 left. Allie, after that pot, probably going to continue putting those chips to work and applying pressure. It's worked out well so far. See RT open things up with a pair. Nobody with a playable hand yet. It's all the way around to the big blind, who is the short stack of this table, and he's got ace queen. Might see the all in here. Instead, just a call.
Heads up.
Leaving himself just 11K behind. The ace queen, 2 overcards to the 8-7-6 flop.
If you lose another player, please speak up. We will be pausing the spot for hand for hand.
Checks it over RT, who's just going to rip it in. Baby Shark with the baby stack behind. What's he going to do?
$100. $100 for my butt.
Looks like he's going to put in the tank and the fold. Baby Shark going to be probably the shortest stack in the field now. Gonna need to wake up with a monster and do it fast, or pray to hear of a couple knockouts in the background. As it sounded like we're 2 or 3 players away from being through the bubble. That's why things have kind of quieted down, gotten a little serious for a minute. Things tend to tighten up a little bit in these spots. Sure, they'll all come alive again once that bubble bursts. Now Allie getting right back to work. Ace-10 offsuit. Raising it up off the big stack at the table.
You missed me, that's all it was.
Cameron with ace-10 of his own, suited variety.
Keep a little hype over here, though. That's what it is.
Gonna put in the call. No reason to 3-bet. Against an under-the-gun open and against the bigger stack. And just kind of play it face up. Play pretty honest.
Well, ace-10 versus ace-10 right now.
Yeah, I like Allie's chances, though. Out of position, but being the player that can keep her foot on the gas with all the chips she has. Cameron can't do anything too crazy at this stage either.
Call, we got 3 players.
So it won't be heads up. RT was suited at queen 6, happy to come along.
Yeah, it's a queen high flop.
So good for RT. Welcome to the table. Here's top pair for you.
So on check around, Cameron is going to go ahead and fire up at
Fire at it.
Interesting.
I didn't think we'd see him get too crafty, just given his chip stack.
Yeah, oh boy. And RT with
Quick call, quick call.
a ton of chips. Well, turn card's going to keep him in there because flush draw and Broadway draw.
RT not going to check it over, though.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to let a free river card come off, and it's going to charge Cameron to chase that draw.
Board way too coordinated, so RT making it pricey, and a 8 on the river.
It's black, but not a spade. So Cameron whiffs, and he's going to be crippled down. Just 60K in his chip stack now. So he hasn't folded yet. Looks like he's having some fun with ace high. Be absolutely crazy, like 2 off of the money. He does find the fold.
Yeah, does let it go.
Maybe a non-believer, but can't do anything.
Yeah. I don't know why. For Rungood.
Oh, yeah.
What did you win?
Jesse's like telling me to fill it out. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, appreciate you guys being with us and hanging out with us for this Rungood Ambassador featured table that we have going. Playing to a final table, and then we'll have a
It is going to be small, big over here.
play to the winner.
That immediately.
We're not leaving.
Not leaving, not going anywhere.
See how this thing closes out. So action kicked off around 3 p.m. here on the East Coast. So we're right around 6 hours in, and probably got a good couple more hours to go. Been a fun field. Everybody in for 2 hours apiece. So a total of 202 entries.
Check. Heads up.
It's gonna be blind versus blind, limped pot. We
Jack.
don't know what RT's got, but Allie's got a flush draw.
Yeah, mystery hand versus flush draw. Now the board pairs. Flush draw doesn't look too appealing now. 6 on the river.
Let's see who wants to bluff at it first. How's that feel to it?
Yeah. RT is. Oh, okay. So he had ace 6. So
Ace was good.
ace
6 was good.
6 was good. Yeah.
Everything was good for him in that hand.
Now getting closer and closer to the money, by the way.
So it sounds like we're still 2 players away.
Yeah.
So we're not hand for hand yet.
Yeah, once we do get hand for hand, that'll be the bubble, and then whoever does get eliminated, everyone else remaining will be in the money.
Yeah, no, it's one of my favorite cities.
Which again, if you're watching on YouTube, you can type in ! Payouts. You'll be able to see the payouts for the final 9 when we do get to the 9-handed final table. If you're watching on Facebook, you can just check the pinned comment. You'll see it there.
Yeah, I'm in cash for 25th and 26th, $281.
There you go.
That'll be the first 2 payouts, but then after that it starts climbing over 300, then closing on 400. You know, roundabout. Obviously, it's more unique dollar amounts than that, but all the serious money is up top. Over 7K for first. Not bad for Tuesday night. $200 buy-in. Enough to be a nice chunk of change, but not so much. You have to take the event overly serious. You can have a drink or two, like we've seen most of the players on this table do. Another fun event. A little bit more laid-back atmosphere. That ladies' event tomorrow be on stream as well. Similar format, featured to final table.
Yeah, featured table will probably get going around 7:15, 7:20 tomorrow. That's what I think.
All right.
All into the 9.
So short stack all in with an ace. And Allie wakes up with kings on
Oh,
the button.
wow. Sheesh, king's on the button.
Her only wish is that he had more chips. There was an elimination on the outer table. If we see one here, might burst the bubble all in one moment.
Meanwhile here, yeah, Allie.
Obviously, he's going to be behind when Allie gets to flip over the kings. Just putting in a raise. Not completely trying to isolate, more for value, given how short this all-in is. You don't want to just flat and let the blinds come in for cheap. And race is going to get no action as blinds had squadouche. Allie in the lead with kings. Baby looking to spike an ace.
Well, that's why I was like, what?
The rest of the players in the field praying he doesn't. No offense to the player that bubbles, but everybody's happy to see that thing burst.
Oh, and an ace in the window, so
he's staying alive.
An opportunity for Baby Shark to
do.
Yep, and does.
Yep, finds the double and then some since the blinds let it go.
And for Allie, just a dent.
If you're going to take
just a
loss with kings to an ace, you want it to be against the micro stack.
Yes.
Like, got it out of my system for cheap. Beautiful. Like, they're going to happen.
Yeah.
I'll take my beats for 2 big blinds.
Yeah, that was just a brush, just a little brush against the
That's how you want it.
All right, so we are hand for hand now.
I want to take my 2 outers in the $60 tournament, not the $1,200 tournament. Spot variance is fun. So you heard the announcements there. We are hand for hand right now. So next player eliminated, getting $0. Everybody after that will be in the money.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it once. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But
Every table in the field will play 1 hand. If your table finishes before the others, you just hold up and wait. That way everybody is on equal footing at all the tables. Prevents, any annoying tanking on the bubble. So we saw RT raise up with 10-7 suited. You can see which player is going to attack some of these shorter stacks.
They have hoodies for $50. They have people play 70 and 100.
Debdo Not going to go down without a fight. Puts in the call. The queen 8 suited out of the big. She flops 8 high. 2 hearts on boards. RT with just backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draws. And only 1 over. See if he applies maximum pressure, and if he does, what Deb wants to do.
25,000.
She's just going to define her hand right now and be happy to kind of take it down, it looks like. Not put herself in an awkward spot against the big stack, maybe abusing the bubble.
Only because it's you.
And because I have 10 high.
No, I haven't.
That's why I know. That's why it's only because of you.
Thank you, babe.
All right, so action's held up here. We were just talking about there's any tables not complete on the outside. We're holding up action.
Yeah. So waiting for the rest of the hands to complete before we go on to the next one.
Wait,
If there's not an elimination.
That way everybody in the field plays 1 hand before moving on. Anybody just unfamiliar with TDA rules, clock is paused during hand-for-hand play.
Yeah, and if there's not an elimination that happens, you move on to the next hand. 2 minutes get taken off the clock.
Yeah, where there's no rush, no pressure, no worrying about if the other tables are playing fast or slow, just equal footing.
So there's a little bit of a pause.
Oh, there's elimination.
All right, the elimination happened. Wow. That was actually a relatively quick hand for hand.
And not on our table.
Not on our table.
I want to see the bloodshed. So, player eliminated on the outside. That means 26 players left in the field, all 26 locked up for a little bit of profit.
Yeah, huge there. So again, everyone that does make the money, congratulations to them. Appreciate that.
That means if you did a late reg and you're on the last bullet, then that last bullet just made money. So this is a genius move if you fired late
Absolutely.
in the end.
Congratulations to everyone.
Yes, sir.
Again, 26 players left now. Everyone in the money.
Yeah, pay jumps will happen pretty frequently. Every couple of players going out. The ladders aren't anything, I would say, crazy worth noting at this juncture. When we get down to the final 2 tables, start bringing them up, since right now those little pay jumps aren't going to affect the play too much.
Yeah. So, and also with that said, with it being 26 players remaining now, we are 2 away from having to do a rebalance of 24 players left.
If you bought it once.
Not a redraw, just rebalancing.
Oh yeah, a table breaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's say single day, no redraw, multi-day.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That's what I said, rebalance. Rebalance.
What about new balance?
That as well, yeah. New balance, it works too. I mean, yeah, we will have to do that as well.
So now it's all in time if you're short.
Yeah, and Baby Shark.
Happy to do it ace-10.
Had
one shipping a lot.
Had 1 double up already off of Allie when she had the pocket kings on the button. Yeah,
lucky.
Trying to do it again.
Very lucky he didn't bubble this event.
Yep.
Spiking the ace, so can he spin it up? As RT did put in the call with 7s. He's going to have to fade at least a coin flip.
So he just called, right?
You do expect quite a few knockouts here. Usually when the bubble bursts, you'll see a quick little flurry of knockouts as some of the shorter stacks held on, make it in the money.
And Jeremy,
now it's moving time.
What?
So,
6-9? Yeah.
classic race, RT's pair, Baby Shark's 2 overs.
All right, pocket 7s versus ace 10.
No, ace 9. No, don't try me like that.
So here we go. Let's go ahead and see the board.
Well, there's 7.
Wow. Set of 7s
What a
for
gutter
RT.
ball.
Gutter ball. Oh, wow. And
Pointless
now,
ace.
yep. There we go. Our first elimination, Baby Shark. Well, we didn't have the elimination on the hand for him, but we do have an elimination
By
here.
waiting 2 hands, he made $281.
This is true, yeah.
That was a $281 ace he spiked.
Absolutely. So congrats. Well, there we go. At least Baby Shark in the money.
I hope
Let's stick it down.
Eliminated there, GG's. Didn't stick around too long, but
That's how you play 7.
Only because it's you.
That's right. That's how you play 7.
Damn right, that's how you play it. It's called walking sticks for a reason.
That's funny.
fun, lively feature table here.
Oh, this table's been fantastic.
Yeah, love it.
As far as like tournament tables go, like as far as entertainment goes, this has definitely been one of the ones that's been like the most personable one.
Everybody's fun up here.
Yeah, generally love the ambassador events for that.
He's good. He's a good dude. He's actually really, really good player.
Hey, can I still get that Ruben? No Ruben? Double price.
keeping on. Love it.
See Jeremy limp in with the Jack 7 suited small blind versus big blind.
Heads up, guys.
Two of the bigger stacks at the table. Blind versus blind here.
There it is.
Mike, there's a missing card.
Peekaboo.
Check.
Jeremy checks it. RT's going to bet spare nines. Out flopping Jeremy here.
And the volt.
Not much going on for Jeremy as he quickly lets it go.
Button is good.
We'll lose. Another table on the outer skirts, not too far away. So we saw one elimination, just takes one more to go down to 24 players. Just like that, we'll be down to 3 tables already. Feel like it's been moving along pretty quickly. Guess having fun on this featured table will help do that too. Speed things up. Let's get thrown on Jeremy's button with pocket nines. Happy to raise things up.
Raise 12,000.
Let's go with a 3 big blind open, raising it to 12K over the 4K big blind. Flat size, neither blind sticking around.
That's good.
If he kept it to a min click, we might have seen Ali come along with Jack 7 suited, but for the 3X open, not worth the price of admission. Now with the 1 and 8 seed eliminated for right now anyway. You got the 3 players. Jeremy, RT, and Ali all in a row there. In terms of action, they're 3 of the bigger stacks in this field. All 3 well over the average ship stack. All kind of going to be running into each other until some other players fill in those empty seats. Pretty dreamy if you're Ali, sitting in position against the 2 people with as many chips as you.
Yeah.
Frustrating if you're Jeremy though, that seat draw.
Ali on the small blind with 10 tray.
Raise at 12.
Gonna go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Pressure on Cameron.
Yeah.
And by raising it to 3 blinds there, it's just a price where he's either all in or fold. Given his chip stack size. It's like, okay, I'll just take the free dead money, or you can ship it and I'll fold.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If you started with 25K or whatever.
Tell Cameron's muck there, he's looking a little frustrated.
Yeah.
He liked to get in the mix early.
He did.
And he has been card dead as all can be for the last level and a half.
And then they got into that one hand where his stack got crippled a bit.
And that might have been part of that frustration. Stuck around with ace-10 a little bit longer and a little bit more aggressive than he needed to be. At the same time, he turns so much equity, so.
Yeah.
6 hours into play, you know, you start getting a little frustrated if you've had a lot of bumps in the road.
Pocket jacks for RT here in the cutoff.
Beautiful.
Raise 17,000.
It's on the raise to 17. A little over pot size.
Blinds did just go up to 3-6, so it is between 2 and 3 big blinds. Not a crazy open, given that new big blind amount.
So you're just going to take the dead value there.
And I mean, once he gets his raise through Ali's button, I mean, it's 2 of the shorter stacks in the blinds. Nothing they can do but play whatever their cards kind of dictate. No wiggle room to get creative.
Right up there with like 10.
Again, guys, just a reminder for the rest of the live stream schedule for this week. Of course, the women's event tomorrow, feature the final. They'll get going around 7:15, 7:20
Sit all in.
tomorrow.
Sit all in.
No.
Do me like that?
I'm over here whispering it. I'm over here whispering it.
I heard a key word.
Ali here, the ace queen. Yep, targeting.
Just looked up at the tournament clock there.
Yeah.
Remember what the big blind is.
Tell me to shut the hell up.
18,000.
Yep, raise it up to 3 big blinds. And here's Cameron.
Yeah, Cameron gonna go ahead and put it all in here.
Well
King,
timed.
queen.
Looks like a monster. Fortunately, he's going to run into being well behind. Being dominated. But Allie holding a better queen and ace queen. Cameron needs a king.
Yeah,
for tournament life.
And you're Cameron. Oh.
That's how it goes sometimes. You wait, and you wait, and you wait, and then you're like, yes, crap.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do.
Oh, that's a queen high flop. A king and only a king.
Oh,
a little equity.
Oh my gosh. Insult to injury. Hitting trips on the river. And
trips on the river, and Allie.
He's like, oh, trips and I still lose. That seems fair.
Yep. That's tough.
Another elimination for Allie.
Wow.
She's making quick work of this table.
She is. And listen, Allie, tons of poker tournament experience for one Allie. And
Cameron getting eliminated there. We'll be down to 3 tables, which means 24 players left.
Yep, the rebalance is going to be happening soon here.
Yes, ma'am. I feel like every time I play the mystery bounties, I never bust anybody. No, I'm not complaining.
No, I know.
I'm just
If
making
you
it.
were, I'd come over there and bonk you on the head.
You know about it. You know me too well.
The
Is that
banner.
a threat? Is that a threat? we got a player threatening somebody over here.
Not to bonk you on the head. Boop. Yep.
22.
For some reason in my mind, I just pictured her doing it with flowers. Like,
Mhm.
So RT got to open the suited wheel ace and ace 4 of hearts.
I'm so sorry about that.
Paying attention.
I'll try harder next time.
Okay, please.
Promise.
This table has been fun.
Oh yeah.
Right, Miss Debbie, you're based if you want them anyway, right?
Jeremy with 2 suited Broadway cards. Can't imagine he's going to be folding. Just a question of raise or call of the big blind. Happy to put in that call. These are 2 huge stacks in this field. Colliding on this flop as it comes down 10-7, 4-2 diamonds.
Wow, yeah, flush draw for Jeremy.
And flush draw 2 overs to RT's bottom pair. RT going to c-bet.
And this board's pretty coordinated.
And firing out 30K into 50. So 60% pot. Jeremy going to call.
Yeah.
So pot ballooning up over 100K in the middle as they head off to the turn.
Now 10 pairs the board. Flush draw looking less appealing now.
Not exactly a card for either player to really be too happy about or smiling at, though. Jeremy's going to rep it.
Yeah,
looks
he
like.
is. Jeremy going to try to use that card to his advantage.
Interesting lead here. Really repping that 10. Saying, okay, if you have an over pair, I can have the 10s and you can't as often. So plan A, bluff. Plan B, spike a diamond on the riv. Yeah, it's good to have 2 plans. The bluff's going to work.
It does. Look at that. RT now joins the over 300K club.
300K club. I like that club. I want to be in that club.
It's a good club.
I'm going to
From
try.
what I heard.
I'm going to try.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not bad. It keeps things moving a little bit more, doesn't it? You know, people aren't as distracted.
Force them to chit chat, threaten bonking on the head.
It's like playing in like 1998 or something.
The bonk on the head comment was fantastic.
It's more social, I like it.
What is it? 4?
Yeah, 6.
For you, it's 6. For me, it's 4.
That's what story of my life.
So, you know, making sure everybody's on the same page. That's probably what's most important here.
Oh, Dad, pocket 10s on the button.
Yeah, about 12 big blinds in her stack.
Yeah.
Just a question of all in or small raise. Both options are valid. Just go with the all in.
It says all in.
That's what you would do with some of your weaker hands, like you know,
and Jeremy ace
weak
king
aces.
in the small blind.
Yeah, he'll be going nowhere, and we're gonna have another classic flip in a tournament. Tell me if you've seen a flip in a tournament before. You better be careful, Jeremy. If you knock her out, she might bonk you on the head.
Yeah, don't bonk her on the head, and Jeremy is going to go ahead and rejam.
Yeah, went with the ISO shove.
I'm all out, baby.
All right, big blind getting out of the way. CRT did fold a king.
Deb, I think you're in it. I like it for you, Miss Deb.
The table roots for her. I think even Jeremy said good luck.
Ooh,
Well,
wow.
Now she doesn't want to hit a 10 as
No,
comes down Queen Jack.
Yeah, avoid the 10 at all
And needs to
costs.
fade a diamond now. And does on the river. Fades the whole deck.
Wow,
Deb
what?
with the double. She's going nowhere. Where's she going? Nowhere. Huge double up for Miss Deb.
Man, Deb was wearing her dodging shoes on that one. Literally dodged everything.
That's going to put her a little over 25 big blinds, which is a very healthy amount in the tournament.
Yeah, that's big for her. Wow.
Yeah, not a huge dent to Jeremy, but a huge get up for Deb. She's just one double. She's just one double away from that 300K club we were talking about.
I mean, especially with your guys' section.
Yeah, looks like, yeah, we're getting all the
Moving
new
time,
players
moving time.
in. Yeah. Oh, I see WC. I see Wayne. Into the table. Oh, we got Gary. Oh, no. Oh, let the jokes fly.
Yeah, here it comes.
Yep.
In case we didn't have enough characters to this table, a few more coming in.
Oh, yeah, especially Gary. Gary's at least 4 characters.
It's gonna be your big blind. Only 4 for you though, right? Yeah.
Oh, Greg, excuse me. I don't know why I was calling him Gary. Greg, excuse
I
me.
was wondering, I'm like, which one's Gary?
No, Greg. I meant Greg. Sorry, Greg.
You don't want to get his name wrong, man. He has nothing to mess with.
Gary might be one of the characters. Sorry, Greg. I don't know why I was thinking Gary.
He'll forgive you.
Yeah.
So 24 players remain of the 202 total we had in this event. Again, a little over 7K up top for first. Right now, everybody's got a couple $100, 300 and change locked up.
Oh, wow. All right, David, pocket kings.
Yeah. Easy all in on the short stacks, 10 big blinds.
Yep.
It's like, please call. Somebody please call. RT is reaching for chips. Don't know his cards yet.
He's got a mystery hand.
Well, it's a super mystery. Looks like he was unaware of the all-in.
I'm so sorry, man.
So he thought he was calling the big blind, and didn't realize there was an all-in. So he's going to fold to have to forfeit a little bit of extra chips due to the misclick.
Yep.
Now he's going to fold the big, and David gets an extra half a big blind thanks to the mistake
Thanks
there.
to the, misclick and,
Oops.
Yep. Called an error. Thought he was calling the big blind, but did not realize that.
He had a small blind limping hand, not an all-in calling hand.
Yeah.
Two very different things.
Wow, Greg's got a ton of chips in front of him, too.
He does that sometimes.
Yeah. Greg's made a few final tables on our live stream before. Also, I do appreciate when he's wearing the Wu-Tang shirt.
That's why I said he's nobody to mess with.
Nobody mess
Get
with.
his name
yeah.
right.
Greg, I apologize. I will apologize numerous
He'll
times.
do more than bonk you in the head.
Yes, yes, he would.
He's never putting me on shit.
I think you did realize how much you had fun.
God, I wish guess we wish we knew the hand they're talking about. Sounds like the last hand from the table that broke. Ah.
One day we'll have cameras put on the other tables so we get to see and do like a picture-in-picture.
Sounds good to me.
One day. Oh, wow, and Wayne, welcome to the table, pocket queens.
He heard this feature table was a ladies' full table. And raise with the queens.
Ooh, Alley Queen 9 and small blind, letting that go.
Wayne did go with a large size. 5 big blinds. Third of his chip stack here.
And Greg with ace 10.
He's like, ugh. So why couldn't you min click? I could call.
He is. Looks like he is. It's still gonna.
I say Greg.
Yeah.
Might be chip leading this event right now. He says, let's gamble. He was closing in on $500,000 in chips.
That's a lot. And it's a king high flop. All diamonds, too.
So Craig's 10 of diamonds is alive. He doesn't know that. And isn't feeling overly happy, but he's going to apply max pressure. It's going to work.
Oh, yeah.
So there we go. Greg coming in. He's blasting, baby.
And now, as you said, he's got over $500,000 in front of him.
He's 80 big blinds deep. This late in a tournament is pretty absurd.
See, everybody was playing nice. Now you came, now it's getting live.
Now Wu-Tang forever now.
Wu-Tang forever.
Allow the fun to begin.
Different kind of fun. It went from, went from drinking discussion fun to aggression action fun.
10-4 diamond.
Yep, and Allie obviously said, "Yep, now let the real fun begin."
Bring it on.
Yep.
I want to.
Oh, Allie's always ready.
Well, that's the beauty of this kind of event, you know. If you win the thing outright, it's a nice chunk of change, but
yeah,
the ladders don't mean that much. You want to you embrace the variance. You're trying to take the thing down outright. It's not, well, if I make, you know, like some of those bigger main events, well, if I make the final, it's life-changing side of money. This is just play to win.
Yeah.
So you want all the action.
Yeah, just have fun.
Like, we have a lot of chips, and I want them, so let's gamble.
That's what I was thinking right now.
It's so weird. Every time the song plays, I'm like, yeah, it's so
He was looking for that sound.
No, it's this particular.
The only thing that's missing is just in the background you hear Buffalo.
Like literally.
The cigarette smell was missing for me.
You know, they were asking me,
Oh, okay.
but we didn't have plans to like that.
I was just saying, I remember talking to you last year.
Well, folded all the way around to Allie's button, who just was welcoming the action.
Yeah,
she's opening it up, going to make some of that action happen.
She is.
I mean, an ace on the button. Easy
Oh,
open.
and Greg with ace queen.
Jeez. 3-bet incoming for sure.
And these are two of the bigger stacks battling at the table too.
Fresh off of what is now his second hand at the table.
Oh, and David's got 9s at a big blind, but he's gonna have to let this go.
It might be an all-in. I mean, we just saw Greg
Oh yeah,
pull
that's
off a huge
right.
bluff.
Yeah, no, yeah. The fact
It's
that
also-
David's a short stack too.
It's a button open, which is light. Greg's 3-bet could be light.
Yeah.
9s might be too strong.
Yeah, you're right.
Knowing how your opponents are thinking.
Yeah, man, it is all in. Yeah, good call. Yeah, I didn't realize how short David was too.
It's also a lot different when it's Greg 3-betting, which I know we've only seen him for 2 hands on stream, but his reputation precedes him, versus some of the tighter players that were here previously 3-betting.
Ooh, 9s are okay for now.
Safe on the turn, just needs to fade the ace or queen.
He does. Wow, now nice
double
double up there for David. Staying alive. Yeah,
It's not the most fun jamming those 9s in. It's the, like, in this formation I have to. It's not, oh, I know I'm good. But,
yeah,
that's why you have to, because now doubling up to 25, 30 bigs, it's huge. We got through Allie's raise has added money to that pot, so it's more than a full double. Not much you can do.
Yeah. Also, Shane, good to see you in the YouTube chat. Also, Lionel, good to see you as well. Hopefully, you guys are doing well.
Thanks everybody joining in, hanging out. We got about 22, 23 players remaining in this field.
Same hand, that's what it was. Yeah.
These guys are coming in right as the post-bubble burst. We had 26 players get paid, and we are now in the money. And we got some action on this table.
6 to go. Yeah. Have you ever been to a casino? That's like the #1 slot machine everyone plays. Yeah.
Well, Buffalo and that other one, what's that?
It's the most fun.
One with the yellow balls.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't think of it. Raise 12 in the 8. No, it's some like Asian theme.
Yeah.
See the ace-10 open, ace-queen, electing to call, doesn't 3-bet it.
And I was 1 away from winning 62,000.
I'm a Wheel of Fortune kind of guy.
Right at 140.
Now action over to Greg. King 10 on the button.
that guy that hit
We've seen him get frisky before. Is he going to do it again?
At a Monopoly. Wheel of Fortune.
What Wheel of Fortune? Yeah, I saw it.
Biggest hit in 40.
That's
I
just
saw
a
David
call.
Like 1.2 million. And,
David with 9s again.
When I was there, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning.
What is it? I'm sorry?
12,000.
But we just slapping stuff on the spin wheel.
Such an awkward chip stack size. Right around 30 bigs. Hard to 3-bet.
Dude he was standing by that.
Kind of an all-in squeeze or just call. And he's going to just call it.
Oh, yeah, because
So 4 ways we
Did
go.
they try not to give it to him or something?
Well, I don't know, man. All I know is we started the 11 o'clock tournament, and they were still there at the 6 o'clock tournament.
you know, later on that night. He was still standing.
Came down 8-6 deuce.
Yeah.
David with the overpair.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to step out and try and steal it. 2 multi-way.
I'm gonna start a tab right now.
You keep looking at that machine and I'll just be over here playing on it.
Now that action check through. David's got to know his 9s are best. He's going to bet out for value, betting 1/3 pot.
While you're doing all that, can you set my reservation?
Literally, that's what I'm saying. I'm just gonna book my room, lie down.
I'll be another month. Give me that month deal.
This full rainbow board. Nobody with a draw. Looks like everybody's just going to let it go one by one.
You hit that big on slots, you probably got caught in everything for, you're probably good for another month yourself, a year. Yeah. Like
So back-to-back pocket 9s, back-to-back pots for David. This one not as big as the last, but
Hard Rock, you get Dustin for playing poker.
I mean, the fact that it was raised pre and 4 waves of the flop was pretty sizable.
It's cheaper if I was a Florida resident than having a Hard Rock card. I was like, geez, bro.
Yeah, Hard Rock's
Hard Rock's crazy expensive, bro.
South Florida and everything's super expensive there.
Yeah.
So to be fair, like, kind of supply and demand in the area.
Again, once again, thanks everybody tuning in, watching us here in this $200 buy-in Rungood Ambassador Bounty event. Here on our featured table action as we watch Wayne put in the raise of pocket 8s. 10-7 suited for RT. One of those hands looks pretty, but Wayne off the short stack, and Allie waking up with pocket kings again. Last time they got cracked by a short stack. This time, let's see if they can hold. It's just a question of what 3-bet size she goes with.
Raise 30K.
She goes small, trying to induce some action. Only 30K, especially given how short Wayne's chip stack is. She's giving pretty much all the rope to keep him involved. No, don't need to go big. Deb with the discipline lay down. Folding king, queen out of the small blind. As we see Wayne ask for the counts. Here it's only 16K more. And looks like he is coming along, putting in the call. He's only going to have 45K behind, and there's 75 in the middle. It's going to take quite the flop to get away from it. Let's see if he can. See if Allie can hold with her kings this time around. She does when the flop comes down. Queen 9 tray. Wayne's going to check it over. Don't know what her number is, but she's going to count to 6 and then stick it all in. Putting out a bet for more than Wayne's stack, and he's going to let go of the pocket 8s. Kind of fortunate for him that he saw 2 overcards on this board. If he got a safe flop, he probably had to go with it. Allie going to stack another pot. She's closing in with 400K in her stack now.
When I saw like the scrolling in the bottom. That's probably just the one person. Oh, okay. Yeah, it could be like the radio version. Yeah, he has a good voice.
We got an under the gun open shove from Wayne. Suited ace, definitely worth ripping it in here, given his chip stack of right around 8 big blinds. So far he's getting through the big stacks. A lot harder to get looked up by some of the middling stacks once you get through Allie and Greg. RT in the 2, Allie in the 3, and Greg in the 4. 3 of the bigger stacks at this table. Only bigger stack on the right side right now has been Jeremy. Although David and Deb recently acquired some of their own. Get a little bit of life. Jeremy looking down at Queen 8. Not going to be able to stick around, and now just got in the big blind. Has to let go of his junk. Wayne shove getting through.
Get the rest of your chips.
So after that steal of the blinds, Wayne's going to be in the big. Two of the shorter stacks in the big blind, both of them over 10 big blinds deep. Or, well, I guess Wayne's still sub at 10 big blinds, but not by much.
No, no, you did not. Yeah, okay.
But two of the shorter stacks in the blinds this hand. We'll see if one of the bigger stacks will push him around, especially if it folds around a Jeremy's button. Can't imagine he would fold too many hands. We'll see if it comes to that. We've seen Greg reaching for raising chips after looking down at 10-9 offsuit. He's going to keep his foot on the gas here every chance he gets, it looks like. Got the min click, making it 12K to go. He's going to have the power position regardless now as players behind fold around the blinds. Scott, though, looking down at a premium, pocket tens. Double fist, all in, all day. It's Greg asking for a count. Be in absolutely rough shape if he puts in the call.
60, 75, 78.5.
78.5.
78.5.
13 big blind shove. 11 more bigs for Greg to call. Probably going to be a little too pricey to gamble, even though he clearly wants to. A lot of times your 10-9 would be live against two overcards. Ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack. This would be the absolute worst-case scenario.
No. Like 265. Don't worry about me, Greg. I'm not. What's going on here?
I do the same thing.
Singling me out over here.
I was doing the same thing. I'm like, wait, no, I just watched that.
I was very confused. Greg's already on the next hand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's always a
lot of
step ahead.
chess.
There's always a step ahead.
That's like 17 steps ahead. At minimum.
Just gotta know if I lose this
I
one,
actually was like,
I'm
wait,
still
do you
covering.
have cards? I was like, hold on.
He was backing me though. That's what he
Yeah.
was. He was one of the people backing me too.
So fold did come in, and everybody gets a chuckle. Been a fun table. Been a fun event overall. Allie under the gun, ace jack. Be coming in for the raise.
17 to go.
Now 10-9 suited for Greg. He's happy to take this hand to a flop as he puts in the call.
6, fold 7, 17 to go. Fold 8, fold 9, fold 1.
Everybody clears out until he gets to RT. Thought about putting in the call out of the big blind for only 9K more, but 6 trade, just too weak. Allie flops top pair when it comes down ace, queen 8. 2 clubs on board. Allie holding that ace of clubs. Greg does have a gut shot straight draw, looking to hit Allie's jack. You see Allie put out the continuation bet. Goes a little bit less than half pot, 22K into the 49. Greg could be tempted to peel here. Hope to hit his gut shot, as well as maybe represent clubs if he misses. See how nefarious he wants to be. just going to let it go. Given the fact that the ace of diamonds on board isn't one of the clubs, there's always a chance he'd be running into player with top pair and flush draw. I think we might have seen him peel if it was ace of clubs, queen of clubs, eight of diamonds, for example.
Oh, good.
But Ali v. Greg seems to be something that's going to develop into a pretty common battle on this table. Is we're settled in for the duration, and I think both of them want to be settled in for that duration as well. They'll be sitting side by side the whole way until the final table. Obviously, once we get to the final 9, there will be a redraw for the final table seating arrangement. We watch Wayne grip it and rip it with an ace from the button. No reason not to with 8 big blinds. Happy to take it down uncontested. That looks to be what's going to happen. Is neither of the blinds can stick around. Picking up a little bit of life.
I think it's after next one.
Things have quieted down a little bit on this table. It was very, very talkative for a while. Now they still are, intermittingly, but...
Yeah, but now that everyone's in the money,
well,
kind of getting a little serious now.
Man, everybody at this table's... There's a decent amount of chips at this table, so you're in contention for sure. If you have a chip stack and you have this many other chip stacks at your game, a little bit different than, you know, we're all just kind of hanging out, hoping to make it in. And definitely something to be said about the tougher the table, the more you're going to kind of quiet down and pay attention a little bit more. And there's definitely been some increased aggression. Which means you just got to focus in that little bit extra. All right, Greg's breaking the tension. Let's go. Walking is healthy.
Is it a walk-in tournament?
It'll be fun. You're all in, that's not all your trips. What if I want to count now? Just campaign and you know what? No, I really should, shouldn't
I feel like these two could start a podcast. It would be awesome. Allie and Greg in the afternoon.
What is it? I'm sorry.
That way when you go on your walks, because they're healthy, you can listen in, you know?
That actually has a pretty good radio name to it, like the Allie and Greg show or something like that.
Did you not hear walking is healthy?
Do you remember the walking and then I didn't walk, I ran, which is actually healthier, and then you cut off my steps. So really, my health is way better.
4,000, 8,000
See how we
blinds.
sort that out?
We will take a break at the end of this level.
So there you heard. Blinds will be up next hand. This hand was already underway, so next hand they are going to go on up.
We'll also be going up the purple chips at the end of the
Or no, they did get it in this hand, so 8K big blind, the new number.
50, 5-0.
We're going to watch Deb. Open for about a third of her stack, kind of dictating to the table. Let's get it all in if you want to play with her pocket nines. Oof, we got an all in. It's RT ripping it. And he's got a monster in 10s.
Yikes,
This
10
could be
versus 9.
disaster for Deb.
Yeah, it could be.
Pair v pair, and she's pipped. We got Greg actually putting some thought in here. It means he's got to have a decent hand facing this huge all-in from RT. And it's over 30 big blinds on RT's ISO shove. If Greg somehow gets involved here, it might let Deb off the hook. But take a pretty big hand from Greg. I can't wait to see what he has. I feel like he's got to have something like ace-queen. Oh, king-queen, king-queen. offsuit. Just asked for the chip count to make sure he wasn't crazy.
Meanwhile, David, Jack 5, gonna have to let this go, and
now Dave's gonna stick it all in and
shrugging like, all right, well, here we go.
see the bad news. She's pipped by 1. So close. She's like, why can't you have 8s?
All because it's you.
Were you in the blender?
And here we go, 10s versus 9s. Deb looking to spike the set and stay alive. Well, that's not it at all. No backdoors either.
9 and only a 9 to do it for Deb. Needs it here. Does not come.
Not hit on the river. GG's to Deb. A lot of blast having her here on the featured table today.
Oh, absolutely.
I was hoping she would stick around to the end and bop some more people on the head.
And I think I speak for everyone when I say Miss Deb is by far one of our most favorite people in the room.
I think so. Yeah. I haven't seen a single person say otherwise.
Yeah.
No, been playing, working here for 13 years. I never heard a person say a negative thing.
Never.
But GG's. Alaskan in the chat asking how many people bought in. We had a total of 202 entries in this event, creating a prize pool of $32,320 off the $200 buy-in. This kicked off around 3 p.m. here on the East Coast, so around 6.5 hours ago. Top 26 did get paid as we're down to about 21 players remaining at this point. Everybody with about 300 locked up so far. Next pay jump gets them up to 360. And then from there, we'll start jumping a little bit nicer, about 100 at a time, as we ladder up through the final 3 and 2 tables. So we creep to the final, all culminating in a first place prize of $7,487. It's Greg. Seems to be his favorite hand on this table so far. 10-9 suited again.
27.
Happily putting in the raise from the button. You see Greg do that with a lot of hands, and 10-9 suited is a great one to do it. David with pocket 4s out of the small blind. Tough to find the 3-bet with the hand. Never fun navigating out of the small blind with the hand. We're going to see him just take the more passive route and fold. And as soon as Jeremy lets it go behind, you hear the groan of, Okay. Now I want to play the 4s. It's always tough.
Yeah.
As things stand right now, none of the ambassador bounties remain on this table. We had quite a few earlier. We saw them eliminated. I believe there's 1 bounty left in the field in the background. We'll have to wait for quite a bit before table breaks, and maybe, just maybe, he'll sneak over here. We got a 1 in 3 shot. Come on to it. Oh.
Take a look.
Set mine, see if
Hang's coming.
Yeah, it's not going to be a cheap.
3, 4, 6.
Greg and David over there discussing that last hand. David saying, I'm going to stuck around 4s, and Greg saying, I would have put you to the test. He's not lying. He would have.
When you were asking him what chips he had, I'm like, come on, Allie. I'm like, I think Allie's closer to you.
Allie's a few steps down the line.
Why is that?
I'll let you get a little bit more money, a little more confidence.
Okay. Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Got it.
Take some more chips off people to keep it easier for me.
Oh.
It's like a fairy tale.
It's like a fairy tale.
It's like the most polite trash talk. I'll let you beat the other guys before I beat you.
Say though, fairy tales aren't real, and there's no such thing as a happy ending.
Well, David will be looking for a happy ending to this fairy tale with ace queen. Put in the raise.
Scott with queen jack in the small blind.
Tough stack size to navigate, but he's going to put in the call to Broadway cards. Seeing How many opens we've seen on this table? Hard not to be tempted to stick around, and both players hit the queen.
Wow.
David's is far in the lead, though. King on board. Might save Scott some chips, though. David fires out the continuation bet.
Sounds like it was a bet of 35K.
Yeah, just over half pot size continuation bet. Scott debating calling one street here. He committing a pretty large chunk of the stack.
Yeah, it would.
Stack if he does.
Be a little more than a third of it. That'd be committed.
But he's going to put in that
He
call.
is, wow. Wow.
Thinks David could be c-betting a lot of hands. And his queen might be in the lead.
Now an ace peels off.
Yeah, that's but Scott rips it.
Oh, whoa!
I thought that might save him, but
wow.
He ripped it, adding the Broadway draw, hoping David didn't hit the turn, but he did. So
Yeah,
David way in the lead. Scott hoping to spike a 10 in Broadway.
Doesn't come.
Not it.
Wow, just one off. Whew. And David, wow, big hand for him.
David's
and,
made a heck of a comeback.
Yeah, he has.
He's on the short stack side of things. He had to put in that light all in. Well, I wouldn't say light, but uncomfortable all in with the 9s earlier. Now he's spun it all the way up to what is probably an average stack in this field with about 20 players left.
Yeah, and he's actually in the territory along with Ali and Greg and RT as well.
So yeah, this table's pretty deep, all things considered. I mean, Wayne's short, and everybody else that was short got eliminated.
Wow.
I mean, it's just the sharks eating the fish, it seems like, in terms of chip stack sizes. Big stacks accumulated the small stacks.
That is a crazy discrepancy.
You don't see that on a tournament table too often.
No.
But every middling stack just got absorbed.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And Wayne, man, sheesh, he's gonna have to navigate through this one.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Some rough waters.
Yeah, it'll be a little tumultuous.
Yes.
There's not a single person you can push around with everybody sitting super deep.
Oh man.
But I mean, still, definitely a nice comeback by David. Feels like just not too long ago he was down to 10 bigs, and now he's got all that breathing room. You find that first double up, anything can happen, and it seemed to be the case for him. As here we go again, gets to put in another raise. Well, RT waking up with a bigger hand, better ace in the big blind. He's going to put in the call of ace-jack. David's ace-10 suited.
Heads up, guys.
David does have the benefit of the betting lead and position, though. And now the benefit of flopping a flush draw.
Wow. Big flop for David.
6 high, flopping 2 over the social. But we see a huge lead out from RT here.
Yeah, I guess with the board being as coordinated as it is.
Favors the big blind defend range more than the opener's range. You can have all the pocket 5s, pocket 6s, 5, 6, 7, 8. David's putting in that call, and this pot's ballooning up quick.
And bang, just like that, the nut flush.
And RT going to slow down and check it. I thought he
Yeah.
was reaching for chips at first, and I'm like, oh my gosh. He's going to tell a story.
Now the 6 pairs the board.
Oh, he does fire it. I was like, the 6 is a card he fires. Oh, man, and David snapped it.
Wow!
RT didn't think David would have a flush when he checks back that river.
Oh my gosh.
And if you assume the player doesn't have a flush, then you can have all the 6s out of that big blind, and you can't have a 6 if you're David. So RT tried to rep the 6, and David says, doesn't matter, buddy. I got a flush, and snapped it to chip up to 650K.
But what a huge hand.
He's got like 85 big blinds. Just huge stack all of a sudden for David.
Remember when we were talking about how David was the short stack a bit ago? Now he's the chip leader at this table.
Welcome to tournament poker, baby.
Sheesh.
Nice hand.
That was sick.
Wow.
Just a nasty river card for RT.
Yeah.
Maybe he could have fired a smaller amount, but it was a great card to bluff. So as soon as it fell, it was like, uh-oh, that could get him in trouble. And it went snap, snap, snap so fast, could barely even get it out.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a massive, 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 massive hand that was.
Yeah. Probably biggest of the event so far.
Yes. Yes.
650K in his chip stack. That's crazy. So there's some fun happening at the outer tables. We're not the only ones enjoying a friendly game, it sounds like. So this whole field's been pretty fun.
I'll take the heat, sure.
Oh, Lucas saying, what's up, best bet? Lucas, I hope you tuned in 1 minute ago and saw the biggest pile of the tournament so far. Just had the doozy. If you missed it, just hit rewind by about 1 minute. And then just fast forward right back to us. So it was a big one.
Huh? Yeah.
So we still have 3 tables still going in this event. We're here on the featured table. About 20 players left in the field. Just saw the biggest pot of the tournament so far. And here's another open jam from RT. I do suited. Whew. Now Lucas asking, did Nikki make the comeback on the final table? Nikki ended up coming in 2nd place in that event 1. He got it all in good and got 3 outed, I believe, to end it. When they were heads up for all in about the same chip stack size too. Seems like every year Nikki is finishing her 2nd or 3rd on these televised events.
Most people are, I'll be honest.
Did make a heck of a run. Our event 1 coverage was live on Sunday night. It was a lot of fun watching that final table. Hopefully the final table tonight will be just as enjoyable. I feel like it will be, given how fun this field's been. Well, blind versus blind, Allie and Greg have been battling a good bit. They ain't stopping anytime soon as we see Allie put in the raise with the King 10 suited.
Walking, remember?
What's Greg want to do with 8-6? Yeah, I was thinking about it, but yeah, lets it go.
That may or may not have been my good card. Gotta show you sometimes. Or you don't believe me.
No, I believe you.
I mean, it's not like you can't go back and look, you know what I mean? Getting your hands out when we're on break inside of 14 minutes and you're not back with your hands. I'm no dummy.
I never go back.
Hold it. All in and out for the 1.
Weighing the table short stack off of 5 big blinds, ripping it all with suited connectors. No reason not to. Gets to David's big and snap call with ace jack. So Shorty versus the big stack. Wayne looking to improve, double up and stay alive. David looking to extend his chip lead. And well, ace for David, hearts for Wayne, and heart on the turn. No heart on the river to redraw for David, and Wayne's going to find that much needed double up. It's going to put him a little over 10 big blinds again. Saw David make a comeback from around a 10 big blind stack to probably be chip leader of the field in about 1 hour, so anything's possible.
Last 10 minutes, and more exhausting than the first 2 hours.
What's happening? Conrad wants to be at this table so bad. He's like, I was paying to be there all the day. He's so funny. He just wants to come over and take my chips. That's
He wants all the action.
My daughter told me online, she's like,
He wants my chips.
she's moving the ice.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Very
I
nice.
was like, I'm playing. She's like, Ari's there. Remember, you two more excited about you being there than me.
I love it.
Fold 1, 2, 3.
Continue folding through as even Greg's going to let it go. Wants to open most of his buttons, but 7-5 offsuit not going to be one of those hands.
Good call.
You see the limp from the small blind. 8 tray offsuit for Jeremy. Nothing he can do but check his option, I would assume. We have not seen Jeremy have too many playable hands so far since he got moved to this featured table.
30K total.
He's going to make his own luck, putting in the raise. Trying to just take it down pre. It's going to work. Gets David to fold the better hand.
Good.
So cards aren't cooperating. Jeremy's going to use aggression, it looks like. Well timed.
The Octo Crab.
Taking it down.
Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us. Just heads up, about 20 minutes or so, we will be taking a break as we'll be doing another color-up break.
Every time the players go on break, we sneak one as well here on the streams. There is nothing to watch anyway.
Yeah.
So we're going to watch RT limp in with queens. Ooh, he's really, really trying to invite some action, find a double up. Obviously hoping to back raise his 12, 13 big blind stack. Instead, he's inviting more limps, it looks like. We see Jeremy with king 10 out of the small, could easily limp along. There it is. Anytime you see that under the gun limp, you have a little bit of alarm bells. Maybe you don't open as light.
We got 4 players, yes.
Wayne, happy to check his option. He had a premium hand, maybe that under the gun limp in did slow him down from jamming his 10 bigs in. Wayne catches the ace high flop, and now he's just going to go ahead and stick it in. A bit of an overbet, but not really a good size to use. I guess from his perspective. RT trying to assess what's going on here. Still with 2 players to act behind. Don't think he can do much, but just let go of the queens. And the only fortunate thing for him is if he pre-flop raise, Wayne's probably defending with ace-jack. Obviously would have spiked the ace on the flop, so maybe fortunate for RT that he tried to get crafty there and nothing came of it. Could have easily seen Wayne just grip it and rip it for 10 bigs when it got to him. We know RT would have gone nowhere. It feels like he's kicking himself right now, but he might be happy when he watches it back later. Hard to know.
Well, that has been like the MO. I'm not
No, he's just putting his up. Fold 3.
Also do want to remind you guys as we're continuing our live stream here, month of May right around the corner, lots of promotions coming up too. The Race to a Race making its return. This time 30K.
Kicks right back off on Thursday, right?
Yeah,
Thursday's
May
the 1st.
Thursday, May
2 days
1st.
away.
Yeah. Race to a Race kicks back off again. All 3 locations for that promotion.
Going to have the shared days on Friday and Saturday.
Yeah,
every week again.
Yeah. Flip-flopping them this time around though.
Got to mix it up.
Yeah, 500 on the Fridays and then 1,000 on the Saturdays. So
put our thing down, flipped it, and reversed it.
Yep.
Why not?
Yep. And of course, again, the big Memorial Day weekend tournament, the Stars and Stripes tournament, happening at Best Bet Orange Park.
Yes, dear. Hi, how you
6
doing?
flights, $200 buy-in, 50K guarantee.
Coming around.
Just in case you missed that, or cash is more your thing, don't forget the Memorial Day promotion.
None for me, please.
Huge high hand on May 27th, Memorial Day.
I'm the girl who doesn't like the bubbles.
Can't wait for that one.
Yeah, which one was that? It's the
I believe it's 3,000 every hour, right?
Is that right? Let me double check and look. I think you're right, but let's double check.
So we're gonna, while you're looking at that to confirm, we're gonna watch Wayne ship it all in from the button with ace queen. If either blind had a decent hand, they'd probably put in the call since there's like a 14 big blind all in. He'd be doing it with some weaker holdings. But both blinds have to let it go, and Wayne continuing to survive again. Chipping up slowly.
Yep, you're right. Beginning at 1 p.m. on Memorial Day Monday, 3,000 every hour. High hand giveaway. All 3 rooms, and if a royal flush hits within the first 30 minutes, it'll be a royal reset.
Yep, royal just auto wins, and we'll run it back real quick.
Yep.
Now there's no 40-minute delays. Let's keep it going.
Yeah. No more 3-6 limit players walking away from the table for 50 minutes because a royal hit.
I mean, Greg just said walking is healthy.
Yeah, exactly. This is very true.
You know, exercise is good.
Very true. You're right. You're right.
Waiting with another ace.
Oh, man.
He wants to open for any amount again. He's got enough that he could almost click it instead of just open shove now.
He's going to play it safe, though. He's going to let it go. Speaking of players who's been hanging tough, remember, he had like 5.5 bigs at one point when everyone else had monster stacks.
Yep.
Now he's back in 6 digits. So he's definitely keeping alive.
Round 15 deep now.
So now RT with 10 tray let go of his hand.
So it's Allie and Greg blind versus blind again. She's raising it up again.
Yep, and Greg with King 9.
He's letting this one go. He's playing pretty cautious against her so far. I think he's investing in some good faith in the future.
Yeah.
If I had to speculate. Wait, you know, we're deep enough. We're not going anywhere. Let me buy some image points for when the blinds start getting bigger and bigger.
Right.
You know, very seasoned pro is Greg.
Yeah, 100%
if you're on the featured table, you know your game's not breaking anytime soon, so you know that she's going to be on your right for, you know, 2 more hours, 3 more hours at least.
Yep.
Okay, solid investment in the future maybe. They were all speculating how he was playing multiple moves ahead earlier, so
yeah.
I'm just going to assume that they're not off base.
It's a pretty safe assumption there.
Well, pocket 9s for Wayne. Not folding here. Gonna limp in though. Just see if anybody tries to attack that limp, and well, it's definitely not necessarily attacking the limp as much as raising with a premium hand when Allie looks down at ace queen. Just a question of what size she goes with.
Raise 30,000.
Going for about a 4 big blind raise over Wayne's limp. Trying to isolate the limper, maybe even just get it all in against his chip stack. He's going to do some quick math. See how much more he's going to have if he puts in the call, or should he jam. He's got the 30K in his hand. See if he's going to put it in or not. He's giving it a good bit of thought. Oh, puts those chips back on the stack and lets go of his hand, and Allie's going to take it down uncontested. Yeah. A lot of options there. Thought we might see the old heave-ho. So June asking, what day was that 3K high hand? It is Memorial Day, May 26th.
Yep, Memorial Day Monday.
1 p.m. to 11 p.m. Just Memorial Day. The weekend is going to be all the early flights of the tournament, the Orange Park location. And we'll kick things off with a high hand at all 3 on that Monday.
Also keep in mind the Clockwork Cash giveaway making its return too.
Yeah? Oh yeah.
I love that name.
It's going to happen on May 16th and 17th, and then also the last weekend for the month of May as well.
So that'll be Memorial Day weekend too. So a little bit of everything. All crammed in Memorial Day. That'd be good.
All right, Jack high flop.
So Jeremy out flopping David.
Flip the tray, bottom pair.
Yeah, not something you're gonna be overly proud of, but David's not gonna stick around for any amount with the 9-6 offsuit here. Unless he really thinks Jeremy's starting to pick on him, but not big enough of a sample size to believe it yet. See him, let it go. Of course, if you need any specific dates of events happening, Both the promotions and tournament calendars are up on the website already for the month of May.
Yep, bestbetjacks.com. All the details when it comes to promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule, much more all there on the website.
If you need a save a date for planning ahead, the Poker Atlas Tour in St. Augustine kicks off June 5th. So June may not be posted yet, but you can go ahead and pencil that one in because
yeah,
I believe that series is posted up. Just not
it is.
Just not everything for that whole month at all three. I know that series was a lot of fun last year. In case you're missing out on this one and getting a little jelly. It's David looking down at another premium hand. Gets to raise it up with the ace-king.
I'll take it off the table.
After it gets over to Wayne, he's in the big blind with an ace.
Trying to help you out here.
Yeah, thank you.
Could 3-bet shove if he thinks David's opening light. Hard to do much else other than either all in or fold, given his chip stack size and a chunky open from David. Just another awkward spot for Wayne, and he's going to find the fold here.
Looking good.
Came to the right conclusion that this go around.
I smelt it. Smelt it.
Igor, plus an orange chip.
I wasn't folding to anybody, put it that way.
He's not lying.
Except maybe him.
No reason to. As his cards are on camera, and everybody can just take a look if they want to in about 30 minutes.
There's not going to be much left. Just use some for orange.
Do you want to?
Oh gosh, I'm sorry. It's on.
Are you taking that early or am I doing
I'm
that?
going to take it.
Okay.
So the break is rapidly approaching. Players are prepping the color-ups.
All right, it's break time, everybody. We're going to color
There it is. After this hand,
Not the hand, push those purple chips forward. We're going to color
it's
those
going to
up.
break, but for now, Ali raising it up.
18,000.
Yeah, so after this hand, we will step away for about 10 minutes. As we'll do the color up.
Jeremy, ace-9 for the button, going to put in the call. Now Wayne, for the discount, doesn't want to stick around out of the small blind. But imagine if he was out of the big blind, knowing the action was closing, he would have pretty happily put in the call. As played, we're going to see Ali and Jeremy go heads up to this flop.
And it is a 10-8-6 flop.
Straight draw for both players. Both with gut shot straight draws. Ali did pre-flop raise. Electing not to c-bet. Checking over Jeremy. Doesn't think this board looks great for the under-the-gun opening range. Might not get your c-bet through. Jeremy's going to start trying to steal it.
That's 42.
22,
excuse me.
42 would have been huge.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been less than
22.
pop, but at this stage you can start betting a little bit smaller, especially in these positions.
Yeah.
For that price, Ali
Is gonna let it
could
go.
have possibly peeled, but Jeremy has not gotten outlined one time, so she's just going to believe him and let it go. And we're all headed off to break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
5,000 here, 10,000 twice right here.
All right, we are back and getting things going here. The color up is done and back
Break is
to
over.
action. And it's 5,000 small, 10,000 big, 10,000 ante now is what we're at. And we're still at 3 tables right now at the moment.
Yeah, coming back to, I believe it was 19 players.
Yep.
When we resume play here, so 3 more eliminations and
Let's go, 20.
be consolidating down to the final 2. It's inching closer to that final table.
23 to go.
Greg's going to try to eliminate somebody for us. Raising it up with pocket jacks. RT the short stack, all in. King Queen.
Rip it all in.
Yeah, off of 6 bigs. Dream spot to ship it.
Alley, Queen 10 in the big blind.
Tempting to come along, but Greg did open under the gun. So we could see her get away from it.
Yeah,
Sure, she does. If it was blind versus blind, she probably would have been getting it all in against RT, but now we're going to see if Greg's jacks can hold her, if RT can win this flip and stay alive.
Yeah, let's see if Greg can avoid a king or a queen in the window on the flop here. Yep, good flop for jacks.
Not in the window.
Oh, but the turn.
You son of a gun.
Yeah, sheesh.
Back queen on the turn for RT. Finding that double up gives him around 15 big blinds now.
Yeah, big
A
hand
little
for
bit of
him.
life, a little bit of life. Nobody going down without a fight. Things have progressed here on the feature table. Again, this is coverage of our $200 buy-in Rungood Ambassador Bounty event. Currently on the featured table.
Thanks, Greg.
As we're going to be going from feature to final. Top 26 players that did pay, so everybody in the field right now is in the money. Total prize pool of $32,320, so $7,400 and change up top for first. Everybody trying to take home a Rungood ring and a nice little payday.
So whatever everybody says over there, they're fucking full of shit. If they say they're,
Especially the guy in the white hat over there.
That table is just.
Or blue hat.
hold on, I got blue hat on?
It's been quite a fun event, fun field. A lot of good banter, good drinks being had. Not the most serious of events in this series. Nice little break between some of the bigger ones. Similarly, tomorrow we'll have the ladies event on stream. Same kind of format, feature to final going live a little after 7 p.m. Another event known for being a little bit more talkative, fun, rambunctious, not taken as seriously.
She was trying to be healthy.
It's good to have some of those more laxed events, especially in the middle of the series.
Charles asking about our Memorial Day weekend, or Memorial Day excuse me, promotion. Yes, it is shared between all 3 rooms. 1 p.m. till 10 p.m. I thought I saw
11 p.m. Pretty sure it's 1 to 11 for 10 hours that way.
1 to 11 it is, yes. 1 to 11 p.m.
Yep, 10 hours, 3,000 every hour with royal resets in the first 30 minutes. Across all 3 rooms on May 26th. Good way to spend the holiday, especially late May. Starts getting a little toasty outside.
Yes, it does. Yeah, it's definitely going to be warm.
Promo starts at 1. You can sneak around to golf in and then come hang out and play cards the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Beat the heat.
Not even talking right, I guess.
And now Jeremy is going to turn up the heat a little bit here with his ace king.
Yeah, turning up that heat we're talking about, huh?
Was it 25?
25, yeah.
RT thinking about the Jack 8 suited, fresh off of the double up. Looking to get those chips back in action and continuing setting his chip stack maybe. Might be a little too shallow to stick around for 25K and do see him fold. Tell he's not content with just a double up. Came in a lot more chips to this featured table. Probably trying to get them back.
David with absolutely nothing. I'm just going to let this go.
David was the recipient of a lot of those chips from RT. They clash in a huge pot.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Biggest we've seen so far.
Both the other tables came over like, half the chips in play are over.
Right. Busting them all. They come over, we send them home.
Yeah, this table is pretty deep stacked. Here I'm talking about it there.
Red Rover, Red Rover. Send
them home with kindness.
Yeah, we send them home with a smile. And when it's my turn to go home, I'll go home with a smile.
You got those tournament bucks too, so.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's winning. Right now, everyone's winning.
Win-win, baby.
Well, I mean, that's not really fair to everybody. I'm on it, but almost they're already winning.
Free roll, single bullet.
Yeah, me too.
Easy.
Free roll
Already
too.
free rolls are already winning.
Greg with the 10-8 from the button. We've established he's free rolling and everybody's winning. It's going to help to take advantage, raise things up. In the raise, and Jeremy suited one gapper. Right around the same stack as Greg. Deeper side of things, 30 big blinds. Gonna put in the call.
That was a very unorthodox call right there with the spider move with the hands.
7-5 deuce flop, all diamonds. Jeremy with 2 pair.
Gonna check it and flow over the pre-flop razor. He just checks it behind. Queen on the turn. Does Jeremy want to lead this one? Gonna check it over once more. Does bet out about 1/3 pot.
Yeah, I think that's the first time it's ever happened, right? That's the first time it's ever happened, right?
Greg, no draw, no diamond, no nothing. Just quickly lets it go.
Great concert on Sunday night though in St. Augustine.
I was happy to go.
Who was it, Art?
Zoso, Led Zeppelin tribute band.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were outstanding.
Really?
Yeah.
The amphitheater?
No, Colonial Oak Music Park, like on St. George.
Oh man, that place is awesome with that tree. That tree that goes around around.
I want to
I
go.
didn't know it was there.
Yeah.
What's it called?
It's right on St. George
Colonial
Street.
Oak Music Park. It's right on St. George Street where everybody walks, so it's not like you don't drive to it. It's right there where everything else is.
Yeah, they're having like a lot
You
of
walk in and-
the Whalers were just
Robert said,
there.
it's like this enormous oak
Yeah, there's like
tree
this
outdoor venue, great stage. I'll show you.
Sounds nice.
Does sound nice.
I just wrote it down. I'm saving this for later. I'm like, okay.
That is timestamp this part.
I'm like, St. Augustine. Okay. I want to see some Led Zeppelin tribute band hanging out.
Hey,
Smoke trees.
there's some really good tribute bands.
St. George Street is behind us.
And like the public bathrooms are like almost.
Take a break for the music talk as we watch Greg open it with 5s and Jeremy.
Ace Jack suited into small blind.
Question whether he wants to 3-bet it or not.
It's definitely a hidden gem, but sometimes
He does. Out of a small blind. Liking to 3-bet it up.
Yeah, about
Ooh,
3.5.
Greg.
I mean, you got something.
I thought Wayne was asking for how much that raise was, and never mind. His action does get back to Greg after Wayne gets out of the way, and now Greg putting in the call. This pot getting hefty. 150K in the middle now. Greg is just over 200K behind. See if his 5s can hold or if Jeremy can hit the ace or jack. Jeremy was the pre-flop 3-better. Action starts on him.
And here they all in.
After Jeremy elects not to c-bet, you can see why flop was tray. And Jeremy really gonna try to decipher what this means. It's around 1.5 pot size shove from Greg. One of those kind of way ahead, way behind scenarios, and for that big of a price, Jeremy's gonna get out of there. Greg picking up a nice size pot.
I think we may have been choppy. Not at that stage. No, I already had a boat.
I need a different flop. Sure.
Not your standard flop.
Well, there's a lot of times there's a free concert going on. A lot of times
This one was sold out. This was the big.
yeah. Like usually they are. They're really.
All right, they were ready for the rebalance.
You're my 10-10 right here, Roman.
10-10?
Yes, sir.
We're balanced, baby.
Some players can't wait to get to the feature table.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. So I think
He's been dying. He's been dying to get here on the stream table.
He has.
But we're not quite there yet.
Not quite there.
17, 18 players left. Gotta get down to 16 before we lose another table. Inching closer.
And then, yeah, we play down to the final 9 for the final table.
That's similar to what we've seen on this table here. Things have slowed down a little bit. The outer tables as well. Not as rambunctious with the knockouts anymore. The field's thinned out. As we see, Jeremy did open the button. RT going to defend the blind with the king.
And looks like we are at the flop. Let's see, the pair of 4s. Yeah, 4s and a duck.
Yeah, so Jeremy flopping the wheel draw. And the betting lead, obviously. Could easily c-bet here. RT, the player in the big blind, could try to rep a 4 if he wants to. This faces Jeremy's small continuation bet of 1/3 pot. RT just gonna let it go. Thought there was a chance he might get a little crafty there. Not quite deep enough to put in a call and try to rep it on later street, possibly. Saw him represent a hand, a similar scenario earlier that blew up in his face, so maybe it makes him a little gun shy as well. That's how David accumulated so many chips earlier.
I've been drinking.
This is when I walked out with the pizza, like the pizza box or anything.
How'd you get food?
Yeah, that sparked that. And then I think that was Tool that immediately yelled for cocktails.
We're going to see a three-way pot here. Jeremy raised it up, sees 2 callers. Wayne, one of those. Shorty here. Could have possibly shoved the ace-jack, but elected not to. He's currently in the lead. It would be ugly if he faces any sort of bet. It looks like... I thought Jeremy was leaning over to grab some chips, but instead action checks through. Now ace on the turn. Not good for Allie as Wayne with the better kicker. Wayne obviously less than a pot size bet behind. Pretty easy to get it all in. It's Allie reaching. No reason not to bet.
35.
Has to think she has the best hand right now. Jeremy let it go, and now here's that all in from Wayne, and it's less than a min raise for Allie to put in the call, so she does. You see she's out kicked and hope to spike a 6.
Yeah, 6 and only a 6.
What was Wayne? Chips all the way up to 200K if he holds.
And Wayne's been holding and everything, and a 10 on the river.
Holds again. So no elimination. As Clayton asks in YouTube how many players remain. We're sitting around 17 or 18 players right now. Waiting for another knockout or 2 to drop us down to 2 tables. Currently 3 tables going on. Everybody is in the money at this juncture. 202 total entries. Top 26 did pay out. They've all got locked up a little bit of a payout. Nothing too crazy. Jumps start getting a little bit nicer as we approach that final table.
Sometimes it's kind of coming off a little bit.
7,400 up top for first place. That's what's on everybody's mind right now.
Oh,
It's
look.
a gator swallowing a baseball.
It's a gator, right? And then
There's a boat. There's a boat. There's a sunset. For the moon.
It's a gator. You know what I mean?
What's that?
I'm just saying we're sharp. Greg, you might be able to right here. 10 and 10.
That's the sunset and over in Jacksonville. It's a gator, you know. It's a Florida thing. I'm sure, yeah. I had nothing to do with it. Perhaps, yeah. It could have been.
Players talking about the Mission Rungood logo. See there on the dealer's shirt as well. All the clothing, logos, etc. designed by Rungood.
You should. Yeah, do it.
Come up with a different logo for each stop along this tour. We do launch RT, rip it from the button and take it down. He's continuing to stay alive. A little over 10 bigs himself. Just haven't seen a short stack get eliminated in quite some time here on the featured table. Similar happening there on the outer tables. That's why we've been just hanging 3 short-handed tables.
Being honest.
So we'll continue with the live stream all the way through the end of this event. Should be going for quite a little bit more time.
Sometimes twice.
Sometimes 3 times.
Section folds around to Allie's button. King 10 suited. Great hand open from the button. Comes that raise.
No, whatever I say, that's what he's putting in. He's putting it in. Raise it up to 26.
He opens it up, and neither player on the blind had a hand worth defending. I'm just going to raise and take. So Anthony jumps in the YouTube chat saying, "Let's go, Wayne."
Putting in what the action is. So all the calls.
Feel free to jump in. Let us know who you're rooting for. If you're sweating anybody at this feature table, or anybody on the outer tables. Pretty fun, lively field back there.
No, there's commentary. It's just not me and Theo that are doing it. Trust me, you don't want to hear me commentate. I've never commentated.
Let's do it. Bring him in.
No, it's Kurt.
Let's get him in here.
That's who? It's Kurt.
Kurt's back there.
No, he's not back there right now. It's Ryan and that ugly guy right there.
There we are, filming on delay, and that was Jacob pointing at me, so woohoo, the ugly guy.
When he put his cocktails like this. 1, 2, 4, 3.
So we did see Wayne let go of the pocket trays.
This guy's an idiot. Why is he doing that?
I know. Yeah, I know. I hear you. I'd have got that a couple times.
Got around to Greg's button, opened it up with the ace-10. Jeremy going to defend with the queen-9 out of the big. Seen this dynamic a few times, Greg v. Jeremy in the button big blind formation. 8-6-6 flop.
Check.
He's not drunk, but if he is drunk, what do you say he's gonna do?
Action seems to go check, check.
Check.
Board pairing the 8 on the turn. It's a 2-pair on board, 2 different suits on board. Jeremy checked it over. See if Greg wants to just go to showdown with his ace, or maybe deny some equity. Does in fact just check it back for a little bit of thought. Gets a clean 5 of clubs on the river. Flushes miss. Undercard of the board, so you don't have to worry about it pairing up your opponent. When Jeremy checks it over. And Greg maybe giving it some thought if he gets some value with his ace high. Yep, here should be value betting, but elects to check it back with his ace.
Check. Queen on. What do we got?
You got the nuts down there. We're gonna try to bluff out of it.
Yeah.
It's good for my range there, but the flop.
It is. Frankly.
legs than anyone else on value betting in that. Yeah. Extract a little at the end, but.
Been known to trap a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just happy with the safe route.
Two players, a little bit of back history there. Always fun to hear when the historical context comes into play. Something we obviously can't be completely aware of as viewers.
How's our value not working out?
Something like a leech you could.
I feel really
Fucked up, Greg.
Greg with another big ace. This time it's ace queen.
Thought we were buddies and shit. Something like a leech. Stand by me, leech.
It's time for some people to go, though, is the problem.
Why am I your first fucking contestant? Oh, you.
You got the smallest stack.
You're good. I used to not be like that, though.
Again, Greg opens, Jeremy defends. A little deja vu as they're going to be heads up to the flop. Greg well in the lead, though. Stays in the lead on the ace-queen-10 flop. Flop that could get Jeremy in a little bit of troubles. He's got middle pair, Broadway draw, backdoor clubs. Greg holding top two. Happily assembling a continuation bet here. Look at the healthy C-bet size. 60K. Looks like almost full pot. This might blow Jeremy off of his hand. We shall see. Imagine Jeremy was prepared for a small continuation bet, which he would call. Instead, it goes big, and Jeremy lets it go.
I'll show you one time.
Shut queen. One ace.
Oh, I just said I had ace and king.
No, I said, honey's
Here, Jeremy speculate. Felt like he was betting an ace, trying to push Jeremy off of a hand like he has.
I also heard that. I'm like, you got out of that pre-flop.
Right.
Instead, he was going for the max.
Like clairvoyant.
Well, I am a little bit of that.
You are? Just
Yeah.
the one?
Well,
That's just
I'm pulling my
confidence.
clairvoyancy. Yeah.
Clairvoyancy.
I'm glad somebody found my word.
We don't even know Claire.
Yeah. See?
Or her boy Incy.
Yeah. I don't have much of that. No matter how you turn that word.
Action around to Jeremy's button.
25.
Happily going to raise it up with an ace.
Holding one.
And Jeremy raised with the ace, RT defends with an ace. Similar here, ace tray versus ace deuce. Both catch the ace on the flop. No backdoors for either one. Imagine we're off to a chop as it goes all in and snap call. Unless one of them improves to a two pair.
Wow. Chop it up. Battle of the chop. Yeah.
We ain't chopping, baby.
You don't
Press it.
7.
Ain't no
Spike
chop here, baby.
the turn did RT to find the double up. Lucky Trey on the turn. That's just brutal for Jeremy. RT is going to find the double to be back over a quarter mil. Jeremy's going to be crippled down to around 12 big blinds.
You're on a roll.
Oh, yeah.
Tough,
That was smart.
tough turn of events for him as they were looking destined to chop it up.
Yeah, I just lost all that shit down.
Well, you won it back now.
I did.
Butting.
Y'all played ace drag massively.
he was happy about it.
We'll see if Jeremy can mount a comeback or not. Seen
Better rag.
short stack survive here the last couple of hours.
You said your clairvoyancy was going to happen under the gun.
It did. It did. It happened.
Clearly it did not.
Yes, it happened.
Well, I was close anyway. I was close proximity. I'll try the eagle this time and see if it helps.
10 to go.
The magic eagle.
I'll say we got
I feel like I need to clarify that.
Yeah, like damn, she's doing a whole A-ball.
Like ask questions too. Nothing else.
Fold 20 to go.
Craig's under the gun open and getting respect here.
I can't breathe in the morning.
It's going to go all the way around to Ali's big. King 10, worth defending. Put in the call, only 10K. Both players whiff when it comes down jack high and quickly checks the turn.
15.
Greg throws out a small delayed C-bet. Ali gets away from the king high. At first she did, since Greg had her crushed at the moment. So action continues on. We're still 3 tables with 17 players in the field. One more elimination, we'll lose a table. Got a total of 202 total entries in this event. And action kicked off at 3 p.m. here on the East
I
Coast.
believe they'll just fill, not a full redraw.
We're coming to you live from Best Bet in Jacksonville,
The only time
Florida.
they'll do redraw is final 9.
This Rungood Ambassador at Bounty event, part of the Rungood series, happening here at the room this week.
Yeah. The main
On the midpoint for right now. With this event today, tomorrow on stream, the ladies event,
35 and 6 full in it.
and then heading into the weekend
Like the 1 day event.
for the main event.
35 to go.
David's got a premium. Can't find any action so far.
And I would just
Nobody wants to call the raise.
Well, that's right.
Close around. Can't have that happen.
Continues getting no action as Greg lets go of his big blind. No action on the pocket queens.
Yeah, they're going back in.
With those 202 total entries, we got a prize pool a little over 32,000 for this one-day event. First place will be taking home a little over 7,400. Once we get down to that final table, payout jumps will start getting pretty nice. Not quite there yet. We currently have 16 players now. Table has broken in the background. 16 players remaining.
I gambled and I already pulled it. Send it your way.
Yeah, you see that?
Nothing to say.
Everybody's got a little over $400 locked up now, but there's 16 players left with paid jumps of about $100 in value, jumping every 2 eliminations until we get to the final. We'll see who can make it to the final 9 out of this field of 16 remaining. Feel free to let us know who you're rooting for. Not really any people to root against, I would say, given how fun this whole field has been, but somebody's got to lose. Somebody's got to win. So we saw RT open up. We watched Ali fold the pocket deuces. David not going to be folding. A monster and ace queen in the big blind. Just going to put in the call. So he's a little under repped here as they head off to a flop, and it comes all David and queen high. Great flop for him. Top pair, top kicker. Checks it over to RT, who's assembling a continuation bet.
Yeah. There's tournaments. $30 water and all that.
Firing out right around half pot is RT.
Oh,
was the pre-flop razor. Pretty good board to see bet, all things considered, especially holding that ace of spades. David, though, could be going nowhere. Just a question of raise now, or continue to trap and let your opponent's bluff stay in range.
Well, in 2007, when the market and the housing and everything else kind of tanked.
Looks like he just wants to put it in now. He's praying. RT's got something like king, queen, queen, jack, possibly a spade draw. Instead, RT quickly letting go. David gonna chip up again over that 600K mark. He was earlier, lost a little bit of it back, but chipping up nicely right there. Staying the chip leader at this feature table, possibly the event as a whole. Didn't see a lot of huge stacks on the outer table. They were salivating over how deep this table seemed to be. Fortunate redraw in terms of seating arrangements.
Yeah, didn't make a lot of sense.
So we got the two players to this feature table. Everybody is settled in. Two 8-handed tables play on. Continue going down to the final 9, which will then have obviously live final table coverage here on the live stream. We're going all the way through tonight. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us and doing so. Watch a blind versus blind hand, and David is limping in. Reese new to the table, checking his option. Reese, pretty healthy chip stack, a little over $500,000. Play on the richer side of things as David flops open-ended, Reese flops middle pair and flush draw. David betting right out with his open-ender. Just a question of raise or call for Reese. Being fresh to the table, not any history between these two that we know of. But we're going to see Reese immediately put in that raise. No reason not to. Blind versus blind, limped pot. Take command of this hand in position. David, is he getting the right price? Only 27K more to call. He likes it. Call comes in. We got over 100K in the middle. Two of the biggest stacks in this tournament. Up to a king on the turn. Bricks on both. David checking over again. Does Reese want to keep his foot on the pedal, or does he want to realize his equity on the river? Checks it back. And he gets a sneaky way to improve, and an offsuit 10 on the river. He's praying that David's got a hand that can look him up now. Seemingly David waving the white flag there. Didn't go for the bluff. Holding just 5 high. Thought he might go for it on the river. He could have represented 8-9. We actually see Reese check back the 2 pair. Doesn't think he'd get value out of worse, it looks like. Thought for sure a value bet was coming in. But maybe doesn't think worse is going to put in the call. Some of that first hand at the table considerations maybe coming to mind. Doesn't know how David's playing yet.
I smashed it.
Action gets around to Greg, who's got another very strong hand. Ace, queen of spades.
No, hell no.
Raise 30,000.
Pumps up to 30K. Blinds just went up to 612. Not too long ago. It's around 2.5x open. Or exactly 2.5x, because that's math, I guess.
Do it.
I really would.
Gets through. Everybody behind him. Just going to take it down. Uncontested.
Actually, I'm phone around. We're not phone. Actually, the phone does have to be on the corner table, so I didn't say that when everybody arrived. And clear uncovered there, man. Should have said it.
It's fresh to the table. Conrad there in the 9 seat, one of the shorter stacks in play. Currently in the big blind. We've seen the short stacks survive and chip up on this table the last hour or two.
You just put that bounty thing in there.
See if that'll stay the case or if the rich can find a way to get richer. Well, Jeremy, another one of the shorter stacks in the small blind. Suited queen might be going all in here. Take a look at Conrad's chip stack and see how shallow it is. Alexa, just let it go rather than stick it in. And, you can see Conrad would have probably stuck in the call to King 10. Would have had the lead heading to a run out. So we lose one of our players due to rebalance. We go down to 14 players in the field, 7 players on each table. Wayne getting moved over out of sight for now. Everybody got 500 locked up now with 14 players left.
Yeah. Well, there's maybe funny how people all want the damn because hey, you know, I saw so-and-so.
Players will continue shuffling around, balancing tables out until we get down to our final 9 here on the final table live stream. And now Jeremy with another decision. Looking down at a king on the button. Does he want to open shove? He does not, just letting it go. Conrad, another short stack. Probably wants to stick it in, but can't do so at 9-2 soft suit. T happy to take a walk. Jack 5 offsuit.
I did one time. Last time I did it,
2 table short stacks there in the 8-9 seat, side by side. Everybody else on this table pretty healthy. RT a little bit on the shorter side, but hovering around 15 plus big blinds. Not a terrible spot by any means. That's why we're hearing some of the bust outs happen behind us. So we got some healthy chip stacks on this table. Shorty's got to be somewhere out there.
You are that fucking 6.
Folds up.
All right, folds around to our short stacks. First up, Jeremy, letting it go. Conrad on the button, just looking down at 8-6 off. So no all-ins from the shorties.
Call the one.
Huh? Call it, yeah. Looks like it.
Eventually.
12. Somehow you'll get 12 in there.
For a little bit of
You're close.
troubled math.
Nice shot.
RT is limping in here, puts in the call alley. Looking down at 8-7. Happy to check her option. So we'll see a flop.
It's up.
Blind versus blind. Action 1, check, check. Alley hits the straight on the turn. RT does have a gutter ball to a higher straight. Should he spike a queen? And he's betting out. Let's see if Alley wants to raise for value. Charge RT in the event he has a queen in his hand. Or should he get really trappy, given the fact it's a full rainbow board. Looks like she wants to charge. In case RT's open-ended with an 8 or a queen of his own. Settles the raise, puts it in.
60,000.
It's only a gut shot. Might be hard for RT to stick around, even though he's getting 3-1 on the call. If he thinks there's a chance his king is live, he might stick around, but king is such a dirty river card. Be looking for a queen and a queen only. So we're gonna see him let it go.
Hear Allie say thank you.
I think you had the best hand because I know you did.
Sometimes I have it.
No. You definitely had it that time.
Maybe.
No, I'm
15 minutes.
Definitely. Definitely.
Definitely had the best hand.
Or 10, whatever.
There's no reason to
delay.
look. There's no reason to look. You had it. No reason to look, baby.
What matters is you didn't have it.
Yeah, we keep things moving along, guys. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us. I think we're still, what, 14 players left at this point? 14, 15?
14.
Yep.
14 left.
5 more to go before we're
playing down to 1.
Yep. And 5 more eliminations before we get to our final 9. Again, just a reminder, don't forget tomorrow we'll be back at it with the ladies event. That featured table will get started like around 7 o'clock or so, probably like 7:15, 7:20, I would guess. And then that'll actually be the live stream week. We won't have any live streams on our regular schedule Thursday, Friday, Saturday because of all the tournaments that we've had.
It's main event time. But we will be back Sunday.
We will be back Sunday for that
main
event final table.
Yeah. Can't wait to see who makes that one.
I'm curious to see because our main events have been really, really good for the past few years, especially when it comes to the Rungood.
Usually about 100K up top for first. Hopefully we hit that magical number again this year. Just nice seeing somebody win 100K. That's what we saw. First place was 109 last year. We saw that winner on our event 1 final table, Demas.
Yeah, which
on a no chop 109K win last year. Whew.
Well, and also the most talked about fold that we've seen on our live stream.
He makes some interesting folds. He did it again this last week too.
I was going to say, by the way, yeah, he was on the final table this past Sunday, wasn't he?
And he made some interesting folds again. It happens.
Sticking with the tradition.
Nothing interesting in this hand as RT's going to raise and take uncontested with the ace-4 suited. Nothing that he won't be unhappy about.
So what you're saying is it wasn't as flabbergasting as the...
Wasn't as flabbergasting. It was folding pocket kings pre-flop. Somehow that happened. And nobody's forgotten.
No. Nor will anybody ever forget.
No. But we'll see who can emerge victorious for the Rungood main event this weekend. In the meantime, we get to watch this Rungood Ambassador event. Winner taking home a ring and $7,400 and change. Jeremy going to open shove. He is under the gun, so he would be big blind and ante next hand. So with 8 big blinds, happy to grip and rip 2 Broadway cards. So you hear Greg asking for the count. Might be a little too rich for his blood, which would be fortunate for him since he's currently dominated.
97,000 is what Jeremy is all in for.
Greg really thinking it over though. One of those, if it's suited, I put in the calls. Like, fortunate for him, it's not. And Reese Queen 9 off, similar to that Jack 10 offsuit, just so close, but just too much. You know, if you just had if you just had 20K less, I could maybe find the call here. But as is, Jeremy gets a shove through.
Button is good.
So he'll be in the big blind this hand. Again, Jeremy, after that hand, sitting on around 10 big blinds to start this one, so he's on the shorter side. And beside him there, Conrad at the 9, the other short stack at the table. Both going to be hoping to make it through their blinds without too much trouble. Either that or find a magical double up, stay alive, make a comeback. Just takes the first one. Well, Allie's turn with the Queen Jack. I think it's the same suits as we just saw Jeremy have.
Just gonna put in to raise the 30. David Jack 10 suited on the button.
Yeah, 2.5 big blinds. Given how deep these two are, could easily find a call here.
And David's had a pretty solid final table.
Oh, and he finds the fold.
Does let it go.
Maybe avoids disaster there.
Now Jeremy closing it out with the ace deuce suited.
So just good price to call, but represents a good chunk of his stack, and suited ace is tempting to shove with. You could see this go pretty much any of the three ways. Fold, call, shove. I mean, let's see how Jeremy wants to react to Allie's open. Allie's been pretty balanced, hasn't been overly aggressive, hasn't been overly tight.
Too tight, Allie.
You hear him say, too tight. I'm playing too tight, he says.
Yeah.
That hand, maybe. But overall, it's definitely close.
Yeah. Allie does take that one down.
That's what I think anyway. That's how I feel
I'll
about
find
it.
out in 15 minutes, right?
That's right.
Well, 20 minutes, but who's counting?
All the dreams will call in.
Unless you bust out in 5, then you see it sooner.
Yes, exactly. You see it in real time then.
But ace deuce was super close, and so it was just that awkward amount too. Those are the spots that are tough, and it feels like no matter which one you pick, you're wrong.
Raise 25.
And Greg's turn to raise it up.
I think, you don't think? I don't know.
Ace 10, easy open, and now Reese with ace jack on the button. Could find a 3-bet if he wants to.
Watching our stream right now. They are loving it. I shared the stream for everybody to watch.
Let's see if he wants to, or if he just wants to play it pretty straight up in position, putting in the call. That's what he goes with. At least since Reese has gotten to the table, Greg hasn't played overly aggressive by any means, so no reason to think he's getting out of line. You got so many short stacks
Heads up, guys.
still in the field, especially to act behind him in those blinds. Decides not to get overly aggressive with the ace jack. Greg electing not to c-bet the king high flop. Goes check check to a jack on the turn, so Reese hits middle pair. Greg has a Broadway draw.
21,000.
Greg went for the quarter pot, delayed continuation bet. Easy call for Reese. Head off to the queen on the river, so Greg's got the nuts. Hitting Broadway, praying his opponent has a 10. And he goes big. It's the right move. Your opponent's pretty much either always calling or always folding. So you're just going for the maximum in case you coolered him if he has a 10. Now Reese could easily have king 10, jack 10, 9-10 the way this hand played out. Reese mulling it over. Can't imagine we're going to see the call, though. Everything's said and done. Unless he's got some really decorated history with Greg that we don't know about here on stream as viewers. Yep. Spot on by Reese. Got the right read. Wow, Reese calling out Greg's exact hand. You sicko. He was reading it as the nuts or nothing and came to the conclusion calling out Greg having exactly ace-10. Sick.
This is good.
No.
Oh, I was like,
Or Greg, or 8-9. That's Greg.
So you had ace-10 or 8-9. So yeah, fully believed it was the nuts or a bluff. Well, he'll be happy to see it was, in fact, the nuts.
I folded a monster.
What?
Big blind.
Big blind.
That's the last one I folded.
Blinds.
Greg, you had 2 pair of
You talking booty chatter, brother.
I know he hears you. I know he hears you.
Reese trying to get some info there, lying about his hand, saying he had 2 pair.
God, he folded.
We know he had 1. Action gets around to Jerry's button. Dream spot. Looking down at ace-10 off the short stack. Gonna be happy to just get it all in here.
All in for the
There is the shove. Conrad, another shorty in the small blind. Looking down at king-queen. Might be putting in the call. Sure enough, he does.
Oh, what's that, dude?
Now RT facing 2 all-ins. Jeremy is the important one.
97 is
97K. It's right around half of RT's stack to call. And he does. He's gambling. He's going for the double knockout with the queen 8 suited. Jeremy in pretty good shape here. Take down a massive pot. Conrad hoping to spike a king or queen to stay alive. RT obviously hoping to hit some clubs. An 8. Anything that connects with his hand. Jeremy just hoping to hold.
pretty close.
And it comes ace high. Great for Jeremy. Not a lot of backdoors for either player. And they're drawing dead on the turn. Just like the Jeremy. Eliminates Conrad. In addition to the full double through RT. So basically a triple up for Jeremy. Went from outhouse to steakhouse pretty fast in one hand. Picking up a huge pot.
There's the main, 97 more.
That's going to leave RT a little crippled. Hovering around the 100K mark. 8 big blinds, basically where Jeremy just was. We saw Conrad be eliminated, exit the table. GG's going out to Conrad. And that puts us down to 12 players left in the field. 3 more to go till we hit the final. Also hits a little pay jump as everybody's got $609 locked up at this point. So ladders are starting to get at least a little decent. Obviously way more significant once we hit that final table. We got 6 players here on the feature, 6 players on the outer table. 12 players remain in this field. Again, we got a total of 202 total entries in this event. We got 12 left. See which one can take down this Ambassador Bounty event, this Mission Run Good series.
Fold 6. Fold 7.
It's Jeremy. Suited 1 gapper. A lot of chips to play with now. Let's see if he wants to put in the raise. Over 20 big blinds now. to feel like a pile after being stuck with 7-8 forever.
Hold it.
But
All of it.
not getting too crazy.
Hell yeah, look.
Just lets it go, and RT snap shoves out of the small blind. And Allie looking down an ace.
Which is it?
Has to get a count. Blind versus blind. The shove could be pretty late from RT, just like we see it is. I mean, honestly, 9-7 suited is pretty good.
90.
All things considered, he'd be shoving probably any king, kind of any suited queen. Allie lets it go. RT hasn't gotten to showdown, aside from the very last hand with the queen 8 suited. 2-2 light. Got caught bluffing once. That was quite some time ago. Actually going to continue on. Once again, thank you to everyone out there tuning in, hanging out with us. So we sweat the ending of this event. We'll be back at it again tomorrow for the ladies event, kicking off a little after 7 o'clock on stream. Registration ends. Same format, playing from featured table down to the final table, all the way through. And it's usually a lively event, similar to this one. Although now that we're getting close to that final, things have quieted down a little bit here, both at this table and the one behind us. Looking down at another ace in the blind. Raising over Greg's big, and we've seen she's had some real hands every time she's opened that small blind, but I have to think doubt's starting to creep in for Greg, as quite a few times in a row she has raised blind versus blind against him. See if that comes into play at some point, or if they just continue to play it cool. Only time will tell, since they're locked in decent sized chip stacks at what will be the final table. Action all the way around to Greg Small. Raises it up with ace 10 as we see Conrad enter the chat, player from this pretty fun field, chiming in about how the other table's so much cooler. Even though you were trying to sneak your way onto this one, I'm just saying. Yeah. Thanks for joining the chat, Conrad. Hope you got that food order you were looking for.
Heads up, fellas.
David did put in the call out of the big blind. David's going to be happy he did when he flops top pair, queen deuce deuce, hitting his queen jack.
All right, well, and now we boat up. Queen's full for David.
He'll be happy he checked behind on that flop, because it opened the door for Greg to bet here.
Greg does fire out the bet at 25K.
Just easy spot to flat call for David too. No reason to raise and blow your opponent off a bluff when you got the stones.
Yeah. 6 does complete spades on the board. Greg's gonna check it. What do we put out here?
Small. Well, he's going big. All right. It's like praying. He's going big. Praying. He's praying. Greg's got a deuce, but not gonna happen.
Greg is gonna let it go.
David's gonna take it down. As we hear Conrad did apparently bust out. That explains why it isn't quite as lively in the background anymore. We were looking forward to that bottle of champagne popping.
We were, absolutely. Yeah, Team Alley, the only drinking friend at this table.
Yeah, the drinking on this table slowed down a good bit in the last
it
2 hours.
Has. It has indeed.
Things quieted down a little bit. Drink slowed down a little bit. Everybody's kind of focusing up.
Yeah, it's kind of coasting right now at the moment.
Always nice to make that final table. This has been a pretty just a tough table to navigate. You'll see, you know, when everything's kind of jovial and there isn't a lot of decision making, you can, you know, loosen up and drink a little bit and hang out and talk. But as soon as everybody's putting each other in the blender, it's time to focus a little bit more. Seems to be the case. As things developed here the last couple hours. So we see David sneak in here with a limp with the ace-king. Trying to mix it up a little bit. Reese with 10 tray offsuit though, not going to take the bait.
All right, to the flop we go. And a tray and a window for Reese.
Check.
David gonna check it, still
15,000.
trying to disguise that hand. A 15K bet there for Reese. David gonna let go. Folds it.
Good to not compound the mistakes there. You know, you went for the under rep and a little sneaky, maybe limp jam pre, and you tried to get weird, and it didn't work out. Just cut your losses right there, rather than, okay, well, now that didn't work, let me try pulling off a bluff. Not the worst of just call it a day.
Mind games.
Mind games. I was trying.
You get all my tips.
I was trying.
You were gonna get him a 10-3.
I was trying. You gotta switch it up.
Better on the flop, though.
Early.
Players talking about that hand there. No reason not to. They know they're going to see it on stream whenever they watch it back on their next break.
16 to go. All of it.
All right,
We got all in Marti and Alley.
Yeah, after the blinds just increased, he's basically got 7 big blinds here on this all-in. And he's under the gun. Perfect spot again to do it.
Six.
It's folding around to Reese, who has King 8 suited in the small blind. Also going to fold.
And around.
It does fold around, so
that's what you want, really. I mean, do you want to flip for the double up or take all the dead money? I mean, he picked up 40K, which is about a third of his stack for free, without having to fade it.
Makes sense. That's what they do. They give it, they take it.
I dated a girl like that one time. Said one
There's
time.
always one.
Hopefully much prettier than me.
Always one.
I just look just like your ass.
Well, then I'm sorry. As long as she looked better than Aaron. Oh, hey, Aaron. What's
Oh,
up,
Aaron. Oh, what's up, Aaron?
on to the next hand here.
I'll be here dealing to you for the ladies event. Don't you worry.
King Jack suited for Alley under the gun.
Thank you, Aaron.
Raise 38.
So to raise the 38.
38 to go. Oh, also, I really took all the seatbelts.
Offsuit ace-6 going in the muck for David. Those ace-6s through ace-9s just not so great against a pre-flop raise.
Jeremy with Jack 10. 10 offsuit. Let's go, and RT with 4 tray. Let this go.
Much as he wants to get involved, he can't with that hand.
Nope. Alley's the
Never,
center.
never, never.
Makes sense.
Justin sleeping already?
I have no idea. I'm not in charge of that.
Action continuing on. A little bit of a lulls. Nobody wants to be the one to not get knocked out now. Not that you ever want to get knocked out, but I mean, the final table is right around the corner. You're almost there. I mean, other than RT, everybody's got a decent chip stack at this table too. They're moderately deep enough to not force anything at the moment.
Something's going on over there. Don't know what it is, but
Reese pocket nines. The bet in this one.
42K.
42. The bet. Jeremy Jack 7 on the button. Let's go.
42 to go.
Ace Jack for RT and an immediate all-in. Oh, Allie has aces. Sheesh. Oh boy.
I don't always pick a good time to wake up with aces.
Uh-huh.
But when I do, it's when somebody else jams.
Yep.
Asking for the exact count. Acting like it's a decision a little bit. Also, you know you're calling, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go with 120.
What she would do with all of her hands. That is
123.
part of the trick. You don't want to give away that you have aces when you have aces. Just gonna try to invite Reese in by just putting in the call here.
Yep.
Something you really only want to do with aces. You wouldn't want to do this with kings, queens, hands that would give a guy with a big ace the right price.
Correct.
Aces are the exact hand you can mix in. Make the doubt creep in. Let him think you have, you know, ace, queen, and possibly ISO jam. If he's got something bigger like pocket jacks, he might reshove thinking you're doing this with tens. Just open the door. They're not always going to walk through it, but it's the only way to invite it. Let's see, Reese trying to decipher what this means. This pot already got 300K in the middle if he folds. Just thinking it over. Last time he gave a lot of thought in hand versus Greg, he came to the exact right conclusion. See if he can do it again.
Boy, yeah, he's definitely thinking about this one. I mean, it's a tough spot.
Call is just interesting. It makes you go, I expected you to shove or fold. You know, like it's, what does this mean? Does this mean you don't want me to shove? You can never figure out what your opponent doesn't want you to do. I mean, that's what you want to do usually, so. If he thinks he could ISO shove and Allie would fold, I mean, then you're flipping for 2 to 1 on your money. More than that if you count the chips you already have in there. But he came to the right conclusion. He needs to be happy he lets us go. Like, he's like, whew.
That's the only thing I can put you on was a big hand when you smooth like that.
He figured it out, yeah.
Like that. What you got, kings? Ace jack. Yeah, fucking nines.
Yeah, good fall by Reese. Good conclusion.
Nines. Yeah, when you smooth like
I mean,
that.
well,
My face cards are still alive.
Well, you want to bring
it's like
me.
a weird thing because if I raise, it looks
Well, you want to
fishy.
bring me in, so I'm
Yeah,
like.
and it looks fishy no matter what I do, so I'm kind of just like, whatever.
RT. Super bad flop is
Yeah, when you smooth
Allie's ace is far and lead. He's going to need running clubs or running Broadway.
Either way.
It just like
It is what it is. Nines on the river.
Oh, she got
Aces did end up holding. RT's going to be eliminated. GG's RT.
And now
A
Allie.
lot of fun having you here at the featured table, that's for sure.
Absolutely. And Allie now with 629,000.
Count.
To the moon.
Was isolate,
But-
and then that's what she was thinking. Like, I want this guy.
Oh, she so wanted you to.
Well, because the only thing I can do is call and hope that you call. If I raise your, it sort of didn't matter. It was like,
Kinda, yeah.
You have to
it was
call.
gonna
If
be
you
the
go,
same
if you go, no, you made the best play. 'Cause
Yeah,
I thought
she
about
has-
it.
yeah,
You
yeah,
got-
yeah.
If you push,
Yeah, I like that.
fold.
Yeah, yeah.
He
No,
said
she
I
did
thought
that
about it.
for sure.
Which, at the end of the day, I mean, that's what you want your opponent to do.
They can't think wrong if they don't think.
Right, exactly.
So say it's
You, I mean,
it's not going to create a great outcome super often, but
but the fact you put them there.
yeah, they can't come in the door if you don't unlock it. You know,
Correct.
give it a chance.
I would
Yeah.
play a whole lot differently.
Especially if he had something stronger. He has ace king.
This whole time.
Maybe he gets it in more now. He doesn't put you on aces. He has pocket queens.
Right.
he might talk himself into, well, maybe she's got 10s or jacks. I'm all in. Like,
Can I just let you know you got one?
9s were weak enough. He can easily just get out of there
Right.
if he's putting her on a big hand.
Right.
If he was higher up, it might get tough for him.
Folding.
Yeah.
But
But if you do the look at your hand and immediately shove thing, okay, well, you have a strong hand.
Right. You make it a lot. You make my decision a lot easier.
She did everything she could. She did the
go nap in your car.
ask for a count. Didn't act super slower than she would normally if she had a decision. Didn't act faster either. Yeah, like that's all she could do. So after ventilation, Marcel asking how many players are left. I believe we're down to 12.
Yep.
I thought we were down to 12 earlier, but I think we're still at 13 because we're watching Are They Rebalance right now, which means we're at 6 and 6. He wouldn't bring a player over if we were at 11. So 12 players remain out of the 202 total entries. 3 more to go out, and we'll be at our final table.
We have a nose rebalance. We got our new player Joe in now.
Let's go with.
Hey, Joe.
One more.
Yeah, put 250.
Jake's going to get a quick count real quick here as we get our new player in since they've been dealt in.
40, that's 60. 211.
211.
What we got? Yeah.
211.
7.
All right, chips accounted for the live stream benefit. Keeping everything on point.
Raise.
Do you already get a pick or no? Not doing that. Still final table.
Looks like Jeremy did put in a raise.
35 total.
Raising it up. Basically, mid-click 35K.
Are we at 12 or 13?
We're at
12.
12.
I gotta move it.
Metro blinds. Greg 5 tray. Not going to be doing much of anything.
Looks like Allie is doing a quick color up, it looks like. Some of the orange chips off the table there.
Starting to get to that point where there's a lot of chips on the table, and all-ins are going to start getting tough to count. 2 of these bigger stacks get it in, and
yeah,
might as well start coloring up a few of them. It's hitting that stage.
It is.
It's always nice when you're in a tournament and you start seeing chips in play that weren't even in play at the beginning of the event. Like, all right, that's when you know you're starting to make it to the good spots.
You see the bumblebees, you're like, ooh.
Yeah. I see some chips that weren't in play before.
Which I think that's what's coming in play next, are the 25K chips.
We did see David defend the big with the king tray of spades.
Yeah, we are at the flop.
And
there we
David
go.
checked it over. Jeremy threw out the C bet on this board.
10, 8, 6, 2 clubs.
Alright guys, we're putting bumblebees in play here. 25K chips.
Yep.
Honey for
Black and yellows, black and yellow, black and yellow. 25K each. Previously the grays worth 5, the oranges worth 1. We're starting to hit that stage where chip stacks are getting deep. A couple of players over $500,000.
Is there a break after this one?
After the next one.
That's what they
Again, 12 players left. A Rungood ring and 7,400 up top.
5 minutes, give or take.
Everybody wants it. Seems like everybody in this field's playing for the win at this point.
Fold 8, fold 9. 16 to go.
Ace on the button for Greg. He's not going to hate it. Raising it up. Following suit to the last hand, just over the min-click 35K. Race Queen 9 could find a defend here. Sam and Greg, very similar chip stacks. A little over 20 bigs. Essentially one more blind if he puts in the call, which he does. So it'll be Reese and Greg heads up to the flop. Comes on all clubs, 10-8-5. Greg, middle pair. Neither player with a club in their hand. Actually, going to go check. Greg elected not to c-bet his pair of eights.
25.
After Reese checks it on the turn. Greg going to put the bet out now. Reese not going to chase that. Gut shot straight draw, especially when the jack of clubs is a dirty. Now only 3 clean outs. Greg's going to take down a pot.
Perfect, thank you.
You still need to put the cards right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
They don't have to stay in there, but
Okay, no, I just wanted to know if they were still okay.
yeah. And then yeah, because if they don't read, whoever's over there, whether it's me or him, will just tell you just scan them again real quick.
Or just hide them from us over there.
Put in your pocket, take them home.
Make them guess a little.
Hey, y'all want to chop?
Alan, was that you that just said that?
No. Chris.
Well, Allie looking down at Queens.
40.
Biggest stack at this table, hoping to extend that chip lead. And we're in a good spot to do so as Greg looking down at ace queen. These two have clashed a little bit. See how Greg wants to proceed. He's definitely not folding, just a question of call or raise. Normally you'd see a 3-bet here, especially given the fact they're 6-handed. He's got that demeanor like alarm bells might be going off in his head, but hard to know why. Allie hasn't shied away from the action too much. And oh my god, we see Greg just fold ace queen? I don't know how he does it. I for sure thought a 3-bet was coming in. That's crazy, Greg. How do you know? As you can see, David giving it thought with ace 10. He lets it go. Is it just strictly that they're reading 40K as a large size? Hard to know. That's just hard to believe that Allie didn't get any more chips into the pot there with pocket queens. Thought for sure Greg was going to find a 3-bet. Instead, he went to the other end of the spectrum and found a fold. Just completely reading Allie for strength.
You'll know in 15 minutes.
You'll know.
To get information, but
Sorry, it's
Allie not giving it up.
There might have been 10 there. Oh,
16
Wow.
to go. Fold in 3.
maybe.
Thinking anywhere between like 8s and 12s.
Fold 6.
Oh man. How did Greg read her for such a big hand?
Really? I'm glad we didn't do that. I'm glad that didn't happen.
Just curious, it was because they've been doing the standard open to 35K so much in the last orbit or two that her making it 40 maybe just for some reason made it look stronger. Guess we'll never know. Sure, Greg won't tell us. Sadly.
I don't like it, but it makes sense.
So watch Jeremy follow suit with that 40K open size from the small blind. He gets to take it down.
Allie, give me my 16. shop. Allow it.
Please let me.
So still 12 players remain after maybe Greg dodged an elimination.
You can run it twice.
I'll let you straddle, but you can only call if someone raises you, or you can raise if someone raises you, or check. Fold 4. Fold 6, 16 to go. Fold 7.
There we go, Jeremy on the button. 7-5 offsuit. We haven't seen Jeremy open light or get out of line too much at all. Suddenly it seems like this table's been tightening up as we're nearing that final table bubble. 12 players left. Does Jeremy want to zag and start trying to take advantage of that dynamic? Does not yet. Let's this one go. We did just see him kind of steal one from the small blind last hand. He doesn't want to push his luck as Joe follows suit, lets it go from the small, and we had a walk. Nobody seems to want to battle Allie right now. We got people out here folding ace queen and ace 10 against her. Now she's taking a walk, extending that chip lead. Has to be hovering around the 700K mark now. Possibly chip leader of the tournament. Definitely chip leader of this table. We know that this table had more chips than the other one early on.
16 to go. Fold 7. 16 to go.
Right over to Joe's button. He's sitting on about 10 big blinds. Suited ace. Could zing it in. Mounces raise. Looks like he's going to go with a small raise rather than the all-in shove.
35.
Going with that 35K open.
Thank you.
Allie getting the lay of the land. Very playable hand in king queen.
Just want to know how much damage you can do to me.
Allie flicking in that call. Could have found a 3-bet. Goes with the call. Does look pretty strong given Joe's stack size that he just min-raised. After flop comes Jack 4 tray. Allie checks it over. Joe likes to check it back. No C-bet. Allie's going to get there on the turn, hitting the king. She checks in flow, and wow, Joe. The old resuck, ace on the river.
Check.
4 clubs on board. Neither player wants to rep it, and Joe's going to get the good news that he got there. Much needed ace. Pick up a lot of chips. Would have been down to 7-8 big blinds if he lost that pot. Devin saying he was more likely to fold a piece of paper 8 times than the ace queen that Greg did, and Marcel speculating that he has soul read. I don't know. As soon as she put in that raise, it's like he sat up, like he just felt something. I gave it a lot of thought before letting it go. Just this fold makes no sense, but I'm gonna go with my gut kind of feel.
16.
Definitely a soul read.
Fold 7.
No chance.
Fold 9. 16 to go.
Allie raising with an ace.
Final table will go 9, but throughout the rest of the time it's just 8.
Get a little leg.
Hammer's dropping.
Allie's raise and take. Puts her back over that 700K mark.
I was like literally like, I don't actually think we could have played it. There were 3 different things. So stupid.
Give it clean on the floor.
Reese, give me
No,
my big blind, but
I
I
tried
was
to no, but I was going to check. But maybe that's
16.
also it came to 3 calls, so I wasn't sure if I had a call, and then the last one came on the end. And I was like, it's too late to try to pay my inbox out.
Had a wall call.
It turned out just
All day.
Why'd you look at him? You're supposed to look at him.
Where he's the first one active. Gotta work my way around.
Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us for this Run Good Ambassador event.
First walk of the day. Say, Greg, he just can't stand it.
Oh no.
Look at this.
Greg with the 7s. Fresh off of Reese telling the table he's never gotten a walk this whole tournament. Well, this hand's no exception. Greg raising his bigs, but no chance Greg's folding a pair. Have to open pocket 7s.
I can guarantee I'm ahead right now.
Guaranteed.
Absolutely guaranteed.
Guarantee.
I mean, he's right. So, this dude is on. I mean, I don't, Greg hasn't really misread a situation. Neither has Reese, so. Soul read v. soul read here. Reese literally called out Greg's hand earlier. It was pretty sick. Spot on exact hand. Now finds the right fold. Folding an ace to a button open. Not easy in the big blind. But Greg, as guaranteed, did have the better hand.
Looked like the ace, right?
Oh, yeah.
I said, oh, he's in deep trouble. I had my chips going off.
No chips, Greg.
Looks like aces. But it's
Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us for this live stream.
Been a fun event. It was a very lively field earlier.
Yeah, it definitely was.
Still a little lively, but
yeah, but it is also best bet after dark hours, as I like to call it.
Hide your kids.
It's been fun so far. Again, we'll be back at it also tomorrow with the ladies event.
Probably see some of the ladies that were on the feature table earlier tonight. Oh, a very lady field feature table early on.
It was.
The random seed troll was pretty hilarious. Just kept happening. Allie, the lone female survivor of the 5 of them that were on this table at one point. Although she's got more chips than everybody else, so she's not just surviving, she's thriving. Sideline reporter Greg in action.
Wayne. There's 2 people I think are all in on that head. I don't know. Nobody's short. A couple of people. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Nobody has like big.
Sounds like more of the short stacks are on the other table.
I mean, it did happen like that here. We had a couple big stacks, and then they just kept absorbing medium and shorties that got moved in for a while there. Which is why the knockouts kind of slowed down for a little bit here as everybody was deep enough. 20, 30 big blinds deep to just kind of stick around for a bit.
Did that play out?
So we got Reese on the button. He's thinking about it with 9-5 suited. Sub 20 bigs. We'll start making some moves. Looks like he does. Putting in a raise. Not a bad spot to do so with Jeremy and Joe in the blinds. They're on the shorter side of things too. Not desperation short, but not healthy enough to defend it light. So you might get away with this pretty often.
Sounds like the blinds and antes will be up this next hand.
Yep. Button. So thievery gets through.
10,000 small, 20,000 big, 20,000 ante.
2020.
Yep, 12 players left, 20K big blind. 20K, that was the starting stack in this event. Now it is one big blind. How you like them
That's
apples?
gonna be your super big blind.
The super.
Super big blind.
Profit poker's going up.
Wow. Fresh off of the increased blinds, Greg looks down at a increasingly strong hand. Ace King suited. Coming in for the raise.
Raise it up. 55.
Goes with a 55K, almost a 3x open.
Full 6. Full 7.
At least be able to play this hand in position the rest of the way if either the blinds wake up with something.
Full 8.
All the way around to Alley in the big. Queen 5 off. So the 3x size, not worth defending. Greg taking down the first hand at the new blind level. It's the battle. Wages on. You see everybody kind of rubbernecking that other table. I guess there's some short stacks all in over there again.
Yeah.
They're praying for knockouts.
They absolutely are.
Get to the final 9. Once you get to a final table, it just feels like you're all the way in contention. Just, I don't know, just, you see everyone in front of you. Like, all you gotta do is beat these people.
Full 7.
But for now, 12 players left. Action to be had. It's Jeremy looking down at 10-9 suited. He's got 12.5 bigs. How does he want to play this one?
Raise 40.
Does come in for the min raise. Especially how much tighter things have gotten recently.
Hold it up.
Feels like a good spot to open a little light. Blind just went up. Everybody's been kind of on the snugger side, and now things got a little bit more expensive. Player behind him on the button. Joe, the shortest of the stacks. Wouldn't be able to do much aside from all in or fold. So assuming that is true, you'll get this raise through. To where if the blinds defend, you'll be playing in position the vast majority of the time. So raise and take successful for Jeremy there. All right, we got our first tired player in the field, pushing for a chop. We got a couple more hours to go, though. Don't think chops happening with 12 left.
Fold 7.
Jeremy now, another speculative hand, ace-7 offsuit. Gonna go ahead and just let it go this time. As Joe looks down at Jack-10 suited. Goes ahead and limps in. Thought we might see a raise, possibly even the all-in. Instead, going with the limp, and he might be saved.
All in the 4.
Greg looks down at queens, and he just goes ahead and rips it for 20 bigs. Pretty much trying to ISO the limper Joe, hoping that he gets it all in. Instead, snap folds, and Greg's going to take it down.
It's good doing this shit blind. We got to call the field. Jason, fucking job, man. Looking at him like,
Greg enticing one of the bigger stacks at the other table to start knocking some of the shorties out. Also got this show on the road. We haven't had a knockout in quite some time. Last two were off of this table.
45.
So watch Jeremy open it up again. This time it's ace-10.
Full 9. This is going to be stuck in my head all night. Guaranteed. Solid. Full 3-4.
So far so good for the ace-10 until now. David looking down at ace-king. He ain't folding. He's probably not calling. See how big he wants to go on his raise.
All in.
He says, let's just get it all in right now. Ace-10 offsuit. Probably too weak for Jeremy putting the call. Still has 12, 13 bigs behind after the fold. Give it some thought though. Consider what this means. Haven't seen David get out of line. It'll be hard to imagine that you think ace-10 is the best hand here. Good majority of the time against this player. But never know what's swirling around. These players have been here for about 9 hours so far.
I didn't want to get bit.
Woke me up.
I don't think the bug's happy, but you know, that's neither here nor there. Hey, Arlie, will you see if you can get me bring me a cup of water with lemon? Ice water with lemon?
Two?
See, Jeremy doesn't necessarily love the spot that he's in right now. Doesn't want to let it go. But doesn't want to call either. So finds the fold. David over 600K in his stack. Jeremy getting a little bit shorter. Just over 10 big blinds as he enters the big, posting the dead ante.
20K, that's
Jeremy's been kind of stuck in that annoying spot ever since coming to this feature table. Can't quite get over the hump. Every time he accumulates some chips, it feels like they kind of go right back the other direction, and he's crippled down to 10 bigs again. See if that frustration gets the best of him, or the constant life just keeps him around till he does find the big pot to push him over 20 bigs.
Yeah, 2 or 3.
Yeah, I thought it was
I was thinking it was jack, so I guess.
just above it. Yeah.
Fresh off of the last hand, over to David now. Electing not to open the king 5 suited. Grease, suited king of his own and king 8 of clubs. And Jeremy, similar chip stacks, just over 10 big blinds. Could see a shove, could see a limp, could see a small raise. A lot of options for Reese here. See what he wants to do.
60,000. Raise 60 total.
He's coming in for the raise.
65, excuse me.
Goes right around the 3 big blind mark. Kind of puts Jeremy to an all-in or full decision. After looking down at 7-5, it's easy fold for Jeremy.
One is good.
So now the 2 shortest stacks at this table in the small and big blind right now. The shorter of the 2 Joe there in the 9 seat in the big blind. See if any either of them get it put into an interesting spot here. Their tournament lives are increasingly getting in danger. Looks like they will be facing some sort of aggressive action as David putting in the raise. Did make it 60K, 3 big blinds to go. over to Jeremy, but he's going to let it go out of the small. Just Joe remains. Queen 9 off. Has to fold about a third of his stack if you were trying to put in the call, and David's 8s get to take it down uncontested. So he keeps increasing his stack size without showdown. He's climbing his way towards the 700K mark himself. Action grinds on. 9 hours in. No end in sight with 12 players left.
Full 6.
See David let go of the pocket trays. Been tempting to put in a raise again, but maybe after a couple hands in a row, you think you're going to get some playback. So now Reese's turn. Queen 9 suited on the button. He's going to raise it up. Not the button, rather Jeremy on the button. Ace-7 suited. He's going to make a stand with this hand. He would have much preferred to be the one raising first in as opposed to facing it. Interesting decision point. Sitting on 10 big blinds. Facing a 3 big blind open. And he does rip it in. All in with the Ace-7 is Jeremy. Well timed. So he's got Reese crushed right now. Now Reese asking for the count, seeing if he is committed for the price of admission. Oof. Tough spot, only 140K to call. Getting over 2 to 1 if you put it in.
Just randomly, I haven't been checking anything.
If you knew Jeremy's hand, you would know he's getting the right price. Let's see what Reese is going to do. He's navigated well so far tonight. Getting off of it when he's behind. If he finds the call and loses the run out, he'll be left with 5 bigs. Finds the call and somehow manages to take it down, he'll suddenly be one of the bigger stacks. He does inevitably find the fold. Tough with Queen 9. This could so easily be dominated by King, Queen, Ace, Queen. Hands will just have you absolutely crushed. You would have been pleased to see the 60-40 if he put in the call, but hard to put it in hoping that's the case. So Jeremy staying alive like he has all night so far. Can never get a big stack, but continuously staying just over 10 big blinds. Reese suddenly now in the danger zone. He's been more comfortable most of the time, but crippled him down to 12 bigs himself.
Now we're back to that.
Folds all the way around the blinds. How many times have we seen Allie and Greg blind versus blind? Seems like it folds them so often. Like nobody wants to attack their smaller big. It just leads to them battling it out. And as Craig points out, another raise coming in from Allie in the small blind. I mean, we've had the benefit of seeing the hands, but it's been relentless. How many times she's had an opening hand out of the small blind against him. He does correctly fold again. Not letting frustration get the best of him. But it is borderline comical.
What'd you have? We got balance, probably.
If not, whatever.
have it be fake real. I probably want to like real chicken though.
Nobody's fucking every last hour.
You make the final table, it's gonna be
Yes,
freaking
that's perfect. Just one. It's plenty, thank you.
Yeah, we do want
You
to
guys
shop.
have veggies.
Just did a fucking bingo here and did it, dude. Did a final table sale.
Players finding the comic relief in the fact that nobody's busted in quite some time, even though blinds have gone up twice since the last knockout. Everybody getting relatively short, all things considered, for how deep we are into the event time-wise.
Heads up, guys.
Just a byproduct of no eliminations.
Changes in 120.
I didn't see these two heads up to the flop. Blind versus blind, limped pot. Each flopping a pair after a small bet. See David put in the call.
Oh, so you're looking at 25.
45,000. Card. Leave it on me then. Can I get you out now?
Not that time.
After turn comes out, Greg fires again. A little bit of deliberation, and David lets go of his bottom pair.
You'll see it soon.
Greg's pair nine's best. Taking it down.
I think you made the right call.
I'm sure I did. Oh, I know I did. I'm sure I did. Big blind boss.
I'm not losing this one.
I'm legit. I'm not losing.
No way.
Hold it.
I'm not losing. I'm not
Greg, any ideas on that?
Talking it in.
You hyped them up last time, man.
Hey, you hyped me up, man. I
Well, so far so good for you, Reese. Talking about how he hasn't gotten a walk yet. Folds around to Greg's button.
Faster curfew. The
Yeah,
witching
way-
hour.
way
Almost,
Greg
almost.
electing not to open the 10-9.
Look at here. Look at here.
Well,
You're not walking. You're not walking?
so close, Reese, but David never letting go of kings.
We went from see every hand was a flop, like every we saw flop every hand to suddenly the no flop zone.
David did put in the raise. Obviously, can't do anything but put in a raise with pocket kings. Reese looks down at an ace. Sitting on 10-11 bigs, blind versus blind. Might be a mandatory all-in spot. Could be disaster for him. Barring the 3-outer, of course. Tying up David's stack, seeing if he might get some fold equity if he shoves.
The next level. Next level changes everything.
Everybody's going to go for an hour and then boom, boom, boom.
Yes, right. The
That's
next
what players
level
will be doing.
becomes really big. And tournaments case volume, we got case average.
He's deep in the tank here.
It's gonna get less and less.
Doesn't love either decision.
Again, I'm okay with Friday 13.
Imagine that calling is the least favorite of those options. Just wonder what he's gonna go with, and well, call it is.
Heads up, guys.
I wasn't sure what to do one way or the other, and goes with the old call and see what happens on the flop. On the flop comes queen high. David just trying to figure out how to get Reese all in here. How do I get the maximum? Might just open shove. Could bet small to induce, but
Greg.
sure enough just puts out a committing bet size.
100,000.
So let's get it all in right now, Reese. Hope you hit a queen. We know that's not going to be the case as Reese double checks, just making sure it's not ace-8 of hearts. And there is the folded. David's going to show him.
I needed that magnet.
David going to be over the 700K mark now.
I thought you were going to jam.
We're seeing some disparity.
Jam, man.
Big stacks arise. A couple players shrinking down as they're holding on. And
I'm running good today.
we're losing a player due to rebalance, which means we are down to 10 players, 5 on each table. So one elimination away from the finale.
We were way down there for a while.
Because we will play it 9-handed at the final. So 10 players left, 1 more to go. So did everybody ladder again, making 749 now for making the top 10. That's first hand, 5-handed. Alley opening under the gun, pocket 8s. David with a pair of his own and 4s. These are the 2 deepest stacks of the table.
55, yeah.
David actually kind of close to getting the right price to set mine. Although 2 players to act behind on the shorter side that could shove. And it's an under the gun open. He might lean towards fold. I feel like both ideas have crossed his mind in the last 10 seconds. He's going to land on fold. Now action on Reese, 2 Broadway cards. He's getting short, 8 big blinds left. Time to make a stand or time to let it go. He's going to let it go, and so does Joe. Allie raising and taking. Reese and Joe getting quite short. Joe sub 5 big blinds. Reese around 8. Short stacks are trying to hold on. They're going to need to find a hand soon, especially playing 5-handed here.
No, I mean 8. 9.
Suited connectors for David as you want to put his chip stack to work. So he's going to keep playing straight up against this field. Maybe good timing as Reese looks down an ace on the button. 8 big blinds. Can't imagine. Can wait for a much better spot than this. There is the raise.
Raise to 85.
I thought it was 85.
Yeah, Reese committing about half his chip stack. We saw Joe get out of the way. Now he's got to let go of her big blind. Reads it for a strong raise, letting go of the ace-7 pretty quickly, rather than run it for the 8 bigs. She was correct in doing so.
Yep. Fireworks.
Oh, really? Yeah, it was on and off when you were dealing. I don't know why.
Sanjeev and Facebook saying his money's on Greg to win it all. I mean, don't hate his chances. He's navigated, including a massive soul read about an hour ago, avoiding complete disaster that I don't know how he did it.
Full 6.
He's not one of the 2 chip leaders here on the featured table, but he's far from dead, that's for sure.
7.
The short stacks get out of the way, and it's Allie and Greg. Blind versus blind yet again. And he finally gets the walk, does Greg.
Let's go!
You got lucky. Good
I
hand,
think that's
good
the
hand.
first loss since I've been.
I've been picking on him a little bit, so I thought I'd give him a break.
It's like almost every time it's folded to their blinds. Allie's put in the raise. First to walk, Greg's gotten in hours. It's time to celebrate.
Fold is up.
Our buddy over there.
All in.
Good luck, man. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
All right, we got Joe, the shortest of all the stacks at this table, all in for looking down at an ace. Right around 4 blinds, and Greg, 5 tray offsuit, just letting it go. Now David looks down at an ace in the big. Would imagine we see a call come in. Sure enough, he does put in the call, looking to spike the 6 and eliminate Joe. Joe hoping his ace-9 holds. He's in the lead for now.
If I was in the big, I just wouldn't even look at just what
And there comes Jack High. Clean so far for Joe. If he can just fade this river.
That's choppy.
And David gets there on the floor with a chop with the ace on the river. He gives a little dance. It's a little victory dance.
A little chop action.
Yeah. So Joe, gonna stay short, that's for sure. Him and Reese are on close to life support at this point. They need to wake up some hands and wake up with them quick.
I got 3, Harley.
Playing 5-handed here. Those blinds go around very fast.
And we are getting closer and closer to a break as well, guys. It'll be a color-up break as well. We'll be getting the orange chips off the table. Arlie's kind of getting a head start with that already.
Not right. I mean, I'm just doing them one by one for now. We're going to do a full
Just
color.
sneaking to players as they fold, grabbing them real fast.
Oh, 20. Harley, can I give you the ante for chips?
20 right there? I need to keep it as this.
Looks like Joe is all in again with ace-jack offsuit.
That would make it my turn. I will hold that.
I'll come back to this.
Greg itching to put in a call and try to eliminate and get to the final. David full now. It's Reese. The other shortest stack at the table is going to be stuck with this decision.
Hold 20.
He can't call it the 9-6 and has to let it go. He would love to see fellow short stack player eliminated, especially if he can find a way to accumulate some chips as he's under 10 bigs. But play continuing on 5-handed here on this table. 5-handed on the table behind us. 10 players left out of the 202 total entries in this event. This being the Ambassador Bounty event. This Mission Run Good series here at Best Bet Jacksonville. Players have been at it for a little over 9 hours now. And it looks like there's going to be a few more to go.
At least.
We have yet to make it to the final table. Although we're about as close as you can get.
progressively worse.
Fold 6. Alright, so let's see if I can get rid of
All right, all the way around to Reese in the small. And looking down at King. King 4 offsuit. Reese hasn't been the apply max pressure type. Although blind versus blind, both players sub 10 bigs. King 4, you could. You see Reese thinking it over. He's going to apply some pressure, raising it up to 3 bigs.
And Joe with pocket trays.
All
wow,
in.
Yeah.
Snap any pair you look down at. And Reese realizing it's only 60K more to call. I mean, if Reese finds the call, he'll be flipping and be very happy to be flipping, that's for sure.
Yeah, he would.
Right now he's kind of kicking himself a little for getting himself in a precarious spot, but if he finds the call, he'll be happy about it.
Got a name too.
And there's 61 more.
Yeah, just 61 more to call.
Yeah, I don't know if I have 2 live cards. Very aware that Joe's got, a bigger king. But for only 60K more, I mean, you're getting 3.5 to 1. It's just too good.
Yeah.
Yep, grown.
10-minute break, everybody.
And
We're coloring
call.
orange chips.
And it's a flip. He's going to be happy when he sees it.
Give me a shot. You were better than him last time. Wait a minute.
So Reese with the king 4, Joe with the trays.
You got me.
Basically, for both players' tournament lives, is it would leave Reese absolutely crippled if he loses this run out.
Oh, wow. Flops
He hits it
2
twice.
there, yeah.
So just fading a tray
Yeah,
is
top.
Reese. And
Boat up.
well, he hit it 3 times. He had to hit it once, but GG's Joe. We're going to see him limited there in 10th place, which does mean when we come back from this break, we'll be at the final table. So the final 9 will get situated. We'll do the color up, and we'll be right back at it in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, yeah, perfect timing for that, too. So, as I said, final table action resuming right after the break. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Be back shortly.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to
Nobody else?
Rip me another one. I'll take
We're
whatever
gonna
you got.
go 15, 25, 25.
All right, so here we are. We are back at it. Final table. Woo! Getting things going here. And that's the way the things
Lay of the
look.
land.
Yeah, look at that, Jason.
We had all the chips on this table, huh?
We did, yes.
David, Ali, Greg, the top 3 chip stacks were all on this featured table the whole time. That explains why it quieted down. Nice to see Jeremy rejoin us.
Yeah, Jeremy back with us, and there you see it. As far as
Jason's a shorty, still got about 10 bigs though, and he's the player there in the 1 seat on the button. So, still anybody's game. A lot of play left.
we are at 15,000 small, 25,000 big, 25,000 big blind. Annie. Yeah, that last elimination we had couldn't have come at a better time.
Yeah, as they were heading into break.
Yeah, as they were heading break, we were getting there to do a color up and everything as well, so we were able to knock everything out at once. So all you see is the grays and the bumblebees.
And grays worth 5K each. The bumblebee yellow blacks worth 25K each in terms of chip values. Now Jeremy, one of the shorter stacks, about 10 bigs on hijack with ace king.
Raise 55.
No, you used to have one of those.
Goes with the open. Could have seen a shove. Trying to get some value.
A little more this way. He's like,
I'm used to
damn.
splitting it, buddy. After 9.
And 9 players left.
I got you straight on.
It's you and me.
It's going to be fun to see who can take this thing down.
Yeah, definitely going to be a very intriguing table as far as... Oh, wow, like a tool. Ace-5 suited in the big blind.
Facing this open. So you want to call for the discounted price or max pressure 3-bet? Going for the call. So things quieting down as these 2 heads off to the flop.
Yeah, we'll see what it is in just a minute after the action tracker gets the information in. That tool did call.
Well, sounds like an open shove. A snap fold. It's a tool flop. The nut flush draw and applies max pressure.
I like that. That was a very unique way to ask for an all-in.
You know, he's got some unique things about him.
Yes, this is true.
Like, you know, a couple things.
Yes.
You playing the Mexican stream?
Me?
Yeah.
I am on the list, but I don't think I can't win on the stream. I've decided that it's just bad.
I heard you can't win off stream either.
Shows you I'm on the stream right now, and I'm locked up a win in the tournament.
That's right. Currently locked up $749. Jacob. But Tool going ahead and jinxing himself, saying I always lose on stream. As we are on stream.
Yep.
Bold strategy, Cotton. See how it pans out. Sitting in an okay spot though for now.
Jacob didn't miss a beat on either on that needle.
I'll do 10%. You let the chat know. All right, I'll do 10%. How much is that? You have to remind me tomorrow though.
And then you're going to have to show me on the stream that I said.
We'll clip it, play it back.
It's fine.
It's binding. We did see James open ace-9 of diamonds. James, not a player we saw at this featured table at any point. It's a little bit of a mystery for us.
Yeah, so James and Jason, new faces to the table as far as being on this, well, it was a featured table, now a final table. David down 10-6 offsuit in the big blind.
Definitely seen Jason on streams before. Made a couple different streamed final tables.
Yep.
Used to mix it up with Jason a good bit at the cash games way back.
Also,
coming here a long time.
The wild card at this table in the 9 seat there, HN.
It's quiet.
Yeah, that's fun.
Which is alarming. Usually we see HN on our cash games for like 2-5 and things like that and everything, and he is...
So he's comfortable on the live stream table.
Very much so, yes.
That always helps. I think it's got to help a little bit. The table's literally configured a little bit differently than your normal table. Just comfort level, been here before. Always nice. Although I haven't seen really anybody feel uncomfortable on this table at this point.
Right.
It's been a fun event, a fun field. Total of 202 total entries. Final 9 here on the final table. A lot of drinks, a lot of jokes. It was a fun $200 buy-in ambassador event.
Oh, pocket kings for Tool on the button.
So he's chatting it up. Waking up with a monster.
Oh, and Reese with ace-10.
It's button versus big blind.
Yep.
Could see a 3-bet come in. I mean, really, Reese is only about 15 big blinds deep. Could be an all-in shove even if he wants to. Especially if he thinks Tool has the capability to play a little aggressive, which we know he does. Could find a 3-bet shove, and that would put Tool in a great spot to be the chip leader.
And there's the all-in and a call.
Oh, man. Well, 1 minute ago, Tool said, and I quote, "I run bad on stream." Immediately gets kings 2 hands later. If he finds a hold here, he's going to be chip leading this thing.
Well, we know what happens with kings.
Oh, clean flop.
Yeah.
Spade for a split.
And he roots in the spade. There it is.
Oh,
So now,
no.
spade for a reason we would get there.
Oh, no. It's a king of spades.
Rub it right in Tool's face, being the king of spades.
Oh, my gosh. That sucks.
And it goes runner spades for Reese to double. Just make it the ace, not the king of spades.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's brutal. We're going to see Tool get crippled.
Yeah, that's a big
Reese
hand.
get the
That's
first
gonna go.
massive double up on this final table.
Sheesh.
Sheesh. Indeed. Say
So-
update. Oh, payout.
Yeah, there's the payouts.
We can show that now that we're down to 9.
Yep.
That's what everybody's playing for. Moderate jumps early on. Obviously already vying for what's up top there. The Rungood ring in 74. Hundo.
But yeah, there's the stacks now. And
Yeah, Tool flipped all the way down to 6, and Reese up top. Whew.
Yikes.
I mean, whoever won that thing was going to be chip leading. Huge pot.
Yeah.
I don't like you, brother. Appreciate you.
So that's the way things look.
3 players, sub 10 big blinds. We could see some more stuff shaking up pretty quick. So we do have a Jason and Facebook rooting on James. There we go. We got one James fan.
If it
I
makes
like
you feel
that.
better, I don't
Saw a couple of different fans earlier on. Let us know anybody you're rooting for on this final table.
You're just such a tool.
Let us know if there's anybody you're rooting against. Why not? Let's chat it up. We've been here for a solid 6 hours on stream. We're running out of things to talk about.
Yeah.
Getting a little loopy. Bring on the chat.
It's
after midnight. We can say whatever we want, right?
Yeah, HN. Here we go. Ace-10 offsuit.
You said to watch out for him.
Yeah. I say he's a wild card to me in this table. Ooh, but Ali, he's king off.
3-bet incoming.
Raise,
Raise. So 1 1/4. Josh here. Wow, Tool another hand.
Oh wow, Tool pocket 10s.
Me?
Yeah. Try one time. Give me one of them cards.
Well, there is the all-in from
Yeah.
Tool with the pocket 10s. Imagine he'll be flipping with Ali when he gets back around.
Sorry to the viewers. You only get 10% of 4,000.
Whatever's happening here.
All right, so Tool put in the all-in and the apology to the viewers. Bold strategy, Cotton.
And what's funny is HN is holding an out of each of Ali and Tool.
Looks like he's given it some thought, knowing that if he calls, Ali can't raise.
They have an Ali is gonna go.
I can't open the
Say, action was closed. She knew it. She knew it. HN knew it. That's why he puts in the call, knowing there's no back jam allowed behind. Because Tool's all in was for less than a full size raise.
Yeah.
Ali could only call.
Right.
Thanks, guys.
Good luck, sir. Good luck.
All right, so
Everybody knew it. They didn't even have to call Ali over
Yeah.
for a ruling of any kind. They knew.
Yep, they knew.
So we'll see if Tool's 10s can hold. So far they do.
Yeah. Queen high flop. Queen 9-8.
HN has a gutter ball, same as Tools for the chop, and oof.
Ooh, and
Ali
Ali
turning
catches
it.
a king.
So Tool drawing, dead.
Check, what I got? Show me. All of them. Oh, gotta see them all.
Yep, Ali's ace king. Gonna rake in this pot. That's gonna make her the chip leader now,
Am I
overtaking Reese.
Arlie, I need some money.
So GG is the tool. I mean, couldn't run much worse.
No.
He got maybe jinxed himself saying I run bad on stream, and
He
then
pretty much
did run bad on stream. I mean,
Yeah,
they made a truth teller out of him. That's for sure.
that is true.
Got in with kings against ace 10, and then got it in a flip there.
Well, don't look now. Now it's Allie. That is your chip leader, almost at a mil.
Glory touched me.
Show us on the chair where he touched it. So, GG's the tool. Pretty crappy to run there. I mean,
Yeah.
tournaments can be cruel.
Except that one
brutal.
time, and the guys.
And again, yeah, that's what Tool is taking home, $749.
So everybody's got over 900 locked up. Starting to get worth the 9-hour grind. Grind it out for $100 an hour
Yeah.
or more.
Yeah.
So they're only going to ladder from here.
Right. And listen, I think that's a pretty good, 100 an hour is a pretty good hourly rate.
Yeah. In case any of me or country's managers are listening, we highly, suggest it. We wouldn't mind.
No?
It'd be a great rate.
I,
If you want to try it out, we're willing to be the test dummies. Just throwing it out there. It's like flatting with aces, you got to open the door. It's the only way they come in.
Exactly. So here we go. Jeremy put in the initial raise with ace jack. HN calls. Now Allie with pocket nines, who is now your overall chip leader.
Yeah, Jeremy's under the gun open is really strong looking. He's one of the shorter stacks. Less than 10 big blinds, but comes in for a min click rather than the open shove. And we are 8-handed, so the under the gun open itself is pretty strong. That's why we're going to see Allie proceed cautiously with the nines, just calling rather than electing to 3-bet.
And Greg gonna go ahead and put in the call as well with his suited one gapper. So here we go, 4 players.
4 of you.
And there's a couple face cards.
Check.
Did
So
see
action
2.
could be a foot.
Oh, it's a king jack 7.
Yeah, 4 ways with the king on board. The ace jacks are going to slow down. Well, it opens the door for 6-8, turning open ender. Be a disaster for Allie if it comes a 9, as Greg would hit the straight against her set. Checks all the way around to Allie again.
She's gonna check it back, yeah.
I mean, with that hand, you're probably happy to get the showdown until now. So Jeremy and HN both sitting here with the 2 pair.
Does complete the clubs as well.
Backdoor clubs and queen 10 came in. Only things to be worried about, but I mean, Jeremy gonna bet for value. Went with small size, 50K, just trying to get looked up by worse. HN
And HN puts
pretty
in.
happy to call.
Yep.
Everybody else will get out of there, and these 2 are going to inevitably chop it up.
Chop it up.
Ah! The old chop. Everybody loves a chop. So, 8 players remain. Again, this is our $200 buy-in Rungood Ambassador Bounty event. Started 3 p.m. here on the East Coast as we're coming to you live from Best Bet in Jacksonville, Florida. Part of our Mission Rungood series. It's making its way through our part of the country. About the midway point. Event 1 was this last weekend. This is, I believe, event number 6, if I recall the number correctly. We'll have a bunch more events through this week. Ladies event tomorrow, which will have live stream coverage similar to this. Featured table all the way through final table. A couple of side events as we head into the weekend. The main event running. Main event flights start on Thursday. Go through the weekend as we'll see day 2 action on Sunday. Only portion that'll be streamed of that day 2 action will be the final table, which will go live on Sunday night.
You know, I got to.
But before it gets to any of those, we're going to watch HN opening a small pocket pair of the gun. Allie looking down at ace queen, happy to put in the 3-bet. Making it 125 over HN's 50.
125.
He might stick around for only 75 more. Hope to catch a good flop. It did get back to him, and he's thinking about it. but he lets it go.
And does let it go.
That's why you're going to see a lot of players fold small pocket pairs from early position, especially being 8-handed. You get shorter, maybe you can start opening wider, but it's just so tough to navigate. Face a 3-bet, not what you can do, given the fact that stacks are pretty shallow. That just means alley accumulating more chips. Gotta be flirting with the 1,000,000 chip mark. Crazy to think about.
Yeah, she's, I think, just barely over it now.
25 to go. Fold in the 1. Fold in the 2.
Every player started with 20K starting stack, turning 20K into 1,000,000. More room to grow. Action folds around to Greg on the button. Queen Jack suited. He'll be coming in for a raise. Goes with the 4X. Raising into the two shorter stacks at this table. Jeremy and HN both well on the shorter side of things. Greg essentially raising half their chip stacks. Both of them just have to let it go. Seeing Greg and Allie finally a little separated. They were side by side for the longest time. Two of the bigger stacks at the featured table just kept blind versus blind battling. So now they kind of opposite ends of the table. Get to see them mix it up with a few other players.
Since we got the dealer change happening right now, let's go ahead and show you the stack counts. Yeah, and you see it, Allie over 1,000,000 now, 1,025,000 for her. Reset 765,000. David 595. Greg 520.
Just a very staggered ladder of chip stacks. It's perfectly mixed. Nobody clumped in together too much.
And you see Jason and Jeremy are the two that are under 10 bigs left.
And the third shortest there, HN. He's sitting right between those two, so all three of them kind of in a row. See if the big stacks start picking on them when they're in position or not. Top two asking how many players left. We got just these 8 players remaining.
70,000.
Featured table coverage is turned into final table coverage now. So we went into that last break.
And we had
the final table bubble burst.
We had 202 total entries in this ambassador event today. And guys, if you guys want to see the payouts, if you're in YouTube, you can type in !payouts. It'll show up in the chat. If you're watching on Facebook, you can just go to a pinned comments. And you can see the payouts that way as well. Yeah, we are now down to our final 8 after 202 entries.
Pretty quick-lived Chris, quote-unquote, Tool getting eliminated. Pretty ugly fashion.
Very gross.
Final table coverage.
Very gross fashion.
Just don't jinx yourself. That's the lesson we learned today. Seen a couple of folds so far. Folds continue through. Action swinging around to the short stacks now. First of which Jeremy will let go of his Jack 7. HN letting it go. So Jason pretty much stuck all in her fold out of the small blind. He's just going to let it go. Tough the shorties have the chip leader alley right there in the 2 seat to their left. Makes it hard to steal the blinds when you're short and the big stack's in there. We'll see how things continue to shake out. Playing 30-minute levels, so we're probably about halfway through this level right now. Obviously, every 30 minutes the pressure mounts up a little bit more if you're that short stack. Folds them all the way around to HN.
Oh, pocket 5s.
Yeah, just over 10 bigs, late position. Lex not just open jam, going with the raise.
Let's see. Oh my gosh.
The rich about to get richer.
Yep.
Kings for Allie.
Allie has the goods.
doesn't have to be too concerned about the player in the big blind in terms of chip stack. It's 2 to her left. Reese that has sitting second in chips. There's a chance she just slow plays it here. Going for the small raise.
125 the raise, so just a little over a mid click.
Inviting HN to just stick it in there. Gives away room for.
Oh, no, wow. David's got queens in the big blind.
Holy cow. David sitting, you know, in that middle of the pack when we looked at the chip stacks. Oh, it's be brutal for him to get eliminated. Some shorties still in the field. It would be insane for Ali to pick up another $500,000 in chips, too. So what does David want to do here?
What a
There's
spot.
the all in.
All in.
He's going to let HN off the hook for sure.
HN will get out of there.
Most likely.
100%.
I'll say 99%. I've seen some crazy stuff.
You know what? You're right. This is true. I mean, HN, like I said, I know in cash games HN plays a little wild, but yeah, he is going to let this go.
Yeah, I mean, it was 99%. Snap call from Ali, and David's going to be at risk.
Well,
He'll be looking for a lady, which we've seen a lot of ladies at this table when it was the feature table.
You're
earlier.
right. There were quite a few ladies at the
Now only
table.
one left, and she's holding kings.
Oh, man.
So far, so good for Ali. David.
Oh, it's a wrap done.
David drawing dead on the turn.
Yep.
Ali stacking somebody here.
Wow, and just like that, Ali has...
David coolered out in 8th place. Ali, who was already the chip leader, now double the next closest stack. 2x. Second place with her chip stack. 1.7 mil.
Yeah, 1.7 mil.
GG's
Absolutely.
to David. We saw David make a huge comeback on the feature table earlier, and he navigated to having a nice stack heading into this final. Just a cooler there. Not much you can do in these when you're sitting with 20 big blinds in a blind versus blind formation. You see currently the land Ali. So many chips.
68 bigs now for
more than second and third combined.
Yeah.
Sick lead.
Yeah, I mean, David worked himself back up to that stack, though. Remember, he was a shorty on the feature
And he
table
just
for a
went out
while.
with $500,000. I mean, he was right in contention. Not much he can do. If you're going for the win there, there's nothing you can do.
Right.
Yeah, definite GG to him. I mean, he was short as heck.
He was.
For the longest time, made a big comeback. Took over the featured for a while.
But here's the other side of it now, too. HN, who was in that hand before he let go of those fives. Now he actually ladders up a spot after that.
So, all those
massacre.
shorties are so happy to see that happen.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, David taking home a little over 900, but everybody else now, you got almost 1,200 locked up for the top 7. Buy-in was 200. You're guaranteed about 1,000 in profit already with only upside. That's where it starts getting nice. Start hitting. All right, well, I got 4 digits profit locked up. That's not too bad, even though I'm short.
It's an okay night.
Yeah.
Yeah, right now, it's, at least on this table, right now it's Ali's world at the moment.
Well. All right, well, Reese and James going to be heads up here. James did open under the gun. Reese defending out of the big blind.
Do see some paint there. Does that have a king? It is.
Yeah, that's a good flop for James. Reese, second in chips. It looks like he's going to apply some pressure, which is a good spot to do so overall. James, you know, we see that middling stack, and we saw 3 super short stacks. The middling stacks don't want to bust when you have 3 shorties in there due to all those ladders.
It's a 9 on a turn, so James's king is still good.
We'll see if Reese wants to continue the pressure or if it was a, one and done kind of shot.
Reese took a look at James's stack size there,
Yeah,
but he's
so
on
one
check
down.
it.
I like the one shot on the flop, and then so now James checking behind invites potential bluffs, but yeah, Reese is done. He knows. He's probably not getting it through. Probably a good shutdown. James, over $500,000 himself, puts himself pretty much sitting in 3rd place chip-wise. So don't dislike the way Reese was maybe attacking the situation a little bit. He was able to tread carefully and just kind of set the tone right on the flop. Find out with one bet where James is sitting in terms of hand strength. Because short stack Ali over there, not Ali the player, I meant like Boulevard, short stack street.
Right.
Jeremy, HN, Jason, all in a row. You're gonna see some eliminations. They can't avoid getting it in when they're sitting next to each other, whether a big stack opens or they naturally clash just by position. Ladder is incoming. Allie. Going to be using her chip stack, and this is a great spot to do it. You got Reese, second in chips, and James third in chips in the blinds. Why not raise them up, put the pressure on? Unfortunate that Reese wakes up with an absolute monster. It's the only way he really plays back at you.
All right, now Reese, ace-king suited.
Yeah. And here comes the 3-bet. So 3-bet came in from Reese.
To 155. Folding 6. Fold around.
Easy fold for Allie. So that raise is going to get through a good portion of the time. You're only going to get resistance from some of the big premium hands out of Reese and James, the way these chip stacks are set. And does balance out. Last time she put in that raise with the kings. Now found a raise fold. She's remained pretty balanced on stream here so far the last couple of hours. Big blind over there on Greg, which means the short stacks are going to start hitting the big, and first of which is Jeremy looking down at ace-king. On the gun, happy to raise it up. He's hoping to get it all in against somebody right now.
All in.
And it's going to be Jason looking down at an ace. We've seen Jeremy open a couple of times. Maybe the doubt creeps in that he's a little bit lighter than he is. Jason, look down at an ace with 5 bigs. Just rip it in and pray for folds. Hope we're going to run out. Unfortunately, he's going to be well behind Jeremy's ace-king. Action does get back around. Jeremy snap calls. Jason's going to be looking to spike an 8, find a double up.
No more action, guys.
Jeremy looking to hold on with his ace-king and find some much-needed chips, and that's going to help when it comes king high. Backdoor hearts for Jason, though. In red, but a diamond on the river. And we are going to see Jason eliminated in 7th place. Not too much time on stream for Jason this go-around, unfortunately, so GG's go out to him. Jason will be taking home $11.90 for his 7th place finish. It's Jeremy. Great timing to wake up with a big hand and get some action. As he was sub 10 big blinds entering that hand. Borderline life support. Now a little bit more wiggle room. So we go down to 6 players. All the lull in the action with 2 tables remaining is catching up with us. A couple of knockouts quickly on this final table. So we can see all 6 players, 1,500 and change locked up at this point. Pay jumps are getting pretty nice. A couple hundred at a time now. Again, buying in this event, only 200. So we watch Greg applying pressure, blind versus Jeremy. No reason not to. Jeremy sitting on 15 bigs.
So tight.
Somebody's got to do it.
Still friendly table. Jokes are coming out every little bit once in a while.
I feel so isolated down here all by myself, I'm not gonna lie.
You have
So I feel
cooties.
like I'm like holding court and you guys just like, I'm like, all right, gentlemen, listen up. Here's what we're gonna do now. Right?
You've already held court, looks like
people
you
here.
sentenced us all to death.
Yeah.
Top 2 asking, is this a ring event? Yes, it is. Winner of this event will be taking home a Rungood ring in addition to the 7,400 up top. I love those Rungood rings.
Raise 55.
A little jealous I can't play in this event myself and win one of my own. Well, try to win one of my own. Not very good odds, but
Move me to a 4 seat.
I'd like to try it. Especially an event like this. This has been a fun one.
Yeah.
Ambassador.
Fold it.
Bounty events are always a lot of fun.
All in.
And well, Jen's trying to have fun and find a double up as he's going to be all in against Dally. 9s versus ace 10. The old classic race. Can Allie extend her chip lead even further? Can HN find the double up?
I don't think she misses.
9's good so far.
Don't look like that.
Clean turn.
It happens.
And the 9's hold. Allie eliminates another player. Another short stack going out as HN. Going to be going out in 6th place, taking home around 1,500.
That's why I have all 4 of you over
We're
here.
doing 5 players, and Allie just keeps extending that chip lead, closing in on the 2 million mark.
How you're gonna be the big blind by yourself?
Oh, and you're blind.
Blinds
Blinds
are
are
up.
up 30,000 Annie, 15,000
There you
small
hear,
blinds,
30K. Big blind. As we plummeted down to 5 players left, everybody's got 2K locked up now at this point. They're all staring at Allie's chip stack. Probably getting a little jealous since she is absolutely crushing this field so far. But all the short stacks are eliminated now. Ladders for those middling chip stacks matter a lot less since they're all kind of clumped in together. Watch Reese open it up, first act. Again, being down to 5-handed, under the gun open, not as strong. And whoa, another potential big collision here as James looks down at aces. See what size he wants to use on a 3-bet.
Raise 200 total.
Goes with 200K. It's a little bit less than half of his chip stack. He's hoping to get some action. No action from the players behind. Allie quickly gets out of the way, so it's just a question of whether Reese wants to do anything with ace-jack of hearts. We haven't seen Reese really misstep too much in this tournament since he joined us on the featured table and now to the final. See if he can navigate this one correctly. It's tough to resist. Only 120K more to call, and there's 350-ish in the middle. I mean, you're getting close to 3 to 1. But at the same time, this represents so much of James's chip stack. It just looks incredibly strong. Reese giving it a lot of thought here. He's almost trying to pick up a read on James, staring him down. James just giving nothing away. Trying to stay stoic and still. And there is the fold after the deliberation from Reese.
You'll see it later.
A good fold indeed by Reese. His top 2 points out in the chat. Mike, you're a fish. Well, I might be a fish, but you spelled your incorrectly, so in your face. We can both be fish.
She ain't got all on too much.
But not a fish. Is Reese there? Finding a good fold.
Not been a first time.
He'll be happy when he gets the good news.
I'll see you later. What is it, 20 minutes later?
So he'll see you later and he'll smile about it. So we look at Greg. Hasn't had it too much in terms of action on this final table. He didn't shy away from the action earlier on the feature. Opens things up with a king-queen. See if Allie wants to stick around out of the small blind with queen 10. Now over to Reese in the big blind. Closing action. Jack 8 offsuit though. Might avoid putting any more chips in this pot. But only 45K more. Getting close to 5 to 1. Might be tempted to stick around. Does in fact find the call.
Check. Check.
Crazy here is flop comes ace high. Nobody hits it. See if Greg wants to represent it with a continuation bet.
Check around.
Does Lex not to throw out the C bet and Allie gonna improve to the best hand, hitting the 10 on the turn. Just whether she believes it's the best hand or not. Reese, meanwhile, did turn a gutter ball. If he can spike a 9. Greg turning a gut shot if he can spike a jack. Just a little bit for everybody here.
Check. Check.
Now ace on the river. Gonna give Allie some confidence that her hand is best. Doesn't want to bet for value though. Into 2 opponents. But when we get to showdown, pot's going her way. And just like that, she's over 2 million now.
Button's good.
So Allie over the 2 million chip mark. Just absolutely crushing it on this final table. You could take the next 3 players' chip stacks combined, and it wouldn't be 2 million. So we'll see if anybody can find a way to slow her down, or if she's just going to keep cruising all the way to the Rungood ring.
You didn't deal me in.
Sit down and play. Sit down and play with us, all right?
Full 7. Small blind. Small blind.
You almost got there for me, boy. I was waiting on that straight on the river. I'm like, man, what?
So almost.
Fold 8.
We're going to have a blind versus blind battle here. And Reese and James have clashed pretty frequently already on this final. Let's see if this hand does it again. Starts out with Reese. Now 10-7 out of the small. And looks like clash is his desire as he raises it up. And wow, unfortunate as James looks down at pocket jacks. Not too long ago, James woke up with aces against Reese's Open. He's going to start feeling like he's picking on you at some point, but we can see he's got the goods. Let's see what James wants to do with pocket James's. He's just going to go jamming. It's an all J party. So he rips it in Reese's face and gets to take it down. Maybe fortunate for Reese he didn't have a better hand, as he might have talked himself into calling a little bit lighter than normal given their history so far. Top 2 asking, should the other 4 players stay away from Allie, or what kind of strategy should they be playing? It's kind of tough. I mean, 5-handed, it's hard to avoid anyone in particular. It's also really unique because we had all the short stacks bust out, kind of in order there. So now it's really anybody's game in the middling chip stack in terms of 2nd through 5th. I think a lot of it's just going to be taking advantage of whatever situation comes your way, kind of no matter who the opponent is. With no short stack in play, we haven't seen Allie leaning on the opponents too much. She was trying to lean on them a little bit earlier when there was short stack still in. It's almost like the game had to reset a little bit with all the shorties busting out. Very fast and furious. And wow, Greg. And if it seems like Reese is just constantly facing aggression right now. All of it's been pretty standard, but at some point you start talking yourself into thinking, maybe these other people are picking on me. Do they always have it? Doubt really starts creeping in when it happens to you over and over again. Let's see if he can stay level-headed and make some sense of this. That's the frustration. It's got to be mounting just a little bit. For the most part, he's navigated it correctly so far. See how he wants to navigate this one. Ace-5 offsuit, pretty tough spot. Greg, while aggressive, hasn't gotten extremely out of line by any means, especially in a 3-bet scenario. Does let the ace go, shows it. Kind of hoping, I think he's kind of hoping Greg would show back, get some information there. But Greg's not going to do it.
Hardy, you don't take my place. Just head on to the truck.
Yeah, I do. But you do not want me to take your place.
No, can't do any worse.
You
Oh,
don't
no?
want to take his place, though. Yeah.
Well, the hard part's over. Chris and Chris are gone.
Cracks me up, man.
They are
Well,
exhausted.
you know what happened, my good. All in. Either one of you. Well, you know what happens the third time. I don't give a shit if I got 3-2.
Phew, another ace for Reese. Is he going to find an open again? Looks like he is. He's not slowing down on his pre-flop races. Not deterred by constant playback he's seeing. Sometimes it's easy to kind of go into a shell. Instead, puts in the raise, and after Jeremy folds his big blind, I mean, he's going to be sub 10 bigs for the blind, and Annie just went through him. He's now the shorty.
It's like they just keep coming, and then I'm like, what the hell, man?
And Marcel, I think, hitting the nail on the head there. 5-handed, hard to stay away from each other, kind of nowhere to hide. I think that is definitely the case. At the same time, you might be able to play back at somebody if you think they're abusing the situation with their chip stack, but we just haven't seen that happen since all the shorties busted.
It's great when we see Sonny at the bar, and we don't say hi to him, we just say it out loud.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Who's here?"
Corey's saying everybody laughing at the fold of the open ace of hearts. I think it's the well, that's not the important card. It's what's with it. You know, if it's ace queen, it's a big fold. If it's ace 6, it's a offsuit. It's a more trivial fold.
Also, it's
But I think he was showing the ace to try and get Greg to give away some piece of info.
yeah, I just looked it up right now.
I saw earlier Reese really good with the hand reading. I think he was just unsure of it there. Wanted to pick up some information for later.
Fold 7.
Move on to this hand. James opening with the ace tray. Suiting clubs. Short stack Jeremy in the small 8-7. Nothing to do but let it go.
Well, we have till 4 o'clock.
It's over to Alley. 10-6 suited. Could defend out of the big. You can definitely defend wider with your chip stack against the non-short stack. That's what we're going to see Alley do here.
And a call.
Losing one big blind if you're her isn't too significant, all things considered. We'll go off to Queen 4 deuce. So James flopping the wheel draw. Obviously a bunch of backdoors to go with it. In terms of clubs. Ace high good. Betting lead and throws out the continuation bet. Goes the 50K. It's small, but just 10 high. Alley's getting out of there. So we see an update now on the chip stacks. Jeremy kind of the lone shorty.
Oh boy, wow.
Alley is, running away with it. And James is separating himself in second place. Nice spot to be in. I mean, if you can just get it to heads up, anything can happen. Seen some miraculous comebacks. Telling us what the 5 players are playing for here. 74 up top. Everybody's got 2K locked up now. Ladders in between and are starting to gain some significance. 600 next pay jump, 1,000 after that.
7.
Wow, we see Greg letting go 4s. Not wanting to raise with the short stack behind him and then the big stack in the small blind.
My first walk today.
Here Reese asking for the walkie. Talking about earlier, never got one the entire time on the feature table. It's going to be no exception as Allie's going to apply the pressure. And this is where She's aware of Jeremy becoming so short. She starts leaning on those medium stacks to her left. She's timed it really well. She hasn't applied that pressure when everything was kind of level. And now, you know, those guys know a pay jump is right around the corner. They're not going to get too out of line. You can just lean on them. Worst case, they shove and you fold. Saw that happen when she opened her button in the one hand. Jason in Facebook said James looks like a mannequin. Hard to pick up on that guy. Yeah, when he 3-bet those aces and Reese was staring him down trying to get a read. It was just no movement, giving nothing away.
Just getting started.
Very mannequin-like.
Fold 7.
Alright, so action on this is Jeremy right now. Greg is already folded and Queen 10 in the muck.
Yeah, Jeremy 9 bigs now. Queen 10's rough.
Reese was 6-5 off and a small blind, also gonna let it go and
give James the walk.
Yeah, James is gonna have to walk.
James just cruising in second. He's watching players that are closer to his heels on his right and left there chip down while the shorty is still in the field.
Also our man Kirk. What's up, Kirk? Good to see you in the YouTube chat. Hope you're doing well.
Good morning to you, Kirk.
Yeah, morning. Yeah, appreciate you guys being with us. Again, 202 entries in the Ambassador event today. And now we are down to our final 5 here on the table. Jeremy, Jack 9 suited to kick things off.
Ready 60.
Allie with the suited Doyle. Not good for tournament. Gonna let it go. Reese King 8 offsuit on the button in the muck. Now James with Ace 4 in the muck.
And everybody gonna respect Jeremy's open for the most part. For such a cheap price, Greg will come along and hope to suck out. He obviously doesn't have the best hand.
All right, so let's see.
Diamonds
Both
would be
diamonds.
a disaster.
Yeah, it would be.
He's checking.
And it's not.
Ace high really favoring Jeremy's range if he puts out a continuation bet here.
All of it.
And there is the all-in jam from Jeremy.
Nothing Greg can do. Just has to let it go. That's good for Jeremy. That's going to pull Greg down to his level as they kind of level off there around the 400K mark. Everybody just staying shallow.
See Allie, essentially the lone person on the left side of that table, left of the dealer, but also with all the chips.
I wonder where they came from. Probably all those people that aren't sitting there anymore.
Yep.
She beat them up and took their lunch money.
Pretty much.
30.
It's just funny because it feels very 1 versus 4, and she's like physically sitting away from the other 4. It's just like it's her versus them.
Yeah. King Jack offsuit for Allie. Ooh, pocket 10s for Reese.
All right, see Reese push back against this raise. He's definitely not folding. Kind of stinks with everybody still left to act, but we're not overly deep. You know, 15 big blinds.
Yeah.
Just a pretty mandatory 3-bet shove, especially 5-handed.
Yeah, I was very asked if this is a jam here, considering where it is.
Especially right after Jeremy just picked up those chips, so we saw him and Greg around 400K. So it's not like Reese has a lot more chips than the rest.
Somebody's gonna go with a light call. Oh, actually, just calling. Yeah.
Yeah, we went with the call. Wants to see what develops behind him.
Fold 7.
Now Jeremy, Octo Crab.
Everybody else getting out of the way, and they're gonna not show it, but in their heads they're gonna root for Allie to stack another opponent, so they can ladder. But
let's see a flop.
See what happens.
Oof.
Action flop.
Yeah,
Bottom
big.
set for Reese. Middle pair and open under for Allie.
Wow.
Reese is not deep enough for this not to get all in. Like Allie's going to c-bet.
Wow.
Yeah, Allie continues. Reese, less than 400 behind, facing 150. He's going to think about it for a minute and then jam.
Yep.
Don't see how he does much else. There is the all-in, and Allie going to snap call because
Yep.
too good of a price not to put in a call, even though you know you might be behind right now. So Allie looking to spike an ace or a 9 and eliminate another player. Reese looking to hold and chip up to a milli.
Oh, blank on the turn.
Deuce.
And another.
Break on the riv. So Reese gets the big pot. Chipping up to $1 million. Allie down to 1.5. So that gap's closed a little bit.
Has closed a little bit.
Reese now separating himself from the other 3 gentlemen to his left.
Nice hand, nice hand.
God, if Allie would have won that run out, should have had so many chips.
Yeah.
Instead, the game is anybody's now.
That's an interesting way that hand developed.
I really thought we were going to see him just rip it in pre, which she might have found a fold with King Jack against his 3-bet shove.
I mean, it works, right? It's a good thing.
We'll never know.
To go.
See if any of the other players can find it. Their double up. Everybody's looking for it, that's for sure.
Reese down with ace tray.
So you want to start opening a little bit lighter. No reason not to. Now you got some chips to play with. James. Ace deuce suited. Just letting it go. That's why you don't hate seeing that ace tray open. People are folding pretty tight right now. Might as well take advantage of that dynamic.
And Jeremy here with ace 6 in the small blind.
So he's
He's
just
gonna
going to
let
go
it
too. So, I mean, if you're Reese and you open and you make 2 other people fold an ace, I mean, that's just going to add fuel to the fire if he knew what people were folding. I think he's picked up on the dynamic pretty well, as you see. Pretty scaled attack here. Allie still up in the lead. Reese, James not too far behind, but then Greg and Jeremy are just kind of down in the dumps, needing to find a double up to put themselves in contention with the rest of the field. So we'll see if Allie and Reese continue to use their chips to open light. James is stuck right in that middle. The shorties to his left and the big stacks to his right. I mean, he's got the power of all the information, but it's not a lot. There's not going to be a lot of opportunities for him to steal chips. Have to imagine the big stacks are going to open before he gets a chance to, and shorties can easily jam behind.
King deuce for Allie here in a small blind.
Gonna raise it up.
80K the raise. Queen Jack suited for Reese in the big blind.
Assume we see a call as opposed to a 3-bet. Sitting second in chips, being able to play the hand in position. You don't need to go crazy, but you never know. Might be getting frustrated with the constant opens from the small blind against his big, but stays disciplined, putting in the call.
Allie catches a deuce.
It hits a pair. Checks it over. Rather continuation betting. Reese with just queen high. No diamond on board for a backdoor. Just checks it back. Just 2 overs this board. Now is Reese. Looks like Allie firing out the delayed c-bet. Deny some equity to hands like Reese is holding. 2 overcards that are live. As well as possibly charge some sort of straight draw or flush draw.
Reese gonna let it go. So Allie will get a few of those chips back from Reese.
It's a moral victory.
Yeah. Again, just a reminder, I guess I could say later today, much later today, we will have the feature final for the women's event. And that'll actually be our last live stream for the week before we're back Sunday for the final table of the main event. Guys, you can check out the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details when it comes to promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule, much more. All there on the website.
All the May schedules are up, that's for sure. Yeah, so we're only 2 days away from May, which is crazy.
It is kind of wild.
Feel like April just started, but it's gone. Looks like James is going to get a walk. So Reese not trying to go too crazy out of the small blind. As now Greg's going to be in the big. It's Greg and Jeremy, the two shorties there on the left side of the table. It's entering their big blind territory. Things have really quieted down this five-handed play.
Yeah, things have got more serious.
I mean, you got a Rungood ring on the line. You got a 1 in 5 chance of winning it if you're at the table, so it's time to, you know, focus up. And they're probably a little tired since we've been at it for 10.5 hours now. Hitting 1:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. Little late for some of these guys. 10.5 hours into play. Mental warfare takes its toll. As Reese opens it up with ace queen.
120.
Yeah.
6.
Gets through the small blinds and over to the shorter stack in the big, and he's just got to let it go. So Reese with the raise and take. Two short stacks in the small and big here. Big blind still at the 30K mark. Probably closing in on the next increase. Reese looks down at 2 Broadway cards. Queen Jack off. Could easily find a raise yet again. Sure enough, does. Just throw in the min click, making it 60K. Over to James with pocket 7s.
On the button.
So he's going to proceed. Pretty cautious, just putting in the call, doesn't need to get out of line or crazy, and, well, Greg, happy to 3-bet shot.
Yeah.
I mean, beautiful squeeze spot for Greg.
Yeah.
Premium hand to do it, just over 11 bigs. You also have presumably light open and only a call from the button. Should get the squeeze through pretty often. It's a dream spot. I mean, if he takes this down uncontested, I mean, it's like a 50% increase to his chip stack. Like, he's completely content just taking it down. But Reese giving it some thought. Doing some accounting. So he's cutting out the calling amount to see how much it would leave him with. Deciding whether he wants to put in the call or not. And in the end, he does not. Finds the fold. Would have been dominated if he called, and now James, the interesting decision with pocket 7s. If he knows what Greg's holding, probably put in the call with all the dead money in there, but if he thinks Greg could have a pair higher than his, he might not, but James finds the call. Greg's going to show his hand, and ace-queen versus sevens all in. Here we go. For Greg's tournament life. Hoping to spike an ace or queen, and he does when it comes down ace high on the flop. Don't have to sweat the backdoor clubs, just fading a 7 and a 7 only for James. 7 doesn't come as Greg finds the much-needed double up. Flip-flopping positions with James, essentially. Switching their chip stacks, and James becomes one of the shorties. Greg's hanging out in that middle spot. As you hear, blinds did just go up.
If there happens to be a bust out, be patient. I'll come right back out in a couple minutes. Okay?
Don't go far.
Little self-deprecation from Jeremy there. He is currently the short stack with these 5 players remaining.
I saw the red chipping.
Freaked you out?
Yeah, actually.
Sorry.
I'm like, what red?
Take it off this one.
No, you're fine. I'm like what red chip do we have?
Fine, I'll forget the zipper and then I'll feel that and the whole thing.
40 to go.
So, new big blind amount, 40K.
Fold in the phone.
Gonna shrink some of those stacks down a little bit more. It's now James looking down at king queen, fresh off of that loss, sitting around 11 big blinds. Just gonna go all in. Doesn't need to get cute here. Big stack. And the field alley is in the big blind. Short stack was in the small blind. Just rip it and see what happens as gets over to the chip leader, and she's got to let it go. So James adds a little bit of life back to his chip stack after losing the all-in with his pocket sevens. We're going to see the 2 biggest stacks of the 5 remaining players on the small and big blind right now. Holly with the most chips, Reese second most. Shortest of everybody left there. Jeremy on the button.
Ryan just got a bottle.
Needs to find something soon.
Fold 6. Fold 7.
Folds over to his button. See if Jeremy can look down at anything worth shipping. Queen tray off. Might not be it. He's got 5 big blinds. Hoping to wake up with a hand soon. But for now, be blind versus blind as Alex down at queen 6 and decides to just give Reese the walk. She has been opening a lot from the small blind. Maybe decided to take one off. Good she did is Reese had the better hand by far in queen 10. Does get his walk.
She did. She focused it here. That's what I had to say. Okay. Got nothing else to go after that.
Yeah.
As we continue on, 5 players remaining, all 5. Have 2K locked up right now. Obviously want to take home the hardware, the Rungood ring for first place, along with the cash.
Fold 7, 8. Fold in the 2. 40 to go.
It's going to be blind versus blind yet again, as it folds around to Reese in the small. Queen 5 off. I elect not to do much with this one, but we shall see. Sort of last hand, we saw Allie fold queen 6 offsuit. Reese just going to let it go.
Time does it open?
James gets to take a walk of his own.
Doors open at 9:30, but cards don't go in the air until 10.
So 5 players left here on the feature final table. A total of 202 total entries. This $200 buy-in Rungood Ambassador Bounty event started at 3 p.m. here on the East Coast. Over 10.5 hours ago now at this point.
40 to go.
All players are getting a little tired.
I play 24-hour poker, but that's just Vegas.
As we we just hit last call.
It's 24 hours, Friday night, Saturday night.
We're hitting the wee hours
All of it.
of the evening, and Jeremy under the gun, gonna rip it in here for the 5 bigs, knowing that he's in the big blind with ante next hand,
Now we're gonna go
trying to pick up a little bit of life.
What are we at? 2040?
We saw 9-7 work some magic in the event 1 final table earlier in the week, but who knows? Jeremy can make it work as James looks down at a pair, pocket 5s. He's just gonna ISO shove. Greg scoffs at the Queen Jack. Has to fold, and we'll be off to a race. Jeremy happy to be live racing with the 9-7. James looking for his 5s to hold and eliminate a player, and kind of put himself back in a nice position chip-wise. If he does in fact hold, and off to the flop we go. So far, so good for the 5s. A lot to fade. And does not fade as the 7 comes.
13.
Jeremy
No, you didn't.
finds the double up. James going to be crippled. Now a short stack left in this field. 9-7 works its magic again on the live stream here.
Yeah, 40-40. It don't take long to get chips.
Greg's could have somehow found the call of that Queen Jack. Would have been lights out for 2 players on this table. We'd be 3-handed, but instead continue on with 5.
Give or take, let's see, 220, 440, plus 40, so he should have, yeah, 520. Fold 2.
Right, these late hours. Do thank everybody that's staying up, watching along with us, hanging out. Feel free to let us know if you're rooting for any one player in particular in the chat.
Raise.
As Reese announces raise.
110 in the 5.
Let me go a little bit larger sizing than we've seen so far, making it 110 to go. Been a lot of min raises. So
110 total.
the blinds have chunked up. No matter the price, nobody had a hand worth playing. Reese is going to take it down.
Very good. Greg, what's your son doing now?
Junior at UNF, majoring in electrical engineering.
Okay.
He's 13.
Are you serious?
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah. Part of the story.
100%. I'm being dead serious. Where did you go? Strangers.
Took out your
I was like, I went to UNF. Yeah, when I was 23.
Yeah, had that before. Greg says, that ain't the first time I heard that yet.
Fold 6.
All right, Facebook is rooting for James.
Fold 7.
We got one side decided. All right, blind versus blind. Jeremy's just going to rip with the king, and Allie looking down at 10-5. Been card dead for quite a bit. Can't put the big chip stack to use right now. Has to just let it go.
He graduated last year at 12. At the CJ, so he graduated like.
The short stack continues to live.
Associates on the same day.
I haven't seen a knockout in quite a bit after 3 really fast ones early on, followed by a 4th one not too long after. After all the shorties cleared out.
That's like the stuff you read about him. That's
Just have these 5 kind of trading chips around. Nobody being eliminated for quite a bit. Nobody wants to, obviously, as do see James The shortest of the stacks have to fold under the gun. It's going to be a pretty dangerous spot heading into the big blind next hand.
Till time again.
Gets around to Alley's small blind, looking down at an ace. I'm going to be coming in for the raise. Sure enough, makes it 100K to go. Reese with 8-4 off. Nothing to do but just muck here. Lets it go.
Was your son, did they do an article about your son? Like, did you have to walk to campus with him because he wasn't old enough and attend his classes with him?
Early,
Is this your son?
yeah.
I was like, I know this story because I read about this, where he was too
It was
young.
on the news
I
here,
don't.
too.
Yeah. I mean, it was a huge story. I remember reading about it a while ago. So when you said that, I was thinking, I was like, it's the same. I mean, how many could there possibly be kids that are that young? But it was like one of the biggest things to overcome was like,
So is he the only
he
kid not
can't be on
driving?
campus alone
Right.
because he's underage.
Well, when his first
It was like-
class at FSCJ, he was 7.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
same.
it
I'm
was
telling you, I read
advanced
this story.
algebra,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's funny.
Yeah.
Well, I read all about your family. Well, as much as you told, I suppose. As much as you wanted people to know.
Right. You didn't hear about the Craigslist serial killer part.
Right. We didn't get that deep yet. It's coming though, I'm sure.
All right, blind versus blind. Can the short stack take a walk, James? He might as Reese looks down at Jack tray off. So James, the short stack, gets a walk in the big blind. That's a dream come true.
Just like we hadn't had a break in like 2 hours. Careful what you wish for. Hey.
Got a nice long break.
Yep.
Give me those chips.
Fold. Fold.
All right, action on the short stack in the small blind. See if James wakes up with a shovelable hand. Queen 5 offsuit. What's he want to do? Finds the limp. He's hoping to take it to the streets and have the best hand. It's going to be tough sledding as Greg has a better queen in the form of Queen 9, and they both flop a pair. Greg's is higher. Looks like James gonna bet out. Greg with middle pair, good kicker. Not going anywhere.
Oh, that's good.
And now ace on the turn. Gonna make Greg feel pretty confident in his hand. Reducing the number of aces James can have. So you just see James slow down, check it over. Greg happy to check back, try to get this thing to showdown. 10 on the river. Should be an action killer.
Check. 9.
And Greg gonna take it down. James gonna be even shorter now.
How much can I buy in for?
Like 7 big blinds.
Match the prize pool. You got a seat. Starting stack.
How much?
Starting stack.
Half the price pool?
Match the prize pool.
I need those glasses. I decided. I gotta have them.
I'll probably give them to you when they get done.
No, it's fine. You better fucking win that.
If they weren't prescription, I wouldn't.
Are they really?
Yeah. I have to, man. Astigmatism, I go crazy with this stuff. Yeah.
Then I started drinking. I really.
I was gonna say, that's just because he's drunk.
Got nothing to do with his vision.
Playing the main bar for Thursday?
Yeah.
Are you doing like me, playing Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and just gonna take Sunday off?
I don't want to play pickleball Saturday, and I'm not gonna have time to shower.
See you all. All in for the 6.
I call.
Call.
The joke subside. We saw James open shove the Jack 10 suited. Craig has him dominated with ace Jack. Saw Jeremy get out of the way, so James looking to spike a 10. Find a straight or a flush. If he can't, we'll be going out in 5th place. And after a very clean run out for Greg, pocket shipped his way, and James, GG, going out in 5th place, taking home $2,015 for that finish. So close, yet so far to the Run Good ring. At least we got it on a good note that he'll be stopping at Buc-ee's on the way home for a nice bite to eat. Always helps. Always helps. Get a nice little snacky snack after a deep tournament run that didn't quite end as good as you may have hoped.
Every now and then, though, you get the one idiot that
Here we
doesn't know.
Yeah.
We'll move in over the top.
Yeah.
Really?
It
happens every tournament.
Right.
It happened on that final table the other night. Did you see where he messed it up?
Yeah. He was getting so much grief for that, man. It's crazy.
It just makes no sense when that shit happens.
Was he like firing into drives off sidewalks and stuff? Is that what he was doing?
I
Just
can't
like
even
ridiculous
explain
things.
He went all in on the flop.
He
The
got
guy was
it
already
full
all in on the free flop.
Yeah.
He did what now?
He went all in. It was
He realized it after the
four-way action to the
Right.
flop. One player was already all in. He went all in over the top. And got all the good hands out. Which worked out really well.
It worked, huh?
Yeah, it did work.
Did he win?
No, I think he was the first one out after that.
Of course he was.
He was the one begging for the chop after they went forehand, and then they got his ass.
You know it's coming sooner or later.
So 4 players remain here. All 4 at 26.86 locked up.
I gotta say, this is a great multiple on a free roll ticket.
Yeah, right?
Wonderful.
Fold.
So we did see Craig creep over the 1 million chip mark after taking down that pot. Jeremy kind of all by himself as a short stack. See if he can make something happen here as he looks down at an ace. 10 big blinds, easy all in. Allie though, king queen suited. Might not be letting this one go.
How much is that? Sorry, I can't see.
She asked for the chip count.
420? Oh, it is exactly.
Price admission's 420. Does Allie blaze it and put in the call? So right around 10 bigs. You don't necessarily want to lose that many chips and double up the shorty, but tough not to get after it. We'll see what she wants to do here. 400K more.
Did he leave with his chair? Let me see a chair.
He grabbed it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
It's easy to miss Jacob when he comes by.
Tough spot to be in. What would you guys out there do? Call? Fold? Tank? Allie's going with call.
I was gonna say, Allie.
Do your job.
Reese is going to get out of there with the queen jack. So Jeremy in the lead, looking to hole with his ace. If Allie can spike her king or queen, we'll be down to 3-handed. So they go off to 10-10 deuce flop. So far so good for Jeremy. Now ace on the turn, jack and jack only. Oh! Jack on the river for Allie.
She's hot.
She is going to eliminate Jeremy. Going out in 4th place. GG's to Jeremy. Stuck around forever, played solid, and she just couldn't fade the river there. Allie is what seems to be an unstoppable force. Hitting the straight on the end rail. Taking this thing down to 3-handed play.
Don't be talking about doing your job.
Hey, Ben.
Well, now there's less of a job to do. Not your job.
Is this a trophy event or ring? What is it? Nothing of
This
this.
is a regular
This is
old
just-
tournament right here.
It's just
Let's
bullshit.
just.
This is
I
fun.
can't believe you hadn't talked about splitting yet.
Oh, I don't ever do that.
I don't ever do that.
Not when my
Lines
chip
up.
stacks are up to here.
I've never the person who suggested chop ever.
I'm kidding.
It's just not what I do. I'm not saying I
Not
would
in
never
your
chop, I'm
DNA.
just saying I
Not
never
in your
suggest
DNA.
it. Yeah, I just don't ever.
All right.
Greg catching some
Sonny wants it over.
big fans on the rail. It sounds like most likely no chop going to be happening in this thing, based on that conversation we just had.
All right.
Greg fans going wild as Reese puts in the raise.
95,000.
Greg looking down at an ace. We are three-handed, and blind versus blind looking down at any ace looks pretty enticing. Could very easily see Greg put some chips into this pot. And there is the call. Fortunate for Greg that he didn't put in the 3-bet as Reese has got a monster. So head off to Queen 10 deuce. So Reese with the Broadway draw. Was the pre-flop aggressor. Looks like he's going to fire out the continuation bet. He goes big, 300K. Over pot size bet. It's going to just take it down. Had James in Facebook saying, hell of a runner, talking about that alley ace, then jack hand against Jeremy. Yeah. Like, you know, if I'm the guy with the ace, I'd almost rather her just hit a king or queen on the turn, rather than let me feel like I just got there pretty safely and then pluck the 4 outer jack on the riv.
Oh, you're big.
Oh,
40,
I am.
40. Yeah, it's coming around pretty quick at the moment.
Supposed to play in 3-handed, it comes around quick, huh?
And blinds more often than not. Fold. And a fold.
After Reese. Greg fold, Allie's going to take a walk.
Got a nice one, huh?
It's pretty tight right now. It's Reese and Greg both about 1 million in chips, and Allie at 2 million in chips.
Too small connector.
Anything could really pan out. Obviously,
I'll be small, yeah.
nobody's super short.
Reese, you're big.
1 million chips is the equivalent of 40 big blinds right now. Or sorry, rather 25 big blinds right now. Still pretty deep, all things considered, at this stage. Now, nobody's sub 20 big blinds means no immediacy to find a double up. And obviously, if you got 1 million and you can find a way to take this thing heads up, you have a pretty good shot at taking it down. So, probably going to be a 3-way battle for quite a bit of times, barring some sort of cooler.
Tough fold.
Tough fold.
Tight fold.
I'm too tight.
Too tight, too tight. Too tight, folding twos.
2-3. Awesome. Now suited.
Good story.
Premium hand for Reese in this blind versus blind. Just limping in rather than raising with the pocket tens. Sneaky, sneaky. Just trying to trick Greg into
75.
maybe stabbing at it, but Greg does not, and Reese will just take it down on the flop.
A little bit of coloring. I'll make it 1 stack of gray, please. 1 stack of gray, please. And Greg, 2 from you, please. 2 stacks.
There you go.
Thank you.
Sounds discriminatory.
Well, actually, Hardy, I got 3 back. You want another one? Hey, did I get anything in return?
2.
too. Did I get some bumblebees? Oh, there we go.
Got him?
Yeah, I seen them. They're right in front of me. About 50. The bumblebee.
They're right underneath his nose the whole time.
They have to be, man. I'd be blind by now.
Old call.
I'd rather be in the
We're going
dark.
to see another small blind limp. This time it's Greg's turn. And Allie looking down at a monster. Ace King in the big.
Okay, cute.
How about beautiful? What if I get beautiful?
Well, that would be redundant.
Allie putting in the beautiful raise with her beautiful hand. Makes it 150.
New shot if anything happens. Blinds in 4 minutes.
Likely too much for Greg to put in the call. But you never know. Three-handed play. You can't wait around for monsters. So Greg sticking around with that 10-8.
Greg 150 total. Need 40 more.
Sure, there is
Heads up.
the call coming in. We'll see if Allie's Ace King can hold or if Greg can find a way. Pick up some chips, and wow, double gutter for Greg.
Okay.
Check.
Checking it over to Allie.
All in for the 2.
Wow, going with the big all-in. Thought if she c-bet small, we might see a check raise shove from Greg, but now kind of sets the wrong price for him to chase his draw, and he's just going to have to let it go. In my mind, I was expecting a continuation bet and then jam. She took that option right off the table. Max pressure engaged. Greg did lose a little bit of chips there, but far, far, far from out of it. Still over 700K. Just shy of 20 big blinds.
Let that one go.
Watch Reese take a walk and just hang out with his 1 mil.
I know it's bad when you fold. I know it's bad. Appreciate it. Staying alive.
Sometimes that's the way it works, you know?
Yep.
Fold.
So Reese with a king.
Raise 120.
Taking the aggressive route, putting in the raise.
All in.
And wow, Greg. Re-aggressive route. King 9 suited. Jamming it in there.
Trying to do it sooner or later. Ready?
That's why I put it on.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oh, 6 cards out of the deck.
Reese really giving us some thought with the King 4.
I'll Greg, show a little respect. Little respect.
Is that an ace?
But lets it go.
No. The first one was an ace?
Greg grabbing a little bit chips off of Reese.
Oh, it was a king.
It was a king. I thought you. Oh, I thought you seen that. I'm sorry.
No, no, no.
So you did have an ace.
I did not have an ace.
Oh, okay.
I'm big, yeah?
Yeah.
I did have a king, though.
Well, I made a good fold.
Yes.
That don't matter. I'll just pick one in a minute. It'd be eeny, meeny, tiny.
Reese with a suited ace on the button. Premium hand when you're playing 3 ways. Coming in for the
Raise 225.
big raise.
Full.
Over 5 big blinds.
Got a little bit.
Gonna take a big hand to stand up to that open.
I'm just gonna grab this 40 if that's cool.
Nobody had it.
Nah, I mean, I want to use that 40. How about this?
Lines are about to mean something.
Gonna see if Allie can keep this chip lead and take this whole thing down or not. It's Reese and Greg. Very formidable opponents. Everybody tough at this table.
100 grand an inning. That's about as crazy as
Fold.
We're gonna just see another walk go Reese's way.
felt good about it.
Fun is good.
Walking with the Doyle.
I didn't use that line card. I didn't like it. It's hard to make all three of those things not work together somehow.
What was the best hand everybody had today? Like strongest? Like, did you have a quads or?
I don't make hands like that.
I don't think at this table we've seen many.
Blind
Flush, maybe.
25-50
I might have
guys,
been flush,
25-50.
Maybe.
I don't think we've seen many.
I made it straight for sure, one time.
We've got a few boats on this table.
Yeah.
Not me. I haven't
Myself, I don't like the highs
No,
yet.
you haven't had
Maybe a
one
flush.
I had one today, but it was on another table.
Right, well, that's what I meant. Yeah, yeah. Like overall.
Yeah, maybe a flush.
Somebody
I'm
had
thinking
kings
that's-
full in one of the all-ins
Flush might have
earlier.
been my biggest hand.
Breeze?
Huh?
Didn't you have kings full earlier when you knocked somebody out?
Correct. And earlier I had a hell of a hand. I had pocket five, flop come 10, 10, 5. I had two guys with 10s.
I haven't seen even seen a set today.
That action is on Reese. They distracted him. A little bit with some questions there.
This must be a conduction thing, not conduction thing, you know what I'm saying?
Looks down at ace 10 and
No aces.
putting out the raise.
And I know for
See if
sure
Greg can wake up with a big hand.
The best I could have made was a flush.
225 total. Never
Then I
mind.
know definitively
Greg
I
does
made
not.
it straight.
See if Reese continues using this big size. That one was a 4.5 big blind open, even after the blinds went
I
up.
don't know why, but it's doing it basically, like I said, on the magic band.
One of those things that'll always work until it doesn't. A large open.
Yeah, it does like the whole time when you do that. I was gonna make a
Sweet
symphony
yes.
joke there.
These three players are 11 hours in to their tournament so far. Action kicked off at 3 p.m. and now it's a little after 2 a.m. They don't seem too out of it. Between conversation and play has been pretty on point. Can't say I'd be as locked in as they are.
Call.
All three trying to take this thing down.
Heads up.
So we got a limped pot again.
Check.
This time it's just between Greg and Allie. Allie with the best hand right now, in the form of bottom pair. Looks like she's going to throw out a bet when it checks over.
80.
Greg with 2 overs, but no heart in hand either. Just has to let it go. Getting on the shorter side of things is Greg. Be hoping to make something happen off of his 14 big blind stack. Far from death, especially three-handed this late in a tournament. Anything can shift really fast. We've seen it before and we'll see it again. Just a matter of, do we see it now?
Fold. Raise 125 total.
Well, he's starting to apply some pressure now. I feel like we've seen her do this when a shorter stack emerges and maybe she thinks, okay, Greg's on the shorter side and I can try to steal from Reese a little bit. Lean on the guy sitting in second. Because there's a little bit of disparity being created between second and third. Reese with Jack 10 though, going to be putting in the call. Everybody whiffs this flop. 7-4 deuce, 2 hearts. Just nothing for either player. Now he's going to keep the aggression on, it looks like, which should do the trick if she does.
$230.
A little over 2/3 pot size continuation bet. Reese with just 2 overs. Quickly lets it go.
What do you think?
We might have.
Got an ace?
I didn't have an ace.
Oh.
Allie
No ace.
leaning on Reese, getting the job done.
So I think my hand is better than yours.
I think you're right. That's why I folded. We're used to it, though. I mean, it's been that way all day. Yeah.
3 honest bluffers. That's what we got here.
80 left today.
202 total entries we had in this event. Only these 3 remain.
Raise 125.
After Allie raises it again, Reese looking down at an ace. Ace 7 offsuit. Let's see if he wants to stick around. A little different formation this time as Allie opened the button. Not blind versus blind. So Reese still has Greg to act behind. So it's an interesting spot.
All in.
Reese announces an all-in. Thinks it might be a little bit light enough of a raise from Allie that he could take advantage and chip it. Allie immediately asking for the chip count. Ace 8 offsuit. Might be just a little too far down in the hand rankings to put in the call. Especially given the fact that Reese hasn't pushed back very much. See, too much thought before Allie does let it go. Marcel, YouTube opening the door for some Reese's puns. I like where your head's at. Don't know why I didn't think of that sooner. Reese sitting here with King 8 offsuit. Just going to let it go from the button rather than open things up. Greg with 6 deuce. Just handcuffed into letting it go and giving Allie a walk. Greg obviously hoping to pick up a hand as he's getting chipped down. Hovering around the $500,000 in chips. Reese hanging around 1, Allie over 2.
We'll never make it to the next level. Right, Greg.
That's all right.
Small blind.
Sorry.
See if Greg can find something, get a little bit of momentum going forward as he looks down at 10-9 suited. He's just going to rip it. And whoa, Allie, ace 10 offsuit. Might find the call for the 10-ish big blind shove, and she ISOs.
I don't know, maybe.
And Reese.
First one's good.
Reese going to look, afraid to look at a monster, but Greg's going to be in rough shape. Especially after Reese folds. Greg hoping to spike a 9, catch some diamonds.
I don't want to tell y'all what I had.
Need some outs. Allie's got him dominated right now. Might see this thing go to heads up between Allie and Reese. If the ace-10 can hold. Greg looking for the double, and there's the 9. Goes Greg's way. Cash in. Wow. Opportunity. Any heart. Not to be. Greg finds the full double. Brings it much closer to a 3-way race. Doubling through the chip leader, Allie.
Okay, we're all staying alive here.
Yeah. Lay of the land after that, you're going to have Allie 1.6, Greg at 1.3 and Reese right around 1. So things just super tightened up. Had it gone the other way, we would have been heading to heads up. With Allie having an overwhelming chip lead.
2.5.
Almost 3-1. Went from a blowout
Last place.
to a three-way race.
Fun is good.
That's Reese Bemones is saying, now I'm in last. And sure enough, he knows it. We see it. Things are clumped.
No, I was just.
Yeah, at this rate, whoever does end up knocking out a player is going to be your pretty significant lead as far as chip leader goes into heads up. But again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys being with us. Again, 202 entries in the field today, and we are now down to our final 3.
125.
Well, Reese with a playable hand in King, Queen of Hearts. Yeah, he just pointed out the fact he was the shortest of the 3. We'll see if he wants to change that after Allie opened things up from the button. King, Queen suited. Could find the 3-bet. Whoa, big 3-bet. All in.
Decide to just rip it all in.
Well, we know Greg's not calling with the 6 tray.
He said he had his favorite hand.
No way, Greg. Get out of town. It'd be legendary. It would be amazing if he finds a call with 6 tray.
That would be hilarious.
I mean, we're 11 hours in, 3-handed. You're sitting second in chips. To just say, I'm going to go with my favorite hand. Stone sober.
Yeah, does let it go.
And Allie follows suit with the fold. Ace-4 off.
Gotcha.
Not good enough and letting it go. And Reese chipping up a little bit. Taking that aggressive line and puts him pretty much right around the same chip stack as Greg. It's close now.
Very much is. We just showed the stacks a little bit ago, but here they are again for those wanting to see. Yeah, again, Allie still your chip leader at the table, but again,
Not like it used to be.
No, they are as condensed as they can be.
It's the tightest we've seen it. Quite some time. To be 3-handed this late, everybody over 20 bigs, pretty nuts.
And that's what third place is going to be taken home. 36-34. Hey, listen, that's 3 bullets into the main. Just saying.
I mean, 18 bullets in this event.
Yeah, it would be.
18 buy-ins.
Exactly.
Not bad. That's what Greg said earlier. See, said not a heck of a return in buy-ins on my free entry.
Mm-hmm.
Free rolling it, trying to take it down. That'd be a good story.
I'm just electric.
Again, later today, I will say.
Tomorrow.
Feature to final for the ladies event.
So stream should be kicking off a little after 7 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Heading all the way to there's a winner. I'll bet that one doesn't go as late as this one.
No, definitely not. All right, well, here we go. Allie, pocket 10s.
She's been putting a lot of raises in recently. We just saw Reese put up some resistance a couple of times. See if somebody wants to step out and do it again.
Reese with 10-8. Diamonds here. And again, as you see, pretty condensed as far as the chip stacks go.
Allie's been raising out of the small blind against him a lot.
She's definitely been
seen
using
maybe
the aggression.
Maybe 10% of the time a walk, 90% of the time a raise. So suited 1-gapper. Reese is going to pretty happily put in the call here. Can't blame him. I'd be calling it a heartbeat. And
Ace 4-4. Oh, wow.
2 diamonds on board.
Yeah,
so a little bit of life for Reese.
Yeah, 2 pair for Allie and the flush draw for Reese.
Ace on board. So both may continue a little cautiously. Allie with the betting lead. Going to be firing out a C-bet. But Reese might not semi-bluff with the flush draw. He might only call. given the fact she has all aces in range.
She does bet 250.
Yep, sizable continuation bet. It's been the case most of the night.
He
Still
is
goes for it.
Yeah.
Thought he might slow down given the fact it's an ace on board. And it'd be hard for her to get off of an ace, especially given that big continuation size. Allie immediately asking for a count. You have to think if Reese had a 4, he wouldn't be doing this. If he had an ace, would he have just shoved pre?
We're looking at 1.145. 1,145,000.
So seems like maybe some alarm bell is going off, and this could be a bluff. Just tough with the ace on board. If Reese can get the fold, he would take over the chip lead. Things change quick.
Yeah.
If Allie finds the call and holds, should have a massive chip advantage heading to heads up.
She would, definitely. So really definitely thinking through everything here.
Such an interesting spot. It's just a matter of what hands would play it this way. And that's why it doesn't make too much sense. You know, if Reese has a monster, he probably doesn't rip it. In position, especially. When you c-bet near pot. So do you go with the gut?
Hours ago.
Crowd going wild for Greg, who's not even in the hand.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to have fans.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a fan of fans.
I might pay some actors on Craigslist to come root for me one day. Just to know what it feels like.
It's kind of like paying for followers on your social media account.
I could just make those.
Yeah, that's true too. But there are people that do.
Yeah.
And Allie
she
is
finds the
gonna-
call.
wow,
Sick
she
call
is
by
gonna
Allie.
Put in the call.
That's a sick call.
So here we are.
Beautiful move by Reese. I mean, applying the max pressure is so hard to put in a call with a hand like Allie has, but she finds
A
it.
red card anyway, make it exciting.
Well,
not exciting. As
not
Allie
exciting
hits
at
a
all.
boat. He's drawn to a chop. Any 4 or ace on the river would have chopped it up. But instead, Allie going to eliminate Reese there with the sicko call. Pure bluff catch. Reese put up a hell of a fight. Going to be going out in 3rd place for 36-34. As we're going to head to heads up. Just a few minutes. Players will take a short break as we move the chips around, get everything set up, and I think they're going to run to the bathroom because they haven't had a break in a couple hours.
Yeah, so we're going to take a break with them. It's going to be about a 5-6 minute break, but hang tight, guys. Be right back. We'll be back. Final table heads up action. Here up next on Best Bet Live.
All right, what are we at here?
We're still
Real
at
quick,
25.
Allie, 3 stacks of gray, please. 1, 2, and 3.
All right, welcome back as we are getting set for heads-up action with our final table from our Rungood Ambassador event. 202 entries in today's event, and we are now down to our final 2. And there is the chip count.
Trophy or just keep going?
He's like, no.
He's like, no.
I'm not doing
As you see, Allie does have a pretty significant lead over Greg. 55 bigs for her, Greg 26. As again, these are our final 2. And look at the payouts. Again, first place,
And then you're gonna act first
taking home $7,487.
Well, some of us
Up
do.
top for first. Second place, $49.91.
Ask
Games,
Theo
those
about
are the games I like to play.
Again, appreciate you guys being with us and hanging out with us tonight for this
I'll start dealing the great.
final table action. Started off with as a feature table, and now here we are with our final 2 participants.
You say deal after the big blind.
Deal with the small blind first, right?
I'm not gonna say names, but someone did that.
Left with the button, kids.
Just name name.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Big one.
78 clubs.
Oh. Oh. The actual ring? Yeah, the actual ring. Alright, we got a
All
couple
right,
of cool
so here we go. Now we get to show off the trophy.
Are you
trophy.
talking about yourself?
3.
The swanky trophy and the fun
Plus
ring.
that ring.
I need that ring.
And Arlene.
I need that ring.
Hallie says, I need the ring. That's all of our Rungood events does have the ring as well as the trophy. So pretty awesome stuff there. Like the trophy's cool. Like the trophy is legit. But the ring is also amazing as well. So here we go.
Don't short my pot. Don't short my pot.
Oh, sorry. Oh, Jesus. Hello. Hello, lovely lady.
Hello.
We're playing panties this time.
Just this time. Call.
All right, early limp in from Craig.
Rungood always brings up.
Probably happy to check back with the 10-6 suited. Now looking for each other's card to hit their straight. Action checking through to a king on the riv. So Greg's queen high is good. Just a question whether Allie bluffs at it or not. She does not. Check it over. Greg pretty happy, content to show down queen high.
That's funny. I thought I had something different in my hand.
It's getting late.
No, I don't. I have 10 high. I got the queen last.
She needed the queen, didn't have the queen. The mind tricks are coming.
Ready for bed.
Well, I just didn't recheck my own cards. I like forgot. Checked it all the way down. And yes, Allie's ready for it. That's my bedtime.
Same.
Both players admitting it's a little late for them normally. Probably a little late for all of us. Is closing in on the 12 hours of play mark. Action kicked off at 3 p.m. this afternoon, and now we're just 20 minutes away from 3 a.m. But the game continues.
Check.
These two heads up, playing for it all. Heard no discussion of chop whatsoever.
125.
Can't imagine there will be. As long as Allie has this chip lead, she's going to try and close it out. Greg, obviously, very formidable opponent. If he can find a way to pick up some of those chips, close that gap. A lot of play left. Seen people come back from much, much worse. On the heads up spot.
$175.
Alley with nothing. Face off at Greg's pair. Another Greg fan going wild. Probably the same one.
Yeah.
Look.
Look at your live chat.
Yeah.
I said, Greg's going to do it.
Let's go, Sonny.
I mean, not that or anybody else. There were 10 people. I said, Greg's going to do it. Go back when you go tonight.
Yeah.
I said, Greg's going to go do it. And I said, ship it. you saw that, right?
He did. He did say ship it.
Must be in a temper.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. But
that's funny.
good game, girl. Good game, good game.
Thanks, Sonny.
Good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
So heads up, we'll wage on for, I imagine it'll be quite some time. Players are coming in to heads up play pretty deep. Right around 5K locked up at this point. Trying to take home the 74, 87 for first. So around a $2,500 heads up match essentially here. Obviously trying to take home that hardware there in the middle, the trophy, the ring.
Just to expedite things, by the way, we will not be taking this break in 5 minutes since you guys took over the time.
Perfect.
You may not have
These blinds do go up in a few minutes. You hear earlier there explaining, since they just took the break, they're going to turbo right on through the scheduled break that's was going to take place after that level increase.
150.
See a couple exchanges on raise and takes so far. No big clash yet so far in this heads-up match. Especially being close to 30 big blinds effective. Going to take quite a pair of hands to get it all in this early. But feel free to let us know who you're rooting for, Greg or Allie. Two very well-liked players in the room. Hard to pick a side, but let us know if you got one. We'll be off to our first flop in a little bit of time. Greg does flop open-ended. Allie with an underpair to the board, though. Shouldn't see this one blowing up too much, and sure enough, Greg's going to stab and take it down. Marcel on YouTube says, nobody likes Greg. We just saw somebody come over and root for him. He's got at least one person who likes him. Can't say no one. Thanks for letting us know that you're rooting for yourself there, Tool. A little late since you were the first one out at this final. Pretty unfortunate. I mean, really, really unfortunate sequence of events there.
150.
Marcel, I picked off your bluff. See, even Marcel likes Greg. I nailed it. Speaking of Greg, he's got a premium hand here, and he's facing the raise. Puts in the 3-bet.
450.
What's Allie want to do with King 5 of Hearts? Just gonna let it go. Tempting to stick around in position there, but haven't seen any, late 3-bets or anything. So we got Tool in the Facebook chat talking, and a guy, Marcel, in YouTube saying it was fun to play with Tool. So I just gotta somehow conjoin you two there to let you know You're both here. And sorry, Tool. Wasn't trying to rub it in too much. That was a pretty ugly sequence. I mean, getting to a final table and getting it all with kings doesn't get much better than that. The only way it would be better is a clean run out, obviously. See Greg. Arizona with the Queen Jack. Alley fighting back with 10-9. Suited Broadway cards for Greg. So they are deep enough that Greg started the hand with around 30 big blinds. Might be too deep to put in a call with Queen Jack. Suited Broadway cards. Real tempting to maybe go for it. Guess we're going to find out.
Grand total, Greg, we're looking at that right there, 2.415.
He asks for the chip count. Obviously not because he thinks he has more chips than her and needs the exact count, but more to get a lay of the land. What he would be left with, or she would be left with if he calls and wins, or just trying to get some sort of read. Really giving it some thought. He thinks there's a chance she's getting out of line. He thinks there's a chance it's just a flip. Love to know what's going on in Greg's thought process there. All I know is you don't want to 3-bet him too light. Never try to bluff a guy wearing a Wu-Tang shirt. He's nothing to mess with. In the end, Greg does find the fold after a lot of deliberation. So Allie's stealing one. Maybe giving it a lot of thought there to discourage her, you know, doing it late in the future.
30,000, 60,000.
Feigning the strength now, just to make it a little bit tougher to pull off the move again. Guess we'll never know.
60 to go.
All right, suited ace for Allie. She can come in for the raise again. Fresh off of the little bit of blind increase.
150. All in.
Now we see an all in from Greg.
He said all in.
He said all in.
That's pocket eights. Suited ace for Allie. What does she want to do? Players are starting to exchange some big blows. Back to back, 3-bet all ins. Expected a long matchup. They're trying to shorten it, it seems like. Greg had the tough decision last hand. This hand it was Allie's, and similarly, she finds the fold. All right, easy open from Greg.
You're all good. Greg, I'm gonna leave that 60 right there.
couple of exchanges made so far. Could have seen this one stay pretty snug, feeling each other out, small pots only, until, you know, stacks shrunk. Sometimes you'll see that in heads-up matchups. People don't like playing, you know, 30, 40 blinds deep, but kind of wait for all-ins when they get to the 20 big blind range. But instead, we've seen a couple of big pots already. So it could end any time where these two are going at it. Two formidable opponents, that's for sure. Wouldn't want to be caught heads up against either one. Final two players of the 202 total entries we saw here today. Action kicked off 12 hours ago in this $2 buy-in Rungood Ambassador Bounty event. Over 32K in the prize pool after what was a pretty good turnout for a nice Tuesday afternoon of the Rungood series happening here at Best Bet in Jacksonville, Florida. So we enter in to the final week, culminating in the main event weekend. Kick off this Thursday. Close out this event, Alley open with Ace-Jack. Greg, very defendable hand in the Queen 10. So we'll be off to a flop and a raised pot. Six tray, rainbow board. See if Alley wants to put out the continuation bet, or just check back ace high. C bet was in order. That's going to be good enough to take it down. As Greg's not sticking around with just 2 overs for a pot-sized bet.
Yeah, Theo was asking me how much.
Yeah, I thought I saw his cards and then I glanced down and then I couldn't see past his towers. It's like, you
Oh, thank you.
My big client?
Yes.
Once again, do appreciate it. It's been hanging out, tuning in with us. The wee hours of the morning that we're in. Sweating. Who's going to take this thing home?
Go.
So limped pot this time around. Haven't gone to the flop too many times in limp pots.
Check.
Greg flopping the best of it, bottom pair and gutter ball. Alley with just 2 overs. Greg throwing out the little min bet. That's going to be good enough to take it down. It's almost like a boxing match. We got some body blows, little jabs, and then people coming in for the big hooks. So far in this matchup, seen a couple of big spots so far. See how many more there is. Alley just limping in with a suited ace. Normally you'd see an open with this hand. I'll be trying to mix in a couple playable hands to our limping range. Flop comes down ace high. Bottom pair for Greg, top pair for Alley. Be hard to put her on the ace though, given the fact she limped in pre what's been a rather aggressive heads-up matchup. Throws out just under pot size bet. Greg putting in the call.
Check. Check for me in the dark.
Goes with the blind check on the turn. Falls 10 of hearts, so Greg adds a gut shot straight draw to his bottom pair. see if Ali wants to slow down or keep firing, and it looks like keep firing is the choice. A healthy bet. 400K into the 480 out there. See what Greg wants to do. Got a decent hand, but 400 might be just too much. Sure enough, we see him let it go. Sally picking up another pot, extending that chip lead again. See if she can continue to close this thing out. If Greg can continue the comeback in this heads-up match. Anybody's game right now, and a lot of wiggle room for play left.
Raise 150.
So the raise comes in from Greg with the Queen Jack. Allie with King 10. Both players with very playable hands. Especially with overlapping cards, we could get a lot of interesting flops here. And Allie does put in the call. One person's two pairs, another person's open-ender. So we get the opposite end of that spectrum. 7-6 tray. Only one club on board. Both players with just overcards. Not the potential cooler train wreck. As they go off. Go checking through to a 8 on the turn. Just another brick. First one to try and steal it should find success. Looks like Allie's gonna be the first one to stab. Does have a gutter ball. If a 9 were to come out before she even put the chips down, Greg zings them into the muck. Allie closing in on the 3 million chip mark. Greg still hanging tight over 1. Right around 20 big blinds deep is Greg. So plenty of wiggle room. Not in danger. He's not in the driver's seat, but not in danger yet either. It's Greg taking a walk. He wanted to see some action with that hand, that's for sure. Ace 10 premium on a heads-up match. See, walk the other direction this time. Allie's turn to take one. So we've been here sweating this event for so much time that the Facebook feed died for a little bit there because we hit the maximum time limit on video. How about them apples? I think I've only seen that happen one time. Apologies to anybody that was tuning in on Facebook for that. Didn't realize we hit that hour mark. It's a little 8-hour max. Thankfully, none of those issues over on the YouTube side. But the live stream's been going for quite some time. These players have been playing for 12 hours. Been a long day. Neither one wants to be the one to go out in second. Put in that much work, you want to take the trophy home with you. Love the fact that they haven't even discussed a chop in the slightest. Things sitting pretty status quo as of right now. Feels like the calm before the storm is. Saw a couple big body blows earlier. Feels like they're looming again. The Greg fan cub comes wild.
But no mercy on the pretty girl. What did he say?
I didn't hear the end of it. Call.
All in. Sonny is a treasure.
All in from Greg, punishing the limp, mixing the jams, in with the checks. And Marcel pointing out they discussed a chop for like 3 seconds earlier. Yeah, with more players at the table, it came up, and these are the two that shut it down pretty much immediately. So never came back up at any point, and both are content with playing it all the way out. Good if you like the late night viewing. Don't get it too often. As Greg's looking down at pocket sevens. Easy raise with a pocket pair.
Right, he's 250.
Alley with a suited ace. Not going to be folding.
Call.
Puts out the call. Couple of good hands off to the flop.
Check, all in.
I heard a snap jam from Greg when it checked to him. Pair's in the lead, plus he has a gut shot straight draw to go with it. Not much going for Allie's hand there. She's just going to have to let it go. Greg, last couple of hands, closing that gap. Going from about $1 million in chips to 1.5. If you can find a cooler or a double up, you would take a nice chip lead. Allie just looking down at 5-4, letting it go. Greg had her dominated with the ace-5. Could have been an ugly spot on some flops, but you'll never know. Disaster avoided potentially. Greg looking down at a king. King tray off. Just gonna fold. Allie had an ace.
Had a king.
Trouble, trouble.
Had a king.
6 cents from Greg.
Enticing me.
Looking pretty.
Fancy, huh?
Kind of ironic we got down to these two players heads up when long while back, hours and hours ago. That was a spot that Greg folded pre rather than 3-bet shove against an open from Allie.
All right, let's really talk about this.
Legitimately, could have seen Greg eliminated in that hand. Most players would have gone all in. He had some sort of 6 cents soul read where he found the fold.
That's something I could acquiesce to.
Rather than the shove, stayed alive to get to this point. We'll see if it does end up paying off or not in the long run. Obviously got him here, so paid tenfold. It's Greg looking down at suited connectors. 4 tray of diamonds.
Raise 150.
Playable hand, bumping it up. Allie with a non-playable hand and the Jack-5 off. Just letting it go.
That's literally better than what I have. I prefer your hand over what I have.
That was an accident.
Suited.
Yeah, I mean, it was better. He had a better hand than I did, honestly. I had you outkicked, but like.
Definitely had a more playable hand.
Yeah, 3-4 travels pretty well.
Well, I mean, it's a lot better than like a weird hand I had.
Right, big card, small card offsuit. Not the best to play post. Allie. Suited queen 4. A little bit more playability, putting it in the raise. Greg, suited one gabber, jack 9 of clubs. He'll be happy to put in the call.
Go.
So up to the flop, we'll go in a raised pot.
Check.
You see Greg check it over on this flop. A little sneaky after flopping top pair, but then again, Allie was the pre-flop raiser.
All in.
She flops bottom pair. Greg check jams his top pair. Just assuming we see the fold from Allie, given the fact she's only got bottom pair here. You can see the chip counts are going to be much, much closer. Greg will actually take a slight lead if he takes this pot down uncontested right now. Just like that, we'll have a near dead even heads-up match on our hands. For now, though, it's got to get to that point as Allie is contemplating the call. A lot of different hands Greg could have as semi-bluffs, 10-9, heart draws. I think Greg would do this with some sort of combo draw, like 5-6 of hearts, 6-7 of hearts. Saw her pick off a bluff earlier with pocket tens on the ace-4-4 board. So our gut has served her well so far. Greg shows the unimportant card, I believe. Maybe he showed the jack. Hard to tell from this angle, but we'll see now that Greg's overtaken the chip lead in this matchup, if he'll be able to extend it or give it right back. Looks down at King 4 off and gives the walk. Pretty much putting, look how close these two are in chip stacks now. Seen it get as big as a 3-to-1 disparity. Now it's basically tied up. So let's flip a coin. Who's going to win it? Greg or Allie? Heads or tails? That's what it feels like.
All in.
First one was so good.
Allie just stealing the blind here. Open ripping. Greg saw the king first and didn't like what was behind it in the 6. They flip-flop positions. But basically, it's a dead tie.
As long as they get out there eventually, we're good. Even better if they're the right amount, you know?
Yeah, right?
Queen 8 suited for Greg. Easily coming for a raise. That's what he goes with.
150.
Doesn't mix it into the limps.
All in?
Allie, Queen Jack, goes for the all-in. She does have the best hand right now, but Greg's going to let it go. Allie's starting to apply some big pressure. After back-to-back all-in hands. As the photographer comes over, it's like he knows something's happening. But nope, never mind, never mind. It's close. These two are very deep in trading blows. I feel like we should go out there and remind them that the building closes in less than an hour.
It's getting close.
And I mean, this could go on. This could end. It's crazy how much action we've seen.
Well, here we go, Allie. Ace King suited on the button. Oh wow, here we go.
Oh wow,
9s versus Ace King.
Never mind. Don't remind them we close an hour. This is it. I mean, they started with almost the same chip stack, so it's a pure flip. Instead, flip a coin. Heads or tails.
Let's see a flop.
It's a king for Allie, but a 9 for Greg.
Sweat.
That's it.
That's it. Wow. So Greg
Gets it.
Sheesh.
Not all the way over, but that almost ends the thing.
I didn't get it, but it was a big hand. It was nines versus ace king.
Can you push the
Both players have to get it all in with their hand strengths.
Calm down, sir.
Exactly.
Now he's got a little bit of crumbs to maybe turn into something. We'll see. That was the doozy of a hand we've kind of been waiting for.
Yeah, that was a big swing for Greg there. Whopping the set and then rivering a boat.
I did. I wound up with a boat. This is the first boat of mine of the night.
10 more, 1.760 was 50.
Or just two.
Just 10.
Oh, I thought you said 6 more. I thought you meant chips. Chips. Was.
Oh, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, moving.
So now you're mad at them all, Artie, because they did so long. To my face. No, you're supposed to be home next night. He had a curfew on 9 o'clock and you're in here all night.
Both can be true, right? Both can be true.
Usually he has a curfew. Right, 9 o'clock, 9:30 you go in bed?
All right, we'll see if we can see a magical spin up.
You're first.
Wow, Allie.
Allie gonna try to
That was a shot or
I think I should
accident,
just
but I was just
fold it
literally.
out.
spin it up off the short stack. She's had the chip lead most of the time. See what she can do with the short stack.
Well, I didn't
Gets
look
the
at
first
it.
walk
What was that? Was that aces?
and had an ace.
Oh, oh my God.
Sorry, I'm all away here for.
So off to a good start, getting a walk. Obviously would have rather just got it in with an ace, but we're live.
You gotta love it.
Right around half a mil. One double up. We saw Greg accumulate this chip stack with only $1 million. If she gets her double, she'll be in there.
I don't even know if it's that much.
All right, step 1, get it all in. Step 2, double.
About to find out.
First step in. Greg with a king. Debating it. It's not the prettiest of hands, but in terms of absolute hand strength, king high, decent.
480.
And Greg letting go of that king. So Allie now up to 600K.
Yeah, not out of it yet is Allie.
Just needs one double. I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Good chunk of the time. Greg with only had $1 million in chips in this matchup to Allie's near 3. So she finds a double up. She'll be in that spot and could mount the comeback.
I mean, even with that last hand that we saw with the nines versus ace king, I mean, she got it in good. I mean, they were definitely flipping, just 9 on the flop.
I was trying to count to you know how much I had, and then
9-5 for Greg. Might see another walk. There it is.
Okay, thank you.
She's just going to be able to hang out this 10 big blind stack pretty comfortably. So it's definitely a big lead for Greg, but I mean, having 10 big blinds, you're far from dead if you're Allie. It's been a good matchup so far, neither one giving up at all. So it's not like it's going to start right now.
And I mean, these are two very experienced players. You know, final table, especially heads up, not a stranger to them.
was it? I had the 9-4 hearts, I think.
Did you really?
I think so. I had 9-4. I think it was 2 hearts. It was probably definitely coming hearts.
That would have been so problematic.
Yeah. Oh, I suppose you're waiting on us, huh?
Okay. Yeah, but
Here we are.
See if we can find that all in hand.
Yep, Greg
Well,
all in with ace
Greg
deuce
rips
and
Allie.
Allie
Yeah, easy
calls
call,
with king
10.
10. Yep, another race.
I got 2 live cards.
Pretty much a flip. If Allie can find that double up, she'll be way alive. If Greg can find the hold, he will be the event winner.
There's a deuce on the flop.
Yep, just 10 or king for Allie. Not it on that river. So after all that, good heads-up play too. GG's to Allie. Almost took it home. Said it's going to be Greg, the winner.
Yeah.
The Rungood Ambassador Bounty event. GG's, Greg. GG's, Allie. GG's, this whole final table, to be honest. That was a good game.
Yeah, there you are. Greg is the winner. Allie taking home that second place prize of $49.91. That's the way the payouts do wrap up there. But, yeah, appreciate you guys being with us and hanging out with us. Once again, congratulations to Greg for winning this Ambassador Bounty event. Again, 202 entries in this field, and Greg, the one that will win it all. The trophy, the prize pool of 74 going to first place for him. And, of course, the trophy and the ring. So congratulations, Greg. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us and being with us for this live stream. We're going to be back at it later today, I would say, as it's going to be 7 p.m. We'll have the ladies feature the final table for the live stream, and then that'll actually be the final live stream of the weekend for us. But that's going to be it for your dealers tonight, Theo and Jacob, and for Mike Kruger, card room manager, Best Bet Orange Park. My name is Ryan, also known as Country. We will see you guys later today for that ladies event. Until then, y'all take care, be easy, and thanks for watching Best Bet Live.